Hashtag C2253, Fighting Yuan Tiansheng. 4. Judging from the previous situation, the so-called completion plan was probably started when Xiao Ling thought he was dead. What is more accurate is to speed up the repair of the rules of the Tianxian Realm Avenue, and then to support the development of the Tianxian Realm Ranger organization and the continuing organization as much as possible so as to achieve the point of causing the human race to fight among themselves. Facts have proved that Dark World has indeed done it. Even if they completely won the battle today, their strength has been weakened after all. An 8th level ghost? When the moment comes, I'm afraid I can only feel resentment. After Xiao Han was silent for a moment, he slowly put away his condensed magic and said, "So, what else do you want to tell me?" Yuan Chengtian narrowed his eyes slightly, paused and then continued, "If you let me go, I can give you one of my treasures. I think you should have tried it. In terms of mental strength, you are far inferior to me. There is no doubt about this." Xiao Han nodded slightly and asked, "So what is this treasure?" "The 6th order top-grade spiritual weapon-forged divine bead." After Yuan Chengtian finished speaking, he took out a white bead and said, "I wonder if this interests you." When Yuan Chengtian was talking, Xiao Han noticed that Yuan Chengtian was slowly recovering his strength, and he looked like he still didn't give up. However, it is still under control. Compared with more news, this is nothing. For the time being, looking at the forged divine bead in Yuan Chengtian's hand, Xiao Han finally understood why he lags behind Yuan Chengtian in terms of spiritual consciousness, and this doubt was also resolved in his heart. "Well, it's a good thing." Xiao Han quickly shook his head and said, "But these are not enough. Besides, I can take the good things you have on me myself." Yuan Chengtian was like a leopard forced into a desperate situation, ready to run away at any time, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart, and said loudly, "I have a faster way to practice. I don't know how you feel. Not interested. And I guarantee that this method will have no side effects. With my talent, I can enter the country so quickly, let alone you." "Oh? Tell me." "Of course there is no problem." Yuan Chengtian slowly grinned at this moment, and finally had a turn, saying that Xiao Han was not an absolute person. It's just that what has been released so far does not meet his expectations. After a moment of silence, Yuan Chengtian's eyes narrowed and he said, "But, before I say anything, I want you to swear an oath with your Taoist heart. After I tell you this method, you are not allowed to kill me." Hearing what Yuan Chengtian said, Xiao Han knew that he could no longer come up with anything, so he immediately gathered a huge palm shadow and clapped it with his palm and said, "Forget it, you should take your method to the grave. Go ahead." "Xiao Han, are you serious?" Yuan Chengtian roared angrily, his body suddenly accelerated. He avoided Xiao Han's fatal blow and quickly fled towards the distance. Xiao Han sensed the thick blood and the rapidly passing vitality. This guy was planning to trade his future for his own life. Xiao Han thought so, looked at Yuan Chengtian again, and then sensed the place not far away. "It's an abyss." An answer emerged from Xiao Han's mind. Yuan Chengtian planned to escape from the abyss and stay away from the Tianxian realm. Is this guy crazy? But for now, it is really the only chance of survival. Once Yuan Chengtian is allowed to escape through the abyss, the consequences will be disastrous. Xiao Han hurriedly speeded up, raised his hand and punched it. At the same time, he took out the old thing and threw it out. While throwing it out, he took out a curved bow and shot dozens of swords in succession. Every attack could hit Yuan Chengtian accurately, but it had no effect. Just made Yuan Chengtian look more embarrassed. There was nothing he could do to stop Yuan Chengtian from escaping. Seeing that the abyss was getting closer and closer, Xiao Han had no good solution. Although the distance was getting closer, the time was not enough to stop Yuan Chengtian. After chasing for tens of kilometers, Yuan Chengtian headed towards the entrance of the abyss. Xiao Han wanted to rush in directly, but if he encountered many ghosts, he would probably fall into it. When the concentration of dark matter is extremely strong, let alone the fact that his strength is suppressed, he cannot escape successfully just because he has consumed a lot now. Alas, Xiao Han let out a long sigh. He even regretted his nonsense just now. Maybe just by fighting for that time, Yuan Chengtian can be killed. In the end, Xiao Han accepted the reality and went back to improve his strength as soon as possible. As long as the speed of improving his strength exceeds Yuan Chengtian's speed, there is still a chance. Boom boom. Just when he was about to leave, a dull roar suddenly appeared. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with doubts, but he did not feel the presence of a large amount of dark matter. The next moment, a figure emerged directly from the abyss. To describe it, it was more like being ejected. How is this possible? How is this possible? A familiar voice appeared. It was Yuan Chengtian's voice, and then Yuan Chengtian continued to roar, "I remember I could get in not long ago, how could I not be able to get in just now? Going? Beasts, you said it nicely when you asked me to sacrifice my life. Now that I'm like this and you don't care about me, will it do you any good if I'm killed by Xiao Han? Heaven wants to kill me. Kill me." Yuan Chengtian's emotions seemed to collapse. He roared loudly and went into the abyss again, but he was rebounded before long. Xiao Han looked amused. What on earth is this dark world doing? However, Xiao Han himself guessed that it was not that the dark world did not allow Yuan Chengtian to go, but that the abyss passages in the entire Tianxian world were probably closed now. As for why, it can only be because of the strategy to speed up the restoration of the rules of the Tianxian Realm Avenue. How can the Tianxian world be restored in a short time? This can only be thought about, but it is not something to consider now. Xiao Han looked at Yuan Chengtian and said slowly, "So you will still die today." After saying that, he condensed several spells, and this time he could not waste any time. Yuan Chengtian must be killed as quickly as possible. While condensing the magic, Xiao Han quietly released countless puppets. The puppets also held array flags in their hands to prevent accidents. Yuan Chengtian simply shook his body so hard that his entire upper body was exposed. The seemingly weak body contained huge power. Yuan Chengtian's physical strength is the strongest Xiao Han has ever seen, even half a point stronger than him. He has quite a lot of secrets. This fate has put me in a desperate situation today. After Yuan Chengtian collapsed, he gradually calmed down, then raised a hand and looked at Xiao Han, and said, "But I am this person. I just don't believe in fate. Only a devil can believe in fate. Today I will show you that even if I am in a desperate situation, I can survive. I don't deserve to die here." The moment Yuan Chengtian finished speaking, his whole body suddenly began to make a whirring sound, and a faint halo began to emit from his whole body. #C2254 Fighting Yuan Tiancheng 5. The whirring sound continued, and the range it covered was maintained around Yuan Chengtian. At the same time, several array flags were thrown out, and a very small defensive array appeared around Yuan Chengtian, protecting him very well. In just a short while, several defensive means had already appeared. Yuan Chengtian raised his hand, and a tower appeared directly in the sky, releasing some energy fluctuations, and there were hundreds of talismans rotating around. This Yuan Chengtian really has many defensive means, even more than him. Xiao Han tried to attack several times but didn't get much effect. Although he didn't know what Yuan Chengtian was doing, it would definitely not work if it continued like this. Just when Xiao Han was about to get close, he saw Yuan Chengtian took out a large piece of raw meat and started stuffing it into his mouth. At the same time, he sobbed, "You must be curious about why I was promoted so quickly. Today, I will show you why. Xiao Han, you forced me to come to this point today. If I go berserk and kill you later, it will be your own fault." Xiao Han released his magic and said, "I force you every day, and you force me to Don't act like you have been wronged. Since you have chosen this path, you must pay a certain price for it. I don't care what trump card you have, you must die today. Just as Xiao Han was speaking, Yuan Chengtian took out a piece of raw meat and stuffed it into his mouth again. This time, Xiao Han finally recognized what kind of meat it was, and it was still the return to Void Realm. You are such a beast. Xiao Han cursed, and then his attack became even more crazy. After a pause, he continued, Yuan Chengtian, I thought you just wanted to survive better. So you had no choice but to surrender to the dark world. I didn't expect you to do this to improve your cultivation. Seeing this, how could Xiao Han not know why Yuan Chengtian's strength increased so fast? This is clearly an evil forbidden technique. The transformed monster will return to its original appearance at the moment of death. There is only one answer, and now Xiao Han feels a little disgusted when thinking about it. Don't mention these to me. To put it bluntly, it's all about pursuing immortality, power, and what you want. Yuan Chengtian looked at Xiao Han and said, Don't you and the people of the entire Yuyun sect have any selfish motives? We are all beasts, so why do we have to do this? It will only make me think. You are hypocritical. Yes, that's right, I just want to pursue power and immortality. I admit this generously. What about you? Yuan Chengtian stuffed another large piece of meat into his mouth, and his whole face became bloody because of the crazy gnawing. Xiao Han tried any method, magic, spiritual tools, formations, etc. None of them worked, just consumed some of the opponent's talismans. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly found that something like a tumor began to grow on Yuan Chengtian's body, and soon these tumors wrapped Yuan Chengtian. At this time, Yuan Chengtian had turned into a large tumor, and the tower, suspended above his head, also fell directly, trapping Yuan Chengtian in it. Just now, Yuan Chengtian felt like he had two hands when he ate it. Where did so many come from? Xiao Han felt his body tremble slightly when he thought about that scene. Even though he had seen many scenes, he was still shocked by this visual impact. Dang dang. Every attack hit very accurately. Xiao Han simply gave up breaking Yuan Chengtian's defense and began to arrange the formation around him, making sufficient preparations. Yuan Chengtian must be left here today, otherwise it would be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain. This time, Yuan Chengtian will surely enter the realm of distraction if he ends like this. I don't know if it will attract the rules of the Great Tao. The other party has already done this, so there should be at least 60% chance of breaking through. At the same time, the battle was particularly fierce in the sky above Yuyun sect. All the cultivators in Yuyun sect who were above the Jindan stage were participating in the battle. Xiao Qian was guarding the formation and protecting ordinary cultivators in the formation. Many Jindan stage cultivators formed teams to resist the Yuanying cultivators of the Ranger organization one by one. At this time, there were only 5 returned to Void cultivators left in the Ranger organization. When Xiao Han came just now, he killed 7 of them just by meeting them, and then several more, and now there are only 5 left. And each of these 5 is only at the return to Void Realm. Zhou Yan and the other 3 people from the Li clan are also recovering quickly and joining the battlefield quickly. They have always been the backbone of the Yuyun sect. But the Ranger organization did not have such a situation. Yuan Meng left, Yan Zhang had been killed, and now there is not even a backbone among them, and it is a scene of chaos. As time went by, more and more cultivators died, and everyone did not hold back, but killed as many cultivators as possible to vent the previous anger. Everyone, these monks must not be left alive no matter what. They should be killed. If we let them go today, they may join other traitor forces tomorrow. Nonsense. Do I need you to remind me of this? It turns out that the Ranger organization has developed to this extent. If it weren't for the operation of the ancestors, I'm afraid we don't know the details of the Ranger organization now. It won't take long for it to be completely infiltrated, and then we will die, without a burial place. Alas, after this time, my human race will be seriously injured. In fact, I don't think it's necessary to use such radical means. I gathered here, and I have most of the strength of the human race. Why is it not necessary? It's like a person who is sick. If the root of the disease is not removed, no matter how much you take care of it, it will be useless. No matter what you think, I support the Yuyun Patriarch. Look, Xiao Tanner seems to be dying. That's just the lack of spiritual power. Elder Zhou also joined the battle. The battle continued to break out over the Yuyun sect. The whole battle was unprecedented. This was the largest battle since the emergence of the Return to Void Cultivator. There were ruins all around, and even if the battle was over, it would take a lot of time to repair it. The Ranger organization suffered more and more heavy losses, but they were already tied to the Yuan Alliance, and they had no choice but to fight. Now all they wanted was for the Yuan Alliance to come back quickly, but after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of him. Gradually, although Yuyun sect also suffered heavy losses, it finally won over the Ranger organization. After the battle lasted for most of the day, the Ranger organization's faith completely collapsed, and all those who could escape fled. Yuyun sect quickly chased and killed them, and they had to eliminate the remnants. As for those who stayed, they repaired Yuyun sect, and Xiao Qian fainted because he reached his limit. In this battle, except for the unclear situation of Xiao Han and Yuan Changtian, Yuyun sect won a great victory, but the losses were still not small. The Ranger organization was basically destroyed. #C2255 Fighting Yuan Tianqing 6. Above Yanqing in the Demon Clan territory. A large number of demon clans were gathering at this time, and the demon clans gathered here had most of the top combat power of the demon clan. On one side was the Yen clan led by Lu Yen, and on the other side was the survival organization led by Yen Shi, and the main war faction led by Yen Ming. Yen Hai looked at the familiar faces not far away, and his expression was particularly rich. He never thought that the survival organization, an organization that put the entire demon clan in a passive position, would have demons from the Yen family as its main members. When this fact was exposed, he was in trouble as a demon, and he lost face. And in the end, only less than a quarter of them supported him and stood with him. Yen Hai looked at the demons of the surviving organizations and shouted, "How? Many of you demons were once members of the Yen family? Now I'll give you a chance. If you surrender, I can still speak for you. If you insist on doing so, don't blame me for killing my relatives for the sake of justice. Among you are my son, my grandson, and my family. I don't want things to come to this point." Yen Ming spoke first. "Now we should give you a chance. I don't know who once instilled this idea in us and now asks us to do this. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Our concepts are all established by you, but now you ask us to change our concepts." The two sides had a fierce argument, and in the end it was Han Si who took the initiative to interrupt them. He looked at Yen Hai and whispered, "Some words are enough to say once, and giving a chance is enough. We will deal with this matter today. You go back first." Yen Hai looked at Han Si in a daze, and soon there was more gratitude in his eyes. He really asked him to fight with his family and descendants and deal with them personally. He couldn't do it. After a moment of silence, Yen Hai went directly to the distance, and many people who did not want to participate in this war also went to the distance. Lu Yen had been sitting cross-legged in the void. After seeing that this matter had a result, she slowly opened her eyes and said in a deep voice, "Fight!" Her voice was steady without much emotion. Although she was the strongest in this battle, there were still more surviving organizations compared to the high-level combat power. Moreover, most of them were young people, and their combat power and talent were far better than those of the cultivators of the same realm. Lu Yen had no idea what the specific result would be, and could only do her best. When the two words Lu Yen fell, the two sides were on the verge of a fight. Demon King Island. The transformed Demon King looked to the west and muttered, "It seems that the opportunity has finally arrived." Then he directly sent a message to some of the main members of the Demon Clan, asking them to gather here quickly. When the war between the human race and the Demon Clan was clear, he would start to attack. He directly suppressed them and could never stand up again. I really didn't expect this day to come so soon. There is still a long time for the Dark World. In this way, I am not without hope to stop the Dark World. After all, with my current strength of the middle and late 7th level, it is still very hopeful to reach the 8th level before the Dark World descends. Unknowingly, the rules of the Great Way of the Tianxian realm have already reached the foundation of the late 7th level. The Dark World has not discovered all this, and its recovery speed is much faster than the Dark World expected. Xiao Han and Liu Yan, and the Saint's son and Saint daughter. I just don't know where the Human Emperor and the Demon Emperor are, so let's see who has stronger luck. The Demon Emperor kept muttering, carefully analyzing the current situation. On the other side, Xiao Han attacked with all his might, breaking one defensive spell after another. If it weren't for the little dragon of the spirit vein spewing some spiritual power from time to time, I'm afraid his spiritual power would have been exhausted now. During these years, Xiao Han found some spiritual veins for the little dragon. After a long period of accumulation and the baptism of the power of creation, the little dragon finally broke through the 4th level and reached the 5th level after a long period of sleep. Boom! With another attack from Xiao Han, all the defensive talismans and formations around Yuan Chengtian were shattered. The only thing left was the tower, covering Yuan Chengtian. Xiao Han immediately completed the transformation of the giant ape, and the golden hair also completed the transformation in the first time. Xiao Han stepped forward fiercely. There were bursts of violent roars, blowing a lot of strong winds. Xiao Han jumped directly to the tower, grabbed the bottom and tried to lift it up with all his strength. Until the moment when his strength was exhausted, Xiao Han couldn't lift the tower. Xiao Han always had a familiar feeling about this tower. Looking at some of the patterns on it, it was obviously an ancient treasure. Then he took out the 4th level ancient treasure, the red fire furnace, and after a brief comparison, he saw some problems. The other party's was a defensive ancient treasure, and according to the feeling it exuded, it would at least be a 6th level top grade or even a 7th level one. The defensive ability of a 7th level ancient treasure that mainly defends can be imagined. This is not a spiritual weapon. The biggest difference between a spiritual weapon and an ancient treasure is that the ancient treasure is handed down from ancient times. Before the ancient secret realm appeared, each ancient treasure was extremely rare, and most of them were broken ancient treasures. In the past, he obtained a 4th level ancient treasure which could make many people want to get it. After the ancient secret realm appeared, many ancient treasures appeared. Xiao Han became more and more impatient, because he had already felt the soaring pressure in the tower. The surroundings had been arranged properly, but he always felt that something was missing. Dong dong. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt a dull dong dong sound, which was the formation in front of him. Xiao Han immediately retreated, keeping as much distance as possible, and arranged many defensive measures at the same time, filling up the 3 inner and 3 outer layers. Even with the spiritual dragon spewing spiritual power, Xiao Han still held the spiritual stone in his hand to restore spiritual power, and at the same time condensed the magic with one hand. A green hexagram array appeared, and a large number of green thin lines instantly shot out, covering the surrounding area of dozens of kilometers. Wood spirit technique. Xiao Han quickly extracted the vitality of the surrounding vegetation. Now Xiao Han's body is like a pot, and all energy is stuffed into it. If it weren't for his sufficient physical strength, Xiao Han would have exploded and died, and the many consequences caused by this would have to be slowly repaired later. Boom! The tower was soaring into the sky, and a huge meatball appeared in Xiao Han's sight. Xiao Han took out dozens of pills again and stuffed them into his mouth and wrapped them with spiritual power for easy consumption at any time. The meatball began to expand the moment it appeared, and after expanding to a certain extent it shrank again. This cycle lasted for nearly 10 times before it ended, and the last time it exploded directly. With a bang, Yuan Chengtian's body appeared in Xiao Han's sight, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky. That was the vision of the broken mirror, and Yuan Chengtian reached the realm of distraction. But can you break through? Xiao Han took a step forward, and the originally suppressed realm began to loosen, and he took another step to successfully break through. Xiao Han reached the great perfection of the return to void realm. Although there is still a distance from the realm of distraction, his strength has improved a lot compared to before. At this time, the vision of the world on Yuan Chengtian's body dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Han, die!" #C2256 Spirit. Feeling the pressure from Yuan Chengtian, even though he had made sufficient preparations, he still felt that something was not prepared enough. Unexpectedly, Yuan Chengtian really broke through and successfully entered the spiritual realm and did not attract the chain of order. Or it was determined at the moment of the breakthrough that it was indeed possible to break through to the spiritual realm or even higher in the Tianxian realm. If the spiritual realm is the initial state of the nascent soul with a certain degree of intelligence, then the return to void is a kind of accumulation of the nascent soul. Until this accumulation reaches a certain level, it can reach the so-called spiritual realm. The spiritual realm is no longer a simple small life form, like the nascent soul, but a nascent soul with complete spiritual consciousness. And it also has a new name called the Yuanshan. The original illusory attack has a real substantial attack method after entering the spiritual realm. This is also the biggest advantage besides the richness of spiritual power and the enhancement of physical strength. Moreover, the Yuanshan is no longer as fragile as the nascent soul, and it is easy to be beaten to death. The difficulty of killing a Yuanshan is no less than killing a cultivator in the return to void realm. While Xiao Han was thinking, he suddenly felt that his consciousness was stabbed by something. At that moment he felt a splitting headache. Fortunately, with the power of destiny, this strange feeling quickly dissipated. Is this a consciousness attack? All his defensive means were ineffective. The next moment, Yuan Chengtian approached Xiao Han at a strange speed and punched slowly. He could clearly see the trajectory of this punch, but he couldn't resist it. Yuan Chengtian's speed was higher than his own. He saw that the punch hit a 6th-level defensive spiritual weapon. The huge shield exploded directly when it touched the punch. One punch can break a 6th-level spiritual weapon. You must know that this defensive spiritual weapon was picked up by him among many spiritual weapons. He couldn't break it with his full strength. Xiao Han quickly sent a message to Xiao Qian, saying that if the problem there was solved, he would rush here quickly, and the strength required would be above the spiritualization stage. It's not that he thinks the problem is solved now, but he believes that Xiao Qian and others will definitely be able to solve the problem over there. The 6th grade top grade formation that he had spent so much time deducing had a chance to be used. During the time it took to pass the message, Yuan Chengtian punched out twice. Again, and 2 6th grade top grade talismans were directly shattered. This was the first time that Xiao Han had such close contact with Yuan Chengtian, even when they had fought each other before. Yuan Chengtian smiled strangely and said, "Xiao Han, actually, I didn't expect it to be like this. Actually, when I think about it carefully, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't forced me into this desperate situation, I wouldn't have taken this risk. I have been preparing for a long time, but the chance of success is too low as 1/10. I didn't expect that living towards death would be like this. Xiao Han, you will eventually pay the price for your arrogance," Yuan Chengtian said as he punched out again, and the power was no longer a simple release of energy, but a kind of restraint. It seemed that the punch was soft and had no attack, but when it landed on the defensive spell, it instantly destroyed the defensive spell. Fortunately, Xiao Han was well prepared. He bought a lot of time by relying on the defensive measures he had arranged in advance. In addition, he had entered the realm of returning to the void. Although his strength was slightly weaker than Yuan Chengtian, he had no problem resisting. The next two people were in a long-term war of attrition. After Xiao Han pulled away, he used many magics to the extreme. The dry blue ice flame could not be released, at least in a short time. One fatal magic was missing, otherwise Yuan Chengtian would still be difficult to fight. During the long confrontation with Yuan Chengtian, Xiao Han found that Yuan Chengtian's breath seemed a little unstable, and it felt like his strength was a little erratic. Could this be the drawback of that kind of practice? He said that this kind of evil magic could not have any problems. Some magics were defined as evil magic not only because their practice methods were brutal. It also had a lot to do with this heart-pounding drawback. Xiao Han had never heard of this kind of evil magic, and he didn't know what the drawback was, but at least he could be sure that Yuan Chengtian did have some problems now. I didn't expect you to break through. To be honest, I'm quite curious about how you broke through so quickly. I rely on this method to do this. Then do you have any secrets that cannot be seen by others? If I reveal your secret, will it destroy your image? It's very likely that you are more cruel than me. By then, you should be able to accept my level. Xiao Han said disdainfully. Do you really think that others are the same as you? If you don't have the talent and luck, don't say such meaningless words. I'm really curious about how I broke through. Then show your strength. Xiao Han's hands did not relax at all, and he kept pinching the magic stream of light cooperated with the magic to resist Yuan Chengtian's attacks. Again and again, the moment he observed that Yuan Chengtian had problems, Xiao Han changed his strategy and simply focused on defense, dragging as much as possible. Yuan Chengtian became more and more anxious, and his breath became more and more floating. After attacking for a while, Yuan Chengtian suddenly stopped. Xiao Han was retreating, and he was also retreating while condensing a magic. Yuan Chengtian was originally a cultivator with fire spiritual roots, but the hexagram formation he condensed was black. Xiao Han wondered if Yuan Chengtian was a human-demon hybrid, but it turned out that the black five-petal plum blossom did not appear when Yuan Chengtian condensed the spell. This strange black color can only come from the dark world. That familiar ghost face appeared again, and the familiar sense of oppression came again when it appeared. The biting cold made Xiao Han feel like there were ice chips on his bones. Xiao Han counted several times and swallowed the pills that had been prepared. In his mouth, the coldness was better. Xiao Han would not fall into the same trap twice. The next moment, the water blue hexagram array appeared, and a huge water ball directly wrapped the ghost face. The biggest effect of this water pattern technique is to increase the concentration of water vapor around to a certain extent, and it can condense into water with a little movement. If it is placed in normal times, this technique will not have much effect, but it is very effective at this time. Xiao Han went forward, and Yuan Chengtian seemed to be still controlling it. Xiao Han did not pay any attention to it. He directly slapped the ghost face with one hand, and a water blue spell appeared again. Dry blue ice flame. The original water pattern technique was burned in an instant, and the entire ghost face was completely burned before it could play any role. Since it is a dark world technique, the dry blue ice flame has restraint on. Yuan Chengtian said calmly, "It seems that you have made a lot of preparations during the time I broke through. In that case, let you continue to try my new technique which you have never tried before." Yuan Chengtian's expression suddenly changed, and a black hexagram array appeared again. #C2257 Star Shattering Technique 1. Countless wandering souls came out of it and quickly went towards Xiao Han. Every time they passed by, they could take away Xiao Han's spiritual power. Felt like their strength was taken away. Xiao Han was shocked and quickly condensed a dry blue ice flame, trying to put it around himself to resist, but the dry blue ice flame suddenly disappeared. After half of it was condensed. Could it be just now?
Xiao Han reacted suddenly.
In the case of a large amount of spiritual power loss in the body, even if the spiritual vein dragon in the body was still spewing spiritual power, it could not stop this speed, not to mention that the spiritual vein dragon was almost at its limit. In a hurry, Xiao Han transformed into a giant ape and quickly completed the for saints. Fortunately, he had arranged a lot of preparations before that, which could resist for a while. The wandering soul was still spinning rapidly, and Yuan Chengtian didn't look very good. It seemed that this technique also had a certain impact on Yuan Chengtian, but compared to him it was much better. Yuan Chengtian was very fast, punching at the defensive formation set up by Xiao Han one punch after another, and attacking the soul from time to time. Fortunately, the power of the soul is not infinite. Maybe it was because he had just entered the realm of distraction, and the power of the soul was not stable at present. Yuan Chengtian shouted sternly, "Xiao Han, do you think this is necessary? Is better to give up resistance and let me kill you. If you resist like this, I will open your defense and you will fall into endless pain." Xiao Han has always ignored Yuan Chengtian, just simply resisting. This situation has lasted for 2 hours. Although Yuan Chengtian is strong, he can't break Xiao Han's defense. But Xiao Han now looks very embarrassed, including the giant ape transformation, which has been traumatized and has countless wounds on his body. In this passive beating, Xiao Han found the opportunity to win. I saw that Yuan Chengtian had fallen into madness, and his whole breath was weak. It was obviously because he had just broken through the realm and was not stable, and he was relying on evil magic. Xiao Han immediately communicated with the little dragon of the spirit vein, asking it to release the remaining spiritual power. After the spitting out, this time, the little dragon of the spirit vein was facing a deep sleep. There was only one chance. After feeling the spiritual power of his physical strength filling up, instantly, Xiao Han immediately lifted the giant ape transformation. Several spells appeared in succession. For a while there were spells of 3 attributes behind Xiao Han. Wood spirit spell. Countless green silk threads were released to the outside. Again, after the first wood spirit spell, there was no living green vegetation within a radius of dozens of kilometers around Xiao Han. This time Xiao Han released it to a farther place, and he would extract as much as he could. Every breath that followed was very dangerous. The heaven and earth spell was also suppressed at the same time.
Xiao Han
didn't think that this kind of pressure would have much effect. He just needed to control it for a moment. In this gap, Shen Gangyan directly enveloped Yuan Chengtian. The 9-turn Shenyuan spell was also slowly condensed, and Xiao Han contained a lot of good fortune in it. Dong dong. Xiao Han, go to hell, go to hell. Every attack in the black steel rock was mixed with a roar from Yuan Chengtian, and after each attack, Xiao Han would add a new layer of black steel rock. In this way, Xiao Han finally poured all the power of creation in his body into the 9 revolutions Shenyuan technique. Xiao Han had never used the 6th level top grade 9 revolutions Shenyuan technique. If this continued, Yuan Chengtian might collapse on the spot, so he had to grasp the opportunity. Just when the black steel rock was shattered from the inside for the last time, the 9 revolutions Shenyuan technique in Xiao Han's hand was released in an instant and passed directly through Yuan Chengtian's body. In the end, a large amount of creation power remained in it, and Xiao Han could feel the state of Yuan Chengtian's body. Yuan Chengtian roared again, and the whole person began to move, strangely, as if there was something terrible in his body. Yuan Chengtian wanted to catch it, but he opened his mouth directly and stuffed one hand into his mouth. Then he twisted his jaw hard, dislocating it. Yuan Chengtian tore his tongue off. Then he hugged his head and whimpered in pain. The fire attribute spiritual power in his body was replaced by a large amount of dark matter as soon as it appeared, and there were also many other extremely special energies. Why is Yuan Chengtian's body so chaotic? But now is not the time to think about these things. Xiao Han quickly condensed a 7-star formation. At the moment of condensation, a colorful sword appeared above Yuan Chengtian's head. Yuan Chengtian seemed to want to do something, but soon his reason was swallowed up and he was still in endless pain. 7-star soul-slaying sword. A sword fell directly, but layers of energy. Shields appeared on Yuan Chengtian's body, protecting Yuan Chengtian.
Xiao Han.
Pressed down desperately. At this time, a large number of cultivators appeared in the distance.
Xiao Han
sensed it a little and knew that they were a large number of cultivators coming to support. Xiao Tanner was the first to bear the brunt. Seeing this, Xiao Han shouted loudly, "The formation is up. I hope you can help. You don't need to do too much. Just transfer your spiritual power into the
formation."
As Xiao Han's voice fell, a white formation suddenly appeared. This was the formation that Xiao Han had prepared long ago.
Xiao Tanner responded loudly.
Don't worry. Xiao Tanner didn't want to worry too much about the current situation. She just knew that everything should be done according to Xiao Han's instructions. One after another, cultivators above the spiritual transformation realm came to each point of the formation and transferred all their spiritual power into the formation. These spiritual powers gathered into spiritual power, which was the formation, prepared by Xiao Han, which could gather everyone's spiritual power together. And the most important thing was that this formation could transform everyone's miscellaneous spiritual power into the purest spiritual power, continuously providing Xiao Han with the energy he needed. Xiao Han pressed hard, and the 7-star soul-slaying sword dropped a few points again but still could not really kill Yuan Chengtian. In this stalemate, Xiao Han quickly condensed a spell and saw a huge khaki 6-pointed star formation appear above the 7-star soul-slaying sword. The moment this spell was released, Xiao Han's face, which was originally fine, suddenly turned pale. The khaki 6-pointed star formation above the void shook slightly, and seeing that it was about to dissipate, Xiao Han quickly spit out 2 drops of blood essence mixed in his spiritual power, and then stabilized the 6-pointed star formation. Star-breaking technique. A huge stone hammer came out from the hexagram array. According to the introduction, this technique can directly smash a small meteorite at the level of Tianxin realm. The small one here will be at least 1/10 the size of a blue star. It was a technique created by a cultivator in ancient times when facing the fall of a huge meteorite. It directly smashed the meteorite that destroyed the world. That's why it is called star-breaking technique. Xiao Han released it very reluctantly. The deduction was indeed almost the same, reaching the level of the 6th level middle grade, but Xiao Han had never released it so directly. Every time he released it a little bit. This time he released it with all his strength. The huge stone hammer looked extremely simple, even described as soil, but the power contained in it was shocking. #C2258 Star Shattering Technique 2. In order to maintain the star shattering technique, Xiao Han's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. But Xiao Han still did not give up. It was indeed too difficult to control the 7-star soul-slaying sword and the star-shattering technique at the same time. If these cultivators had not arrived in time, it might not have been successful. Xiao Han shouted with difficulty, "Everyone, please increase your spiritual power input, even if it puts a burden on your body. Wait for this matter, I, Xiao Han, will help you recover." Yuan Chengtian's strength has reached the spirit-severing realm, and it is stronger than the general spirit-severing realm. After this explanation, the spiritual power gathered by the formation was indeed much more and Xiao Han was relieved. Xiao Tanner was desperately replenishing her spiritual power. One of the divine transformation cultivators exclaimed in surprise. What? He actually reached the spirit-severing realm. You are talking nonsense. With the strength of the ancestor, if it was still the return to Void Realm, how could it be so difficult? Wouldn't it be possible to kill Yuan Changtian in a few minutes? Oh my God! I can't believe it now. In such a short time, the return to Void Realm is nothing. I remember that I was happy because I broke through the nascent Soul Realm not long ago. This is not right. The Dark Realm has not made any moves recently. Under normal circumstances, the Tianxian Realm should not have the foundation to break through the spirit-severing realm. You are blocked from information. It is said that the Tao rules of our Tianxian Realm are already in a state of self-repair. What? Under normal circumstances, the Tianxian Realm would also slowly repair, but the arrival of the Dark Realm has accelerated this speed. This repair is likely to be a cyclical process. Every realm will experience decline and recovery like a self-regulation of nature. The ancient secret realm that appeared earlier was not only because the Dark Realm wanted to invade, but it was similar to a kind of being discovered after revealing its own flaws. Hiss is terrifying to think about it carefully. Does that mean that Ancestor Yun can now fight in the spiritual realm? You are blind. Hurry up and increase the spiritual power supply. Suddenly I felt a glimmer of hope. Xiao Han was calmly controlling the current situation. Even in the face of such a situation, Xiao Han did not panic. Surviving desperate situations again and again has long put Xiao Han in a state of rapid adaptation to the current environment. The moment the star-shattering technique condensed, it was slowly raised and then directly smashed on the 7-star soul-slaying sword. Bang! The huge impact made the world dim, and any slightly weaker creature within hundreds of kilometers was shocked to death on the spot. Some weaker cultivators in the spiritualization stage were even deafened by the shock. After the star-breaking technique hit the 7-star soul-slaying sword, it directly shattered the last layer of defense. The soul-slaying sword split Yuan Changtian in half with one sword, and even the Yuanshan did not escape. This sword, the originally terrifying aura and pressure dissipated in an instant, and Yuan Changtian turned into a corpse. Xiao Han directly put Yuan Changtian's corpse into the Qingwen jade pendant. Then he hurriedly shouted, "Tanner, take me to a safe place quickly, Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han lost consciousness directly, and he didn't know what happened in the outside world. There were not many people he could trust, but fortunately Xiao Tanner was there, so he was at ease. On the entire battlefield, Xiao Tanner didn't talk to anyone. After leaving look, she came directly in front of Xiao Han, picked him up, and quickly went in one direction. That is the Power Clan. Although Xiao Qian is in charge of the Yuyun sect. Now, it is not absolutely safe there. The only place in the entire Tianxian realm that can guarantee the best safety is in the Power Clan. Originally, there were outer disciples in the Yuyun sect of the Power Clan, but all the cultivators moved their positions the moment the construction of Yuyun City was completed. Now there are only the members of the Power Clan in the Power Clan. The moment Xiao Han fainted, Zhou Yan locked his sight on all the cultivators present. After this battle, the only living creatures around were the cultivators who came to support, including all the insects underground, which were all dead. In other words, only the people present knew that Xiao Han was unconscious. After he adjusted himself a little, they followed to support him. Zhou Yan was silent for a moment and then slowly said, "Everyone present, I think you also know what I mean. From now on, groups of 3 will supervise each other. If anyone passes on the information here, don't blame me for being rude. At the same time, hand over all the means you use to contact the outside world." He did not intend to talk to these people nicely. After the cultivators looked at each other for a few times, Zhou Yan said again, "If anyone threatens my master, I will definitely let him die before my master. After this sentence fell, the other cultivators smiled awkwardly and handed over their many sound transmission jade slips, including the previous photo, beads, etc. At the same time in the demon clan, Liu Yan looked at the surviving organization members killed by him, and then looked at a large number of demons on their side who fell behind, and his heart was extremely depressed. This battle was won, but it can be described as tragic. The strength of the demon clan was greatly damaged, including many talented demons who also died in this battle. But he finally eliminated the threats hidden in the dark, and then looked at the demons who were still able to stand up behind him and said, "Everyone go, and do your own things." As he said that, he went in one direction muttering, "Xiao Han, you have also solved your problem. Demon King Island. You useless thing, you can't even get a little information. What's the situation now?" The transformed monster in charge of reporting said tremblingly, "I only know that a fierce battle broke out. It is estimated that it will be at least a battle that can be caused by the middle and late stages of the 7th level." The Demon King frowned and said, "Do you think I'm a fool? How can a battle of that level break out in this situation? Isn't Xiao Han only at the return to Void Realm?" The transformed monster immediately took out a video which showed the image of the star-shattering technique hitting the 7-star soul-slaying sword. The distance of this video is very far, and it can only be vaguely seen. When the Demon King saw that scene, his eyelids twitched. Why is Xiao Han, a human, so terrifying? It seems that I need to hold off for a while and wait until I break through to the peak of the 7th level. After a moment of silence, the Demon King said sharply, "From now on, act according to the plan. We officially declare war on the human race and the demon race. Even if the current situation is unclear, we can't give the other party a chance to breathe. Such a fierce battle must have caused serious losses." "Yes." The transformed monster bowed and retreated, leaving only the Demon King. After a moment of silence, the Demon King immediately chose to retreat. He felt a little empty if he didn't reach that step. "Do I have the strength to take the attack in the video just now? Xiao Han, that pervert, shouldn't be a demon. How can he exist in Tianxian realm?" Thinking of this, the Demon King was more determined to break through during this retreat. #C2259 Healthy Competition. A few years later, Yuyun City. Yuyun City was particularly excited on this day, because today was the day when Yuyun sect headquarters recruited outer disciples. With the growing strength of the Yuyun Patriarch, the Yuyun sect at this time has become the sect that the human race in the entire Tianxian realm most wants to enter, because everyone understands that entering the Yuyun sect represents strength and future. Everyone is trying their best to get in. After the end of that shocking battle, all parties were trying to find out where the Yuyun Patriarch was, but because the news was blocked in advance, no one knew where the Yuyun Patriarch was now. They knew that the Yuyun sect had won the final victory, and everyone no longer doubted whether the ancestor was dead or something else. After experiencing these several times, they didn't believe that the ancestor would die at all, and they only thought about where to retreat. After that battle, the demon race began to attack the human border. Fortunately, it was just a tide of beasts. There were returning to the void cultivators sitting in the town, and they attacked from time to time. Although there were some losses, the overall problem was not big. Moreover, the whole attack was organized, as if it was to consume the vitality of the human race, compared with the terrifying reproductive capacity of some monsters. The human race is undoubtedly much worse. And this kind of progress lasted for more than a year, and the entire human race fell into a long-term trough. The entire human race can be described as dead silent. Just when a super-large attack was launched, the old ancestor Yuyun appeared. Just a spell suppressed the terrifying monster tide, which made the monsters temporarily suspend the attack. The restless action stopped, but it would come again from time to time. But the strategy was changed. All the monsters used were those with extremely Strong reproductive capacity. Everyone understood it in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. After the old ancestor Yuyun appeared that time, he never appeared again. Although he did not appear for several years this time, there was no voice, doubting that the old ancestor was dead. He could win in such a big battle, so what else could not be solved? It was also during these few years that the entire human race slowly regained some vitality. Hurry up and take a seat. Today is the day when Yuyun sect recruits outer disciples. Why didn't you go to the audition? Do you still want to participate in the audition? The audition has age requirements and the strength must reach the nascent soul stage. Many young talents can't cross that threshold. I was thinking, since Yuyun sect has grown so big now, why not increase the number of inner disciples? If it were me, wouldn't it be better to increase the number of inner disciples directly? At this time, a cultivator came over and explained, "You don't know this? Because the old ancestor of Yuyun said that only 49 inner disciples would be recruited. That was before. Now I want to make a little suggestion. I think you should agree today is different from the past. Isn't Xiao Qian the leader of Yuyun sect, his great-great-grandson? Hey, you still have some suggestions. What the ancestor says is what it is. No one will question it at all. What is the leader of Yuyun sect in the eyes of the ancestor of Yuyun? It's just a matter of a word. Look at so many returning to the void cultivators. Many have been promoted in recent years, but you see the leader is still in the god transformation stage. Why can he still be the leader of Yuyun sect? Alas, let's not talk about this. In fact, I just want to know what the situation is in the dark world now, and whether it is really over. You think too much about the end. The previous ranger organization knows it. Shoo! When do you dare to mention the ranger organization? What's there to be afraid of? The ranger organization was originally the dark world. Dog, its leader Yuan Chengtian was killed by the Yuyun patriarch. They were cultivated by the dark realm to fight against the Yuyun sect, so they will come in the end. They must be holding back something, so we can't let down our guard. Alas, you mentioned the ranger organization. It is said that the Holy Spirit pill a few years ago came from Yuan Chengtian. I just want to know what happened to those who took the Holy Spirit pill. What else can I do? I have turned the ranger organization upside down, but I haven't found any antidote. It is said that the ancestor leaked it out before, and asked all cultivators to find the mother plant of Ingji grass. It is the mother plant. Well, I know something about this. The main ingredient of the Holy Spirit pill can no longer be cultivated after the last batch of plantings. I have been looking for the mother plant. In the end, they were never found. Later, I just want to know what happened to the monks who took the Holy Spirit pill. What else can it be? The more they take, the faster they die. Who made them? Greedy and want to break through quickly? They deserve it. As for those who took less, they survived after some treatment with pills, but it was a big blow to the human race. Almost 1/5 of the young talents of the entire human race. This base is really too terrifying. More and more monks participated in the discussion, and they recounted many things that happened over the years, including the strategy of mortals to increase fertility and the annual detection which would detect some mortals who originally had no spiritual roots but finally had spiritual roots. It was this group of mortals that provided fresh blood for the entire cultivation world. Stop chatting, it's time to start. With the sound of a bell, a large number of monks were heading to the center, which was not the city lord's mansion, but a huge fighting arena. Now all cities have changed their strategies. They do not prohibit fighting, but encourage it. As long as it is within the rules, it will form a healthy competition. Smoke City in the Demon Clan. Compared to the human race, the demon race is undoubtedly much more united, especially the respect for the saint, which is unquestionable. Even the previous surviving organization never thought of killing the saint from beginning to end. Just to put her under house arrest, Killing the saint is equivalent to overthrowing the spiritual pillar in their hearts, and all demons will not agree. Lu Yan's safety has always been guaranteed. At this time, in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Yan was sitting, cross-legged and trying to break through again and again. Xiao Han has already reached the great perfection of returning to the void, and is now impacting the spirit separation realm. On the contrary, she is still stuck in the late stage of the demon commander, and has not even reached the peak of the demon commander, which hurts her. After the human race and the demon race solved the trouble, Lu Yan never contacted Xiao Han, including Qiao Tanner and Li Yishuan, and she would not take the initiative to lower her head. Even if she was very worried about Xiao Han's condition, she still didn't ask. Finally, when Xiao Han appeared in that monster tide, it was confirmed that Xiao Han had no problems. While Lu Yan was thinking, she suddenly felt several familiar auras approaching her. Lu Yan immediately put away all her emotions and showed an expression of indifference. Soon a voice appeared in Lu Yan's ear. "Saint, we want to see you." Needless to say, she knew who it was. Lu Yan said lightly, "Is there anything important? If not, go back first. If there is anything, you can discuss it among yourselves." After a while, the head of the Han family spoke. "It is about the future, development direction, and some things that have been summarized recently. #C2260 excitement. What is there to say about this?" After a moment of silence, Lu Yan said, "Han Si, Han Cheng, Yen Hai Yen. Ping, you guys just come in. The others can go back first. Even if there is something, I will notify you when the time comes. There is no point in surrounding here." Lu Yan originally wanted to let the three in, but considering whether the Yan family would consider anything, she let the Holy Sun in. Lu Yan knew that there were some thoughts about what the Holy Sun had done before. Even if the attitude of the Holy Sun changed drastically afterwards, Lu Yan never gave him a good face. This kind of demon must be let go, at least to let him recognize himself. Compared with the Holy Sun of the human race, Yan Ping is far worse. If it weren't for the fact that he is the Holy Sun, Lu Yan would have wanted to slap him to death. Fortunately, his attitude was sincere afterwards, and he did a lot of good things which gave him a chance. After a long time of grumbling outside, those people finally came in. Han Si glanced at the others and said first, "Saint, since the survival organization was destroyed, the entire demon race fell into a low period for several years, and has been in a state of self-repair during this period. Now it has gradually recovered. What should we do next? These guys are quite fast." Lu Yan thought it would take several years, but she didn't expect it to be done so quickly. Then he whispered, "What's the situation now?" Yen Hai hurriedly glanced at Yen Ping, and Yen Ping understood and said, "The establishment of the Yen clan has been completed. A total of 7 family elders have been selected, and an internal clan assessment has been established to gather the talented people in the entire demon clan. The saint has the right to veto or agree to this assessment, and the clan will select the top demons in various aspects to train them. At the same time, we will establish contact with the Yuyun sect and often exchange and learn from each other. At the same time, the demon clan has often attacked our border defense line in the past few years, and we have organized standing demons to defend. However, the demon clan is still attacked more frequently by the human race." Yen Ping talked about many things that happened in recent years. They also encountered a bottleneck in development, so they thought of coming to consult the saint. "Well, it's good as it is now. Is there anything else?" Lu Yan slowly opened her eyes and looked around and continued, "If there is nothing, go back first." The 4 demons were stunned. They came here to ask for advice, but they were asked to go back without asking anything. Lu Yan saw them staying where they were. After thinking for a while, she explained, "You can solve these various strategic problems by yourselves. What suggestions can I give you? The most important thing at present is to improve your strength and prevent The next arrival of the dark world. Is there anything else important? If you don't have the strength to resist the dark world, what's the use of doing? Well, go down. I still need to continue my retreat. Lu Yan's words woke up the four of them. Yes, if you don't have enough strength, how can you resist the next dark calamity? No matter how well you do now, even if you make the entire Yan clan system better, it will be nothing without that strength. Yan Ping wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yan Hai, who then said in a deep voice, "Thank you for the instructions, Saint. We already know what to do." Yan Hai had experienced great changes in the Yan family, and his personality had changed a lot, but he never regretted it. It was not that he was sacrificing his relatives for the sake of justice. If it really continued to develop like that, the entire demon race would be in dire straits. By then, Yan Hai would be the biggest sinner of the demon race. Fortunately, there were still many Yan family members standing on his side, including the saint's son Yan Ping. With the Tianxian realm still not safe, everything else became meaningless. The next main direction is to practice and improve strength as soon as possible, just like the model of the human race, the branch of the power clan. At this time, Xiao Han was in seclusion in the small courtyard in the center. After he fainted that day, he woke up not long after. The first thing he did after waking up was to check the status of the human races returning to the Void Cultivator. 2 of the 10 monks died, and the only thing to be thankful for was that the city lord was still alive, but he could not wake up. Xiao Han also tried every possible way but failed to wake the city lord. Xiao Tanner stood outside the secret room where Xiao Han was in seclusion and whispered, "Xiao Han, can I go in?" Xiao Han responded, "Go in." After Xiao Tanner went in, she sat opposite Xiao Han and said, "Yun City is quite lively today. Why don't you go out and take a look? There's nothing to see. Compared to those, I want to study how to wake up the city lord." Xiao Han had a lot of spiritual medicines in front of him. After arranging them in groups, he shook his head and continued, "This is really rare. I have encountered the most difficult problem, I think. Now my mind feels like I need to do everything, but in the end I didn't do anything. How can I have the leisure to watch the fun?" Xiao Tanner pouted and said, "I just want you to go out and relax. So uncomfortable for you to stay here every day. Maybe you can figure it out if you go out and take a walk. It's been 10 years since the war. Don't be so nervous. It's okay to relax a little." Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and said nothing. The demon clan is still eyeing him covetously. The mess on the demon clan is okay with Lu Yan. At least he doesn't have to think so much. But there are some things that others cannot do on the human side. Top grade elixirs need to be refined, and it takes time to deduce various spells and formations, including the cultivation of Shushan grass. At the same time, the city lord and the monks who took the Holy Spirit pill need to find a way to solve it as soon as possible. He found the mother plant of Ingji grass, and the moment he woke up, he turned the entire ranger organization upside down. Fortunately, Xiao Qian knew what to do, and specially sealed the entire ranger organization, that is, Mount Baki, and all the monks were not allowed to leave, and stayed where they were. Including the items of those killed returned to Void monks, they were all in a closed state. Now he not only has all kinds of Yuan Qingtian's things in his hands, but also 90% of the resources of the entire ranger organization. As for the mother plant of Ingji grass, in order to avoid long-term dependence and the potential risks it brings, Xiao Han directly destroyed it. In the place where Yuan Qingtian was in seclusion, where no one could enter, a pile of corpses was found, which also explained how Yuan Qingtian made such a fast progress. Even with the funding from the Dark Realm, it would not be possible to do it so quickly because of Yuan Qingtian's cultivation method, which he obtained from an ancient secret realm. Xiao Han directly asked Xiao Qian to make this matter public and destroy the cultivation method directly. Thinking about these messy things, Xiao Han's head began to feel uncomfortable. Again, after a moment of silence, Xiao Han took the initiative to speak. I'll listen to you for once. Let's go to Yuyun City to see the excitement. Hashtag C2261 External Disciple Assessment 1. Hearing Xiao Han say this, Xiao Tanner's eyes lit up. In the past 10 years, her mood has basically fallen to the bottom. No one can be motivated in this situation. Fortunately, with the gradual recovery of Tianxian realm, it is not so bad. After all, especially when she heard Xiao Han say to go out and see the excitement. Xiao Tanner's mood, which was shrouded in haze, suddenly became much better. Then she quickly said, "Then you clean up a little bit, I will go to call Xianer. She has been immersed in sadness for the past few years. And it's time to relax, and we need to dress up." Xiao Han raised his eyebrows slightly. "You are already peerless, why do you still need to dress up?" However, thinking of Lu Yan's face and posture, Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan are indeed a little worse. An hour later, Xiao Han, Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan came to the sky above the Li clan. Looking at the two people's careful dressing, Xiao Han gave up saying anything. Li Yixuan was still in the same state, looking listless. It was already good enough that she was persuaded by Xiao Tanner to come out, not to mention cleaning herself up. Xiao Tanner, on the other hand, took good care of herself. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Xiao Tanner quickly said, "Hey, don't be so serious, Xiao Han. Didn't you just tell me that Xianer's grandmother's matter has been resolved? I'm talking to you, don't just do it every day without saying anything. How can Xianer know that you have done so much if you don't say it?" Xiao Han was stunned, but soon reacted. He had the most complicated feelings towards Li Yixuan, but he still slowly said, "In fact, you don't have to worry too much about your grandmother's condition. From the current point of view, your grandmother's life breath is stable and her physical condition is very good. The spiritual power in her body is running on its own. The reason why she hasn't woken up is probably because her consciousness is damaged. I have some ideas. In fact, anyway, it's almost there. There's no need to say so much about the rest. We can't understand it." Xiao Han was interrupted by Xiao Tanner before he finished speaking. In fact, what he said was not all false. A large part of it was true. That's what he thought. When Li Yixuan heard Xiao Han say this, her expression improved a little, and she raised her head slightly and whispered, "Thank you." In fact, she had already thought about it without them counseling. Compared with those relatives who died, she was much better off. At least her grandmother still had hope of waking up. It was just that this feeling had been suppressed, and she could never be happy. Xiao Han smiled awkwardly. "I just heard you say that there is a lot of excitement in Yuyun City today, but you haven't told me what it is." Xiao Tanner chuckled and said, "You are really oblivious to what is happening outside. As the ancestor of Yuyun sect, you don't even know that Yuyun sect is recruiting outer disciples today." Xiao Han frowned and said, "Recruiting outer disciples is not a big deal. Why is it so lively? And why are they outer disciples? Aren't inner disciples recruited? Inner disciples don't have your orders. Do you think Xiao Qian will disobey them?" Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han and continued, "You don't know how many cultivators want to enter the Yuyun sect headquarters now. Although the entire human race currently belongs to Yuyun sect, everyone knows that only the sect led by Xiao Qian is the real future core of Yuyun sect." Xiao Han was surprised when he heard Xiao Tanner say this, and then he said, "But I don't think so myself. When I first formed that small sect, it was just a name for the outside world, and it was at best a small team. And those dozens of people are not enough to suppress the young talents of the entire human race, right? Just those dozens of people?" Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han with an arrogant look and continued, "Do you know that all the members are now in the God transformation realm, and your great-great-granddaughter as well as Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Linger have already entered the return to void realm? What is this concept?" Xiao Han was slightly surprised and said, "Oh, these guys are quite fast. But Isn't this a very normal thing? If there is no such progress with such resources, then there is a problem. But this is nothing, as far as I know, in the past 10 years, nearly 20. Cultivators have broken through to the return to void realm. Xiao Tanner was speechless, but she could figure it out after thinking about carefully. After all, from Xiao Han's perspective, this is indeed nothing. Then he patiently explained, I don't want to tell you about their realm and strength, but you should think about their age and current realm. At this age, reaching this realm, forget it, I won't tell you. After a few simple exchanges, Xiao Han drove the flying magic weapon and took Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan to the direction of Yuyun City. Yuyun City. At the moment when the Yuyun sect headquarters announced the recruitment of outer disciples, the entire Yuyun City and even the entire Tianxin realm, human race began to boil. The entire Yuyun sect, including the sect master Shaoqian, has 49 inner disciples and 461 outer disciples. These outer disciples are the remaining surviving disciples of the original Shuguang organization plus those absorbed later. According to the announcement of sect master Shaoqian, the entire outer disciples are expected to recruit 999 outer disciples, and this number will only be maintained in the future, and a mechanism of elimination will be adopted. This time is the day to recruit disciples, but it is not elimination but recruitment. The entire recruitment venue is arranged in the most central fighting arena. The examiners are Xiao Qin, the leader of Yuyun sect, Xiao Yun, Zhao Taizhu, Zhao Linger, Wang Pingzhong and Shixin. They mainly passed the previous editions, and after getting the selection token, they participated in the martial arts performance. After a series of reviews, they were finally selected as the outer disciples of Yuyun sect. Amidst the many discussions, a beautiful figure passed by one person after another with a look of joy on her face. This scene caused many cultivators to point fingers. Look at that female cultivator. She looks really good. What are you thinking about all day? If you have that kind of skills, can't you practice more? You have strength. When the cultivator turned his head, he immediately said, Fuck, really good. Hey, I told you not to yell. Aren't you embarrassed? Fuck. Another voice sounded, and this voice made more and more cultivators turn their heads to look at the beautiful figure. It must be said that she is really pretty. Only Xiao Yun of Yuyun sect can compare with her in this appearance. As everyone was discussing, several figures blocked the way of the beautiful figure. One of the cultivators chuckled and said, Fellow Taoist, may I ask your name? I am Li Hao from the Juejian sect branch of Yuyun sect. I am here to participate in the assessment of the outer disciples of the main sect of Yuyun sect. I am an early nascent soul cultivator. The beautiful figure looked at the cultivators calmly, and then immediately said, Get lost. The cultivator was stunned by this word. He was a genius in the entire Juejian sect branch. Many people were trying to curry favor with him. Moreover, he had great hope of entering the outer sect of Yuyun sect, and his future was limitless. But he was humiliated by this female cultivator who seemed to be only at the golden core stage. This made him lose face. Hashtag C2262 External Disciple Assessment. 2. The word get out was particularly abrupt, especially when it came from a female cultivator in the Jindan stage, and she was facing a Yuanying stage cultivator. There were a total of 6 people blocking the beautiful figure, including Li Hao. There were 5 Yuanying cultivators, one of whom was a Xinhua cultivator. Their main purpose was to ensure Li Hao's safety. The Juejianmen branch introduced several young talents, each of whom had at least one Xinhua cultivator to protect their safety, and the rest were to handle miscellaneous matters. Although Li Hao was only in the early Yuanying stage, he was very young, which represented potential and talent. Li Hao's face was a little ugly, but he finally said patiently, My fellow Taoist, I didn't hear you clearly just now. What did you say just now? The beautiful figure said again in a stern voice, I told you to get out. Li Hao hesitated for a long time, but finally held back and didn't make a move. Today was the day for the Outer Sect Disciple audition, and Yuyun City was forbidden to take action today. Otherwise, he would definitely let this female cultivator take a good look. Today. Just when Li Hao was stunned, the beautiful figure frowned, drew out a spiritual sword and said in front of Li Hao, "I told you to get out, didn't you hear clearly? Today, Yuyun City has a rule, so I gave you one more chance." The anger on Li Hao's face became more and more obvious, but the divine transformation cultivator next to him looked at the beautiful figure and felt that this style of behavior was very familiar. She was so domineering and never said nonsense. Li Hao immediately took out the thing he was most proud of, the token that passed the audition, and said, "Look, I am qualified to participate in the Outer Sect assessment of Yuyun Sect, which is not comparable to you, a Jindan stage cultivator." The beautiful figure just glanced at him sideways, and also took out a token, and said, "Are you referring to this?" When the token appeared, Li Hao was speechless, and he held it in for a long time before saying, "How is this possible?" The beautiful figure shook hard with some impatience, and waves of fire, attributed energy rippled around her body, directly shocking Li Hao to the side and walked forward. Li Hao felt the energy and murmured, "This is definitely not the pressure that a Jindan stage cultivator can have. But so many people are present, so many people are watching, and he, Li Hao, has already made a statement. How can he lose this face?" Then Li Hao said immediately, "I will leave it here today. I will come to settle accounts with you when I, Li Hao, join the outer sect of Yuyun Sect. Don't cry and beg me then. And with your current condition, I'm afraid you will never be able to join Yuyun Sect in this life." However, at this moment the beautiful figure didn't care at all but cast her eyes into the void. Li Hao looked at the beautiful figure with some doubts in his eyes, and also cast his eyes into the void. All the cultivators looked into the void. There was a flying magic weapon in the void, and 3 people were standing on. Who dared to control a flying magic weapon in Yuyun City during the assessment of the Outer Sect Disciples of Yuyun Sect? In the entire Yuyun City, except for the leader of Yuyun Sect and several elders, no cultivator could fly in the air, and those figures looked. "Look, that's Ancestor Yuyun. Where is that? How could Ancestor Yuyun appear? He hasn't appeared for many years. Then explain to me who that is, and didn't you see the saint and the Taoist partner of the Ancestor? Are you talking about the fairy Tanner? Fuck. It's true. Look, it's Ancestor Yuyun." Li Hao's momentum, which was originally going to get angry, instantly wilted. In front of Ancestor Yuyun he was nothing. If Ancestor Yuyun found out about his behavior, he would teach him a lesson in a minute. Looking at that beautiful figure staring at Ancestor Yuyun, Li Hao was furious. It wasn't Zhao Yang's character. He looked very cold, but he was still like this when he saw Ancestor Yuyun. Li Hao, who was getting angrier and angrier, said immediately, "You want to get close to Ancestor Yuyun with your current appearance? You're really dreaming." That beautiful figure ignored Li Hao's intentions and just watched. Above the void, when Xiao Han passed Yuyun City, he did not choose to hide in the crowd. That was meaningless. Moreover, according to Qiao Tanner's advice, the current Yuyun sect and even the Tianxian realm really needed him to come forward to stabilize everyone's emotions. That's why he chose to directly control the flying magic weapon to the sky above Yuyun City. However, Xiao Han did not inform Xiao Qian that he came to Yuyun City, but chose to go directly to the center. While listening to everyone's discussion, he suddenly felt a very familiar breath. Xiao Han looked down and his eyes fixed. Turned out to be her. Xiao Tanner looked down subconsciously. She could see what Xiao Han saw. What kind of love debt did Xiao Han cause outside? The little girl is pretty. You really have to be careful. Then he immediately asked, "Xiao Han, what are you looking at?" "It's just an acquaintance. You wait here for me. I'll be back soon."
Xiao Han.
said and went straight to the figure. How could Xiao Tanner let Xiao Han go? Like this? She hurriedly followed behind. Li Xuan followed after thinking. For a moment, Xiao Han looked at the figure and chuckled. You also came to Yun City? To be honest, I really forgot about you. Don't you have my sound transmission? Jade slip? Why don't you contact me directly? Lin Qingji smiled awkwardly. Grandmaster, you are so busy, how could I bother you? Didn't you ask me to come to Yun sect alone before? I just wanted to experience more and my strength has improved quite well, but I don't know if I can satisfy you. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He really forgot about Lin Qingji and he forgot about her for nearly 10 years. Feeling the aura on Lin Qingji's body, it was clear that she had reached the great perfection of the nascent soul. The reason why she didn't break through was probably because she lacked the refining spirit pill. At the beginning, he didn't give the refining spirit pill to Lin Qingji, thinking that it wouldn't be so fast. Lin Qingji must be a person with great luck, otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. After careful calculation, it only took less than 20 years to practice from the Qi training stage to the great perfection of the nascent soul. How many cultivators can catch up with this speed? Lin Qingji was not surprised that the ancestor had forgotten about her. There should be many people like her. It was a great gift from heaven that the ancestor could give her a chance. What else could she expect? Xiao Tanner looked at Lin Qingji with a vigilant look. It seemed that she had already fallen in love with him. Fortunately, it didn't last long, and she could suppress it with her cultivation. Even if she accepted it, she couldn't let this little girl take over.
Xiao Han.
Couldn't say anything to her, just watching quietly. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han hurriedly asked, Then why did you come? This time, Lin Qingji showed the token in her hand and said, Of course I am participating in the assessment of the outer disciples of Yu Yun sect. Xiao Han laughed when he heard this reason. Why did he have to participate in the assessment? If Lin Qingji couldn't enter, there were still a few people who could enter. #C2263 External Disciple Assessment. 3. The reunion between Xiao Han and Lin Qingji was a bit unexpected. This scene was particularly rich in the eyes of the surrounding monks, especially the expressions of the monks who had witnessed the scene just now. This little girl is obviously an old acquaintance of Patriarch Yu Yun, and it looks like there is something going on. Fortunately, although she had her mind, just now, she didn't take the initiative to do anything. If they had just taken action, they would be the ones to be embarrassed now. Li Hao quietly withdrew from everyone's sight. In this case, it could be seen that he was missing a muscle in his head. If he continued like this, there would be something wrong with his brain. It's just that the speed is very slow, and he is even worried that his fast speed will attract the other party's attention. The rest of the nascent soul monks naturally followed, and the monk in the transformation stage suddenly realized and murmured, Oh, I remembered. This behavior style is similar to that of Patriarch Yu Yun. Xiao Han thought twice and sent a message to Xiao Qian, asking him to come here to find him. After all, I am not the leader of Yu Yun sect, and I cannot change the rules set by Xiao Qian at will, so it would be more appropriate to ask. Soon Xiao Qian arrived at the scene, and not only Xiao Qian but also many inner disciples of Yu Yun sect came with him, followed closely by the outer disciples. The moment he saw the ancestor, Xiao Qian immediately bent down and cupped his hands and said, Disciple Xiao Qian respectfully greets the ancestor Yu Yun. Disciple Xiao Yun respectfully welcomes Patriarch Yu Yun. Xiao Han waved his hand. He never liked this kind of etiquette. He just pointed at Lin Qingji and said, Sect Master Xiao, do you think she is qualified to join Yu Yun sect? Xiao Qian was suddenly stunned. Why did the ancestor suddenly call him such a name? He felt a little scared, and then felt a little relieved. This is how the ancestor treats people close to him. Thinking of this, Xiao Qian turned his attention to Lin Qingji. With his cultivation at the peak of divine transformation, he could still see through a perfect monk in the nascent soul stage. Originally, Xiao Qian's eyes were still on Ancestor Yuyun, but now he noticed Lin Qingji. It was fine when he wasn't looking, but when he saw it, his heart felt thumping. This kind of age has reached Yuan. Zogxian. In infancy, Xiao Qian quickly said, not to mention the outer disciples, even the inner disciples have no problem. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Qian and said, I remember that the number of inner disciples is 49. I proposed this at first just to facilitate the 7 killing formation. Now, it would be quite troublesome if it were to be changed suddenly. No trouble, Ancestor Xiao Qian said quickly, paused and then continued. You can definitely enter the inner door, and then there will be one less person in the 7 killing formation. Xiao Qian had always known that his ancestor never recruited disciples. He was just an inner disciple and had no influence at all. The only thing he needed to face was to give an explanation to the outside world. But now that it has reached this point, what else needs to be explained to the outside world? The entire Yuyun sect was founded by the ancestor. While they were struggling, Qiao Tanner hurriedly stepped forward and said, how about this? I don't have a child yet, so how about I adopt this child as my adopted daughter? On the surface, you can call me whatever you want, but privately, this child is my adopted daughter. As she spoke, Qiao Tanner murmured in her heart, you must be too embarrassed to do anything to me, my adopted daughter. Xiao Han's eyes lit up after hearing this. This was indeed a good idea. He quickly looked at Lin Qingji and said, would you like to be the adopted daughter of my Taoist companion? A great monk in the Return to the Void Realm has the strength to be you. There was a pop. Before Xiao Han finished speaking, Lin Qingji knelt down in front of Qiao Tanner and shouted, Mother! Then he turned to look at Xiao Han and said, Father! The corners of Xiao Qian's mouth twitched. This generation is a bit messy. While she was thinking, Lin Qingji turned to look at Xiao Qian and Xiao Yun again and said, Brother, sister, hello? This made everyone around burst into laughter. This Lin Qingji was so good at talking and winking. Xiao Han was very satisfied with the result. After thinking for a moment, he said softly, since everything is like this, then from now on you will be called Xiao Qingji. Li Hao, who was hidden in the crowd, felt his whole back feel cold. If he came here, let alone taking part in the assessment, it would be a good thing if he could leave here alive. Xiao Han seemed to have remembered something and said softly, just now I heard that you had some disputes with others. What happened? Father will make the decision for you. As he spoke, he locked his gaze on Li Hao, who was slowly withdrawing from the crowd. Xiao Qingji quickly said, it's nothing. Father still has to do business. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and then realized that there seemed to be no need to pay attention to this kind of person. Li Hao's whole body seemed to collapse and collapsed directly on the ground. After everyone exchanged a few words, they went directly to the central fighting arena. The entire fighting ceremony lasted for 3 days, and Xiao Han came just to watch the excitement. After watching Xiao Han for several times in a row, he didn't see anything interesting, and he gradually lost interest. These people are indeed amazingly talented, and they are not too old. They are even more amazing than he was back then. You must know that he was already one of the most amazing people in the entire Tianxian world. But judging from the environment, the degree of repair of the avenue rules, the difficulty of breakthrough and resources, etc., these people are still not good. The next match will be between Zhozhe of the Force Clan and Hua Feng of the Ancient Machine Sect. Xiao Han's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was the first time he heard about the members of the Force Clan branch. Thanks to the Force Clan, Xiao Han was saved from various dangers in several times of crisis and even provided support several times. He was still a little partial to the Power Clan. He really couldn't be a saint. A burly man and a thin monk appeared on the stage. This kind of stage is not as simple as a flat surface but a whole space. In addition to the ground, there is also a formation around it to prevent the aftermath of the battle from hurting innocent people. It was obvious that the burly one was Zhou and the thin one was Huafeng. Zhou completed the giant ape transformation as soon as he came on the stage, which was the strength of the Power Clan. As for Huafeng, he tried to keep a distance as much as possible, and at the same time countless materials flew out of his hands, which was not the magic he imagined. This battle was no suspense to outsiders. Zhou was a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and Huafeng was a cultivator in the great perfection of the golden core. The victory or defeat of the entire recruitment was not important, but was based on the characteristics of each cultivator in the audition as well as a comprehensive assessment of their age, and they only needed to do their best. Just when Zhou was about to go directly towards Huafeng, he suddenly seemed to be restrained by something and temporarily lost his ability to move. Fortunately, Zhou was very strong and soon broke free from the restraints. But at this time he was restrained by some kind of energy. Others might not be able to see the clues, but Xiao Han could see some clues. This Huafeng had some tricks. He did not use any magic in the whole process, but used formations. Huafeng, who should have been defeated in one encounter, now relied on the formation to persist for hundreds of breaths. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. C2264 Repair the ancient teleportation array. I thought this battle was a suspenseless one, but it suddenly became a little suspenseful. How could a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the golden core stage have any hope of winning, not to mention that he was facing an invincible person of the same realm as the Power Clan? But at this moment, I actually saw a hint of a tie. After all, the whole battle was not going on all the time but had a time limit. Zhou seemed to be enraged and rushed directly towards Huafeng. But just when he was about to touch Huafeng disappeared strangely from the spot, and when he appeared again he was already behind Zhou. Zhou quickly turned around, and Huafeng disappeared again, just teleporting back and forth. Xiao Han, who had been staring at Huafeng's formation, felt a little touched in his heart. Why did this feeling feel so familiar? Soon Xiao Han had an epiphany, and immediately said loudly, "There is no need for these two to compete. All of them will enter Yuyun sect, and they don't need to participate in the subsequent assessments. That Huafeng will enter the inner gate of Yuyun sect first, and then listen to my arrangements. Xiao Qian, leave this matter to you, and prepare a secret room for me first. I want to go into seclusion. There are many people watching today. The most central location of the entire Yuyun city is basically unbuilt. It is several times larger than Wanzhong city, and this central location is also very large. At this time, there are a lot of people and everyone is curious about what happened to the Yuyun Patriarch and why he has such a different attitude towards such things. You must know that this battle and martial arts performance is only the second round, and there will be many assessments afterwards, but the ancestor has such an attitude and enters directly. Huafeng even went directly into the inner gate of Yuyun sect. Are you kidding? It seems that he has been reused. Can anyone explain to me what's going on? I want to know what's going on too. Ancestor, you never asked for a backdoor. I seem to feel something. I specialize in studying formations. Huafeng just now has the best formation talent I've ever seen. Its exquisiteness even exceeds my cognition. Maybe Ancestor Yuyun saw this and did it this way. Oh my God. This is like a phoenix flying up the tree. I'm so envious. Hey, what are you envious of? With your appearance, it's good enough to be able to practice peacefully. Heh. People are not allowed to have dreams. There were many voices of discussion in Xiao Han's ears. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han immediately said loudly, "Everyone may have some ideas about my special recruitment. You may have to think about whether your ideas have any influence on me. Tell you very frankly that they do not. I just need to tell you that if you also have the ability of Huafeng, I can also recruit. In view of the insights from Huafeng, I have figured out the last doubts about the ancient teleportation array. Maybe in a few months or a few years, the entire Tianxian realm will no longer be rushing around. Instead, you can move back and forth in various places with the help of the teleportation array. After saying that, Xiao Han followed Xiao Qian away. It was just as he said, that he had just found the key point of the ancient teleportation array in Hua Feng's thinking. There is no grade for the ancient teleportation array, only its degree of perfection. After Xiao Han's initial repair, it can only teleport a certain distance. With the gradual improvement of the repair, the distance that can be teleported will become farther and farther. When Xiao Han left, the whole crowd was completely blown up. If they came to watch the fun today, then this news was like an unexpected surprise. Entering Yuyun sect has nothing to do with them, but this ancient teleportation array is not an ordinary relationship. Because of cultivation and various things, there are always things to do and people to meet. Since ancient times, immortals have had feelings, not to mention these cultivators. In an instant, the whole scene burst into fierce voices, and Huafeng simply froze in place. He had been obsessed with formations for many years, and now he was valued by the old ancestor Yuyun. On the other side, Xiao Han followed Xiao Qian to a quiet place. It didn't look like the city at all, and it felt like a forest in the city. Does the old ancestor still like this place? This is what we renovated. According to the ideas of Yaqi Mountain, can be regarded as a quiet place. In Yuyun City, Xiao Qian explained to Xiao Han while rushing on the road. Xiao Han nodded to show that he was satisfied and then said, "Just quiet." It was not until he reached an open space that Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction and said, "You go first. It's here." After Xiao Han stabilized his body, he immediately threw out a lot of materials and tried a little bit, 1 day, 1 month, 1 year. On this day of the second year, Xiao Han suddenly felt that he directly filled in the last problematic place. A beam of light shot up into the sky. Seeing this, Xiao Han jumped up and fell into it. After an unknown amount of time, when he appeared again, he was already in a location south of Yuyun City. There was only one formation that was covered by random teleportation, and only 2 formations could be used for point-to-point teleportation. Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Xiao Qian, asking him to prepare what he needed to prepare, and it was expected that ancient teleportation formations would be set up in various branches. The entire Tianxian realm human race began to move closely. If the formation was really completed, even the border and various places would be supported. Quickly, Xiao Han continued to modify the ancient teleportation formation so that it could be used in the demon race. Another half-year passed, and Xiao Han succeeded again. After solving the problem of the teleportation array, Xiao Han went into seclusion again, holding lectures from time to time, and the golden color on the Yuanying figure spread all over his upper body. In addition, he sent out a batch of completed spells from time to time, including the ancient spells of the demon clan, which he also began to deduce. As for his identity as a human-demon hybrid, Xiao Han has never actively exposed it and has always sent some of the ancient spells of the demon clan back through Lu Yen. In this stable development, nearly 30 years have passed. On this day, when Xiao Han was in seclusion, he suddenly felt that his realm had loosened, but he could never really break through that level. With the restoration of the rules of the Tianxian realm avenue, more and more people broke through to the realm of transformation and returned to the void. But as long as they reached the initial stage of return to the void, the entire cultivation seemed to be stagnant. Decades have passed, and there are only a handful of people who can break through to the middle stage of return to the void, let alone break through to the great perfection of return to the void like Xiao Han. So far, only Yuan Chengtian has broken through to the spiritual division realm, and he did it with the help of evil magic. Only Xiao Han has truly achieved the great perfection of returning to the void through practice. This feeling of breakthrough became clearer and clearer, and Xiao Han quickly sank his consciousness into his dantian. Hongmeng Creation Pearl might know something. Over the years, whenever he had doubts, he would ask Hongmeng Creation Pearl for a while, and every time he could gain some new ideas. Hashtag C2265 Divine Realm. The little dragon of the spirit vein was lazily coiled on the Hongmeng Creation Pearl, and the little Yuanying was sitting cross-legged in the dantian at this moment, and the gold on his body was almost reaching his chest. It is estimated that after a few more sensational lectures, this little Yuanying will completely turn into gold. Xiao Han had a hunch that when the gold was dense, something would happen. Hongmeng Creation Pearl felt Xiao Han's consciousness and said helplessly, "This little guy can be annoying to death. He used to wander around me, but now he just sleeps on me." Xiao Han raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did he say this with so much grievance? He comforted, "You are just a ball, it shouldn't matter if it sleeps for a while. Let's not talk about this. I came in just to ask you about my current realm. Hongmeng Daotai, I remember telling you about this before. That thing is related to realm breakthrough." Hongmeng Creation Pearl obviously knew what Xiao Han was going to ask. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. He remembered this incident and asked, "I know this, but I have tried it and it didn't help my realm. Instead, it had a significant effect on my magic. But after such a long period of visualization, its effect has been very small. I have said this much. It's up to you to do it." Hongmeng Creation Pearl paused and continued, "Or you can absorb the Hongmeng Dao iron for me first. Maybe I can remember something and give you a new way." Hongmeng Creation Pearl raised some other suggestions. Xiao Han subconsciously said, "Forget it, I'll try again. At least there is a direction now. If you really let you absorb it, it's not clear whether there will be any way in the future." Xiao Han spoke again. "Even if the method really works, it takes so much effort for me to break through the realm, so wouldn't it be more troublesome for others?" That's not the case. The Hongmeng Creation Pearl suddenly shook, and some faint light emanated from its body and continued. "Based on the current situation, breaking through the realm does require this, even if there is no such method. But with the improvement of your great Tao rules, breaking through the realm in the future will not be so troublesome. But you can't wait for this time. You must catch up with others step by step." After hearing this, Xiao Han felt a little helpless in his heart. There was nothing he could do about it. Just like what the Hongmeng Creation Pearl said. Even if he could break through in the future, what would be the point at that time? He needed to be as fast as possible and couldn't wait. After thinking about these, Xiao Han directly withdrew his consciousness, took out the Hongmeng Dao iron, and directly entered the Qingwen Jade Pendant. In this case, entering the Qingwen Jade Pendant is the most appropriate. At this time, the Qingwen Jade Pendant has developed into a small world. The people here form Taoist couples and breed offspring here. Xiao Han has not set any rules for them. As time went by, various small groups also appeared, but Xiao Han still did not have any restrictions on them. As long as they did not destroy the environment in the Blue Jade Pendant on a large scale and took good care of the spiritual medicines he cultivated, he was too lazy to care about the rest. With the 4 sacred beasts supervising here and no high-level cultivators, this place is indeed not bad. Facts have proved that sometimes it is really good to not care much. The familiar figure of Suzaku appeared in the void, followed by the azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise. Originally, these 4 guys were looking forward to going out to play every day, but after staying here for a long time, they were even worshipped by the residents in the Blue Jade Pendant, and they were served with good food and drink every day, and now they are too lazy to go out. It is very comfortable here, why go out to suffer? Xiao Han, you're here? Zhuke spoke first, then grabbed a large piece of meat from the void and placed it in front of Xiao Han, saying, "Try my latest barbecue and see how it tastes. These guys just know how to make fun of me every day, but the barbecue I make is actually pretty good. Qinglong couldn't help but complain. Such good ingredients can be made worse by you, and you still have the nerve to say that even if you just roast it over the fire, it will taste better than this. Xuanwu said in a dim manner like an old man. I support Qinglong this time. Bai Hu just looked at the piece of meat with a disgusted expression and said, nothing. Xiao Han pulled the corner of his mouth, smelled the fragrance on it. It was indeed not bad, then tasted it lightly and said, well, I can only say that it is edible and not bad, but it would be better if you didn't put in the messy seasoning spirit medicine. Can you explain to me why you chose to put this spicy grass to increase the spicy taste? Suzaku looked puzzled, then tasted the meat and said, I think it's not bad. Xiao Han was speechless. This kind of top-grade food is delicious as long as it is cooked, and no ingredients are needed at all. With the efforts of Suzaku, it is not delicious. I used to think that Suzaku had a good taste and picked delicious food. Since he became obsessed with studying barbecue, his taste has become worse. Listening to the 4 sacred beasts chirping there, Xiao Han waved his hand to let them leave, and he entered the secret room and began to observe the Hongmeng Dao iron. He first observed the magic as usual, but found that it was still the same, and there was no change. It had no other effect except for strengthening the magic. What went wrong? Xiao Han carefully recalled the problem that Hongmeng Creation Pearl mentioned. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly recalled the scene when Yuan Chengtian broke through that day. Then he looked at the Hongmeng Dao Tai suddenly and released the nascent soul. At this moment, the nascent soul seemed to be fascinated and hugged the Hongmeng Dao Tai directly. The next moment, Xiao Han felt that the realm in his body loosened again, and the layer that had not loosened was punctured like a membrane. Xiao Han had always been in a dead end, that is, he had to rely on his own observation, but he never thought that entering the spiritual division realm from the return to void realm was a qualitative change of the nascent soul, not himself. His own conditions for breaking through the realm have always been sufficient, but the nascent soul lacked something. With the help of this feeling, Xiao Han broke through to the spiritual division realm directly, but unlike Yuan Chengtian before, Xiao Han did not immediately engage in battle but stabilized his realm first. The nascent soul was also holding the Hongmeng Dao Tai, as if he was extremely addicted and enjoying it. Just when Xiao Han stabilized his realm, he suddenly found that there were energy on the Hongmeng Dao Tai that drilled into the nascent soul. This was the first time Xiao Han discovered such a thing. As a result, the nascent soul became stronger and stronger until it completely transformed into a soul with self-awareness. And this self-awareness was completely developed, not the ignorant one after the nascent soul. Xiao Han could clearly feel that if he fought with someone again, he would not only have magic and other means but also spiritual attacks. If the spiritual consciousness was not strong, I am afraid that the person would completely collapse after a spiritual attack. #C2266 Destroy the Demon Race. 1. Tianxian Continent. A few months later, Yuyun City is making intensive preparations, and all it needs to do is the order just given by Ancestor Yuyun. Destroy the Demon Clan. To be more precise, it is to eliminate the top leaders of the Demon Clan and completely lose their ability to resist. In the decades since the Ranger organization was wiped out, the Demon Clan has sent armies of demonic beasts to invade the borders of the human race and the Demon Clan several times. It's just that, relatively speaking, it is much more powerful against the human race, but there is not a very strong wave of monsters. On the surface, the war is declared, but there is no real fight. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Demon Clan is consuming their power, and the entire Demon Clan is probably waiting for something. Have you heard? Our preparations this time are said to be big. What big move? Isn't it normal to always be prepared in times of disaster? But watch out, the preparations this time are different. They are not for high-level monks but for the entire human race in the Tianxian realm. From The void returning monks to ordinary mortals. Everyone is taking action. And there were various strategies decades ago. Any mortal who can give birth to 3 children will be called a heroic mother and enjoy supreme glory. Now the number of our human race has increased exponentially, and the low-level monks have also increased significantly because of this. Can't you see? What information is revealed in this? Hey, so what are you trying to say? That we're powerful now? Oh, you are stupid and you still don't admit it. Let me ask you a question. If the dark world comes, what will be the role of those grassroots forces? The function is to make the ruler of the dark world suck blood. So the question is, apart from using quantity to expect qualitative changes, what else does it do? What can it do? Fuck you, go to hell. Now that humans and demons have joined forces, many of their internal problems and threats have been resolved. On the human side, there is ancestor Yuyun who founded the Yuyun sect and became the dominant family. On the demon side, there is Liu Yen who founded the Yen clan and became the dominant family. Who else is a threat in the entire Tianxian world? That must be the demon clan. Isn't this the end? So I predict that this preparation is to attack the demon clan. So just keep an eye on it. Ah, I understand what you mean. The purpose of forming a mortal army is to deal with those low-level monsters and to form a team of low-level monks. Okay, you're a hindsight guy. It was originally a chat between the two of them. As they chatted, a bunch of people gathered around them, and they gradually laid out a plan on how to defeat the demon clan. Chamber. Xiao Qian rubbed the tip of his nose and sat quietly in the main seat. Xiao Yun on the side looked at Xiao Qian with some distress, then brought Xiao Qian a cup of spiritual tea and said, "Would you like some tea to relax?" Xiao Qian took the tea and took a sip. His eyes lit up and he said, "It turns out to be Qingpao tea. Do we also have 5th-level spiritual tea?" Xiao Yun just smiled and said, "Well, the first 5th-level spiritual tea found so far has been protected. It seems that our Tianxian world is gradually recovering." Xiao Qian's sad expression also relaxed and he smiled for the first time in several days. After a pause, he continued, "I still remember that there was a 4th-level spirit plant earlier. Tea is enough to get people excited. Nowadays, various spiritual herbs are increasing throughout the Tianxian realm, and this kind of spiritual medicine that can be used by the human race is the most exciting." Xiao Yun looked at Xiao Qian and chuckled. "Speaking of which, you don't have to be like this. How should I develop? I have time now. It's time to find me a sister-in-law." Xiao Qian didn't swallow a sip of tea and immediately spit it out. "What are you thinking about every day? If this disaster is not solved, you will not be in this mood. And you and I, who are cultivators of immortality, must be pure of heart and have few desires." Xiao Yun waved her hand and said, "Come on. The higher your cultivation level, the more difficult it is to breed offspring. Do you want your grandfather to have no offspring? Don't put this big hat on me." Xiao Qian quickly shied away the responsibility and then continued, "It's you, and Grandpa Zhu was already thinking of a way to deal with this matter. The problem of high-level monks having difficulty in reproducing offspring, and the problem of inability to reproduce between humans and demons. According to Grandpa Zhu's expectations, as long as the needed elixirs appear, and alchemists are trained, this problem will no longer be a problem." Xiao Yun said angrily, "It's all excuses." Xiao Qian raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "There are still people watching around. What nonsense are you talking about?" In the entire meeting hall, in addition to the two of them, there are also the heads of various branches. The position of the city lord and elder has not been moved, and is now temporarily replaced by the Saint Li Xuan. As for the Shentian Palace branch, the palace owner is still the second elder, and the number of elders has increased to 9. Each of them is a monk who is returning to the void, and is also the head of the branch. As for the original position of the 4th elder Kong Kai, because the ranger organization was completely eradicated and Qin Ming was in charge. He had been hiding underground. Although it was safe, he was constrained in doing things. Soon, several more people entered the meeting hall. This time there were more than 1,000 people participating. However, all monks who had reached the return to Void Realm could participate, as well as the main members of each branch. The current ancient teleportation arrays are spread across every corner of the Tianxian realm, making it extremely convenient to travel back and forth. The ancestor has also perfected the teleportation arrays several times, and the teleportation distances are getting farther and farther. When he saw that all the participants had arrived, Xiao Qian said, "I'm calling everyone here this time to convey one concept. Demon Clan." After several meetings, everyone has long been accustomed to this frequency, and subconsciously keeps quiet as soon as they enter the meeting room. However, after this was said, a cultivator immediately raised doubts. The demon race is huge. I don't know how many times the human race and the demon race are. Our preparations here seem to be insufficient. Xiao Qian did not show any emotion. He called everyone here to unify their thoughts and raise any confusions so that everyone can be united. With the increase of his management time, he has a more thorough understanding of some problems. The more he blocks everyone's mouths from speaking, the more problems will arise, and eventually various speculations will arise. These problems will compromise in the face of strong strength, but they will become some hidden dangers, only by letting everyone speak freely and solving the problems one by one can we achieve true unity. Just when Xiao Qian was about to say something, another cultivator spoke up. "Can't we negotiate with the demons? Why do we have to fight and kill each other? Are you stupid? It has come to this point. Do you think the demons will choose to negotiate? But we have just experienced internal strife. How can we fight the demons when we are so injured?" Accompanied by the fierce argument, Xiao Qian put aside the words he was about to say and let them argue to see if there is any result. Since this topic was opened, the entire meeting room has never been peaceful, and has been discussing. As for the main personnel, none of them spoke. They all knew that Xiao Qian was the representative of the Yuyun Patriarch. If there was no order from the Yuyun Patriarch, Xiao Qian would not have made such a big decision. #C2267, destroy the demon race. 2. The argument continued, and eventually two plans were formed, and they could not convince each other. Xiao Qian saw that there was no point in continuing the argument, so he took the initiative to suppress it with his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. After a pause, he said, "I know everyone has a lot of doubts in their hearts. Xiao Yun, tell me about the current communication with the Demon Clan." Xiao Yun directly took out a record jade slip, cleared his throat slightly and said, "There have been more than 300 negotiations with the Demon Clan, all of which have failed. Every time the Demon Clan fights, they will definitely kill the monks who negotiate peace. So far, the Demon Clan has invaded the human race with beast tides as many as 103 times, which does not include small beast tides." Then Xiao Yun said some main information, all of which were the current situation with the Demon Clan, and finally summarized it in 4 words: irreconcilable. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat silent, Xiao Qian took the initiative to speak. "This is how things are. Now is not the time for us to make a choice. The only way is to destroy the living forces of the demon race. Of course, we will also protect some gentle demon beasts to a certain extent. What I need to emphasize to you now is that our human race is not a so-called saint. We only want to live better and survive, and try not to plunder as much as possible. Do you understand what I mean?" After Xiao Qian finished speaking, many cultivators began to ponder. Just as Xiao Qian said, now is not the time to choose. This includes those cultivators who think it is cruel to destroy the demon beasts. If this continues, the demon beasts will replace them sooner or later, and then it will not be the time to feel cruel. In the face of this situation, the demon race will definitely not be soft-hearted, and their relatives and friends will die. Moreover, there is not much time left for them, and there is no other way except to destroy the demon race. It is not like the demon race, which can choose to cease fire and join forces. The result of the peace talks with the demon race can show the choice of the demon race. After arguing for a while, a monk asked, "I don't know what the situation is. Like with the demons. How much hope do we have of winning?" "Nothing special. I just want to ask so I can go back and prepare." No one had any objections. After venting their thoughts, everyone's opinion was unified, that is, to destroy the demons. There were no other opinions or ideas. Xiao Qian gestured to Xiao Yun, and Xiao Yun said, "Now, after our several explorations in the past few decades, all the transformed monsters of the demon race have gathered on the Demon King Island several times. After our initial guess, the reason why the demon race has not launched a large-scale attack is to wait for the Demon King to enter the next realm, and the other party is also seeking stability. This is also the reason why we must take action now. So far, the demon race's strength is clear. There are a full 206th level transformed monsters, and this data is still increasing. There are more than 4,000 fifth-level transformed monsters, and the preliminary estimate of the fourth-level transformed monsters is nearly 400,000. As for the Demon King, it is conservatively estimated that he has the strength of the middle and late 7th level. If he breaks through again, the consequences will be unimaginable." Hiss! When this data appeared, all the cultivators took a breath of cold air. These strengths are nearly 10 times higher than those of the human race. Although the strength of the human cultivators has also increased greatly in recent years, and more cultivators have achieved the nascent soul stage, it is still rare after all. On the other hand, the demon race is really terrifying with such strength. So, our chances of winning are very small. It feels like there is really no hope of winning. It's almost the same as if the human race and the demon race joined forces. But I heard that the demon race is still in the integration stage, and I'm afraid it's still a little short of the heat. Xiao Qian immediately said, "Okay, let's settle this matter first, and there is something I need to tell you. This matter was decided by the ancestor. If you have any opinions, you can report to the ancestor." At this moment, all the cultivators were depressed. The feeling was decided by the ancestor, so what are you talking about here? What room for negotiation is there for the ancestor's decision? If you said it was the ancestor who said it at the beginning, what opinions would we have? Oh, there is one more thing. The ancestor successfully broke through the returned to Void Realm and reached the Divine Realm. Wow! There was no more opinion at this time, and the entire conference hall was quiet. Xiao Qian quickly began to arrange many matters to come. Too heavy pieces of information in a row directly broke the fluke mentality of all the cultivators. After the whole thing was discussed, Xiao Qian said, "Let's follow this plan. First, if there are any changes, I will notify you separately." "Yes." Zhou Yan stood up first and bowed. Then many cultivators stood up and took orders, including the main members of Youyun sect. When it was Li Yishuan's turn, Xiao Qian scratched his head and said, "That, Grandma." "No, Senior Li." Seeing Li Yishuan's eyes change, Xiao Qian quickly changed his words. Then he whispered, "Grandpa asked me to inform you that the city lord's condition has been resolved. He said that you should take the city lord and the Li clan branch to find him." After hearing the news, Li Yishuan went outside without looking back. Now Li Yishuan lives with her grandmother in the Wanzhong City branch. Fortunately, there is a teleportation array and the speed is fast. Xiao Qian shook his head. He really didn't know why Grandpa would pass this information through him. Wouldn't it be better to pass the message directly himself? Forget it, why should a child like him worry about the affairs between adults? He needs to send a large number of cultivators and mortal troops, and at the Same time, he needs to hand over to the demons. This time, the demons will also send a large army to participate in the plan. To kill the demons. But the demons still have many unfinished games and cannot send a large number of forces at once. In fact, there is only one last hurdle between the human race and the demons. Now, that is, the human race and the demons cannot reproduce offspring. On the surface, it seems stable because they have common interests. If the problem is solved in the future, it will be a different situation. It can be seen from the demons sent this time that even if the Yen clan strongly supports it, each branch always has reasons. There is no way around it. Grandpa has been trying to solve this problem. As long as the human race and the demons can give birth to offspring, this last layer of estrangement will eventually disappear. On the other side, Li Yixuan took her grandmother to the branch of the power clan quickly, after being teleported from the Wanzhong City teleportation array to a transfer point. There is still a distance to reach the branch of the power clan. As the city lord remained unconscious, his identity was exposed. Now the entire Tianxian realm already knew the city lord's true identity. They also knew that the city lord's name was Li Rukin. However, this matter was just a topic of conversation after dinner for everyone, nothing too earth-shattering. Not long after, Li Yixuan appeared outside the formation of the Li clan branch and saw Qiao Tanner, who had been waiting there for a long time. Li Yixuan immediately said, "Sister, you have been waiting for me here. Well, Xiao Han asked me to wait for you here. This time it is really good news." Qiao Tanner smiled so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. #C2268 Save Li Rukin. Over the past few decades, the lively and cheerful Li Yixuan suddenly became silent. The reason was that her grandmother's coma changed Li Yixuan's personality. She was addicted to cultivation because of various things, and after this incident, she was even more addicted to meditation. She felt that her current strength was unfathomable. I am afraid that only Lu Yen and Xiao Han could beat Li Yixuan. Li Yixuan hugged Li Rukin and said, "Sister, let's talk later. Send Grandma to Xiao Han first." Well, business is important. Qiao Tanner knew Li Yixuan's inner urgency and hurriedly took Li Yixuan to Xiao Han. Li Yixuan couldn't wait to say, "Have you really found a way to deal with my grandma's problem?" Xiao Han first checked Li Rukin's condition. At this time, Li Rukin had no privacy in Xiao Han's eyes, including every spiritual power running in the body. The veins can be seen clearly. After such a long period of self-repair, it can be said that Li Rukin's physical condition has no problems. The only problem left is the consciousness, including some problems with the nascent soul. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han said, "I have a general idea. Let's see. Today. If today's attempt goes smoothly, I can wake up the city lord in a few years. In order to avoid some problems, I will tell you the overall idea. You can decide whether to do it or not." Li Yixuan nodded and said, "No matter what your method is, I agree to try it. There is no need to discuss this matter." Xiao Han smiled and said, "It seems that you still want your grandma to wake up. This is something I figured out after I entered the realm of distraction. The real reason for your grandma's consciousness is that her consciousness has fallen into an extremely special state. She may be able to hear and discover what we are saying and doing now. But she is unconscious. I will give your grandma the pills I have prepared over the years to see her specific condition. Then I will try to stimulate your grandma's consciousness with my soul. This is the danger I mentioned. If it is not done well, it will easily threaten your grandma's life, but I will be slightly gentler. Once it works, it will be easy to deal with it next." Li Yixuan said without thinking, "Well, I think this is good. As a returning to the void cultivator, Grandma can live for hundreds of years without eating or drinking, but over time her body will slowly dry up and the final result will be death. It is better to take the risk now." Hearing what Li Yixuan said, Xiao Han's heart was relieved. His idea was the same. With the passage of time, Li Rukin's physical condition will only get worse and worse. Instead of doing so, it is better to try early. Li Yixuan and Xiao Tanner stepped aside, while Xiao Han grabbed the air and Li Ruochen's body floated in front of Xiao Han. It must be said that Li Yixuan did inherit Li Rukin's appearance, and Mo's vision was indeed good. This kind of face can indeed be regarded as a stunning face. Xiao Han directly fed Li Rukin a pill and injected a pure spiritual power, directly mixed with a trace of the power of creation so that it would be more convenient to observe Li Rukin's physical condition later. This pill is said to cure Li Rukin's current problem, but in fact the pill is only a mild protective effect, protecting Li Rukin's consciousness. There is no other effect, at least among the pills that Xiao Han can refine. Now, there is no direct awakening of the consciousness in this state. It was not until the pill took effect that Xiao Han slightly launched a consciousness attack, but this consciousness was very weak, so weak that it did not cause any harm to the cultivator at all. It was like pricking a finger with a needle. When he entered the realm of distraction, Xiao Han finally understood why Yuan Chengtian was in that state. The attack of his soul was not strong or continuous only because he had not stabilized his realm and his soul was still very weak. At this moment, Li Rukin's body suddenly trembled. This scene made Xiao Han look happy, and Li Yixuan was also very excited. Xiao Han suppressed it with his hand. In this case, any extra movement might affect the result. Li Yixuan quickly suppressed her emotions. Xiao Han increased the intensity of his spiritual attack again, and Li Rukin's body shook again. After several attempts until the effect of the pill completely disappeared, Xiao Han stopped and carefully explored Li Rukin's physical condition. At this moment, Li Rukin's fingers suddenly moved. If it was usually not discovered, it would probably not be discovered, but now, both Xiao Han and Li Yixuan were carefully observing Li Rukin's condition, and discovered this at once. Xiao Han. Look, is there hope for Grandma? Xiao Han thought for a moment and gave Li Rukin another pill. He tried several times like before. Just when it was about to end, Li Rukin's body lost its vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was too urgent. Xiao Han quickly gave Li Rukin several pills and catalyzed all the effects until Li Rukin stabilized. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yixuan said with some concern, "My grandma. How is my grandma?" Fortunately, there was no big accident. It was close just now. Xiao Han himself was a little scared. Li Rukin might have died here if he was not careful. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said again, "It seems that this matter cannot be rushed. Just now I was too impatient, which caused this situation. Your grandma's consciousness is very weak now and needs to be awakened slowly. You should stay here for a while with Tanner. I also need to deal with some spiritual medicine for your grandmother. You can help me deal with it. I have other things to do, and the demon clan must also pay attention at any time." Li Yixuan nodded. She had participated in the meeting just now. It is currently in the preparation stage, and this preparation is huge. The news cannot be concealed. In this way, the demon clan will get the news sooner or later, and it is unknown what will happen. This matter was discussed quickly. Xiao Han did have a lot of things to do. It is really good to have another Li Yixuan to help. Many things can only be done by such top cultivators. On the other side, in the territory of the demon clan, in the Yenqing meeting hall, the Saint Lu Yen, who was originally calm, was looking at the demons sitting below with a dark face. These are all high-level demons. In addition to the elders, there are also demons in charge of other families. Lu Yen was silent for a moment and then said in a deep voice, "Can anyone explain to me why the force sent to cooperate with the human race to destroy the demon race this time is so weak? The demons sent by each family are so few, right? They all have their own things to do and need to do other things. In other words, they can't gather the demons I expected this time, right?" Lu Yen asked again and again. This time it can be said that she was extremely embarrassed. Now she is the leader of the entire demon race, but when faced with such a thing, she is helpless. Hashtag C2269 Attack the Demon Emperor. The entire Yenqing meeting hall was silent. Lu Yan hated these meetings, especially when she came here. She wanted to spend more time on cultivation. She wanted to improve her cultivation to a higher level as soon as possible. As for these intrigues, she really didn't want to spend extra time on such trivial matters. The head demons in each branch knew where the saint was angry. Although the demons were united and had a strict hierarchy, they were all targeting the outside and the inside. But this matter was to send the family's living forces to assist the human race in destroying the demon race. The whole thing was indeed a good thing for the demons, but it was a problem for each family. They all wanted to keep their family's living forces and survive better in the future. Seeing that no other demons spoke, Lu Yan said in a deep voice after a moment of silence, "Since you all don't speak, I can understand that you have no objection to my order. In this case, can we issue orders directly?" Lu Yan's voice was cold. After the demons were silent for a while, one of them finally whispered, "Compared to humans, our demons are farther away from the demons, and the demons rarely attack our demons. I think it's better for us to preserve our strength." Lu Yan didn't speak, but looked coldly at the demon who spoke. After a while, another demon said, "I agree with what you just said, and we have experienced internal friction with the surviving organization. Now our strength is even more damaged. We should restore our strength first. Saint, it's not that we don't cooperate, but the current environment is like this. Look, when we said we were going to attack the surviving organization, when did we ever frown? We will attack wherever we are told to attack." I think so too. Besides, I think the current decision of the human race seems to have some problems. Since the demon race has not launched a large-scale attack, there is no need to tear each other apart so quickly. We can still negotiate peace continuously. After all, we are all creatures of the Tianxian realm. We can let go of the hatred between us and the human race. But why can't we let go of the hatred between us and the demon race? Let's take a step back. Did the human race discuss with us before attacking the demon race? Many voices of opposition appeared. Originally, there were only one or two voices, but as Lu Yan did not speak, the demons also began to say what they wanted to say in their hearts. Lu Yan looked at Han Si, who was standing aside. Han Si understood Lu Yan's meaning instantly and threw out dozens of recording jade slips. At the same time, he said, "Everyone, this is the current situation. Take a look first." When the demons opened the recording jade slips and looked at the information inside, their faces became a little ugly. Lu Yan said decisively, "This is the current situation. I hope you can understand the principle of lips and teeth are cold when they are gone. Now it is no longer the human race or the demon race. Moreover, I called you here today not to discuss with you, but to formally inform you. Give you some time to prepare. If the demon race attacks in large numbers or the human race launches a general attack, I will enforce it. In addition, there is another news you should know. Xiao Han has entered the realm of distraction, and I am about to attack the demon emperor." After hearing the word demon emperor, the holy sun below trembled all over. He had tried so hard, but was he still far behind? The other demons also took a breath. They didn't think so much when they were talking freely just now. Now they suddenly reacted. The saint is not discussing, it is clearly an order. And how did Xiao Han reach the spirit separation realm? It seems that the gossip is true. They also foolishly believed the confirmation from the human race, saying that Xiao Han's breakthrough to the spirit separation realm was false. This should be confusing and hiding the strength. Facts have proved that most of the gossip is true, but there is uncertainty. The most important thing is why the saint wants to break through again. Didn't she just break through the peak of the demon commander? Lu Yan looked at the strange expressions on the faces of these demons, and finally said slowly, "Disperse." During this time, she wants to try her first breakthrough. Xiao Han sent her a message earlier and told her in detail how he broke through. Although there is no Hongmeng Dao iron, Lu Yen at least knows the direction. Demon body? I also have some things that can be used. The branch of the power clan. Xiao Han quickly put away a furnace of elixirs and handed them to Li Yixuan, and then gave Li Yixuan a record jade slip. This is where he needs Li Yixuan's help. It is not only the elixirs needed by the city lord, but also the elixirs needed by the entire human race. At the same time, there are also spiritual medicines needed for the elixirs that separate the human race from the demon race. It is most appropriate for Li Yixuan to check these. After handing these things to Li Yixuan, Xiao Han slowly said, "These elixirs are what your grandmother needs. Remember to follow the requirements on the record jade slip. I will notify you in advance for the next treatment. Prepare everything that needs to be prepared. In addition, I will trouble you with my other needs." Xiao Han spoke very politely. He could not think of how to deal with Li Yixuan, so he could only do it this way. Li Yixuan pursed her lips and finally said, "You don't have to be so polite. Was rude to you before, and I feel bad about this. Don't worry, I won't do it again." Li Yixuan was a little shy when she spoke. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. What was going on? But it finally eased a little, so he nodded. At this moment, Xiao Tanner looked at Li Yixuan's shyness and Xiao Han's embarrassment. What happened between the two of them just now? Is there any progress? Without thinking too much, Xiao Tanner quickly said, "Why did you call me?" "Here." Xiao Han directly handed dozens of spells to Xiao Tanner. Li Yixuan left first. When she saw this, looking at Xiao Tanner, Xiao Han said, "These are the spells I completed. Some of the main spells have been perfected to the 5th level. Promote them quickly. In addition, the team combination I asked you to do should have some results." Xiao Tanner smiled and said, "What is not easy to do about what you have told me? Don't worry, everything is within the plan." Hearing this, Xiao Han was relieved. Xiao Tanner didn't say much. Seeing that Xiao Han was fine, she left directly. As for the team combination, Xiao Han had carefully considered it. The main thing was to form a team, and each team had 5 to 10 people. Each branch should be familiar with each other as much as possible, and then form a team. Team members must meet the 5 attributes, and the ice attribute and thunder attribute are managed and allocated in a unified manner. In this way, the best effect can be achieved. For example, the crucial spell of Qianlan Ice Flame is indeed effective when it is implemented, but this spell can only be practiced by water attribute monks. This is also the key to forming a team. Because of this, the status of water attribute monks has risen, and now they have become popular. #C2270 Awakening. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Han directly sealed the barrier and took out the Hongmeng Dao iron. Looking at the Hongmeng Dao iron, Xiao Han felt a little regretful. After experiencing the breakthrough of Yuanying with the help of the Hongmeng Dao iron completely lost its effect. He finally understood why the effect of observing the Hongmeng Dao iron on the magic was getting lower and lower. If you have to force an explanation, it is probably that the Dao contained in the Hongmeng Dao iron has been exhausted. Now the Hongmeng Dao iron is just a simple treasure, a treasure with no practical effect. But Xiao Han doesn't want to let it go. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han immediately sank his consciousness into the Dantian, first looked at the Yuanshan beside him, and then cast his sights on the spirit vein dragon on the Hongmeng creation pearl. Is it going to break through again? Xiao Han looked at the spirit vein dragon with some surprise. Now the spirit vein dragon, under the condition that the rules of the avenue are repaired and perfected, and it has been absorbing the power of creation for a long time. Even without Xiao Han feeding the spirit vein, it has reached this point. From the 5th order spirit vein to the 6th order spirit vein, if this little spirit vein dragon can break through before he faces the Demon King, he will have more confidence. Even at the moment when he saw the little spirit vein dragon about to break through, he felt a little regretful in his heart. He should have made a big move later and done all the preparations first. There are still many things to be perfected, but it's too late now, so he can only bite the bullet. Don't look at it. This little guy is about to break through again. He has been sleeping for longer and longer recently. Before he asked anything, Hongmeng Fortune Pearl took the initiative to explain. This breakthrough is actually not because it absorbs too much fortune power. I also have to thank your little soul. Hearing this, Xiao Han was stunned. What does this have to do with his soul? Although this nascent soul has indeed condensed a lot after transforming into a soul, it even feels not a soul but a real person. But what does this have to do with the little spirit vein dragon? Xiao Han didn't ask anything, but waited for Hongmeng Fortune Pearl to explain. When your soul broke through, it seemed that a connection was established between you and this little dragon of the spirit vein, and the little dragon of the spirit vein broke through because of it, just like the breakthrough from the transformation realm to the return realm. In the future, various energies and spirit veins are no longer the only things that little dragon of the spirit vein needs. It also needs certain basic conditions such as perception. Originally, I was thinking whether this little guy would abandon you after the birth of independent consciousness and complete spiritual intelligence. Now it's good. I'm afraid that this kind of training system alone will not be needed in the future. You can rest assured to cultivate it well. Xiao Han roughly understood the meaning of the Hongmeng Creation Pearl. It was nothing more than that the little dragon of the spirit vein had a certain connection with his soul, or that the little dragon of the spirit vein needed to rely on his soul. This was a good thing. Xiao Han pondered for a moment and then said, absorb the Hongmeng Dao iron. Later, maybe you can still remember something. Hongmeng Creation Pearl didn't say anything, and Xiao Han cooperated with the Hongmeng Creation Pearl to completely absorb the Hongmeng Dao iron. At the moment of completion, Xiao Han carefully observed the state of the Fortune Pearl. Xiao Han was extremely comfortable with the improvement this time. If he was in this state to deal with the previous situation, he would definitely win. The strength has doubled now. But unfortunately, the Hongmeng Fortune Pearl did not immediately think of anything useful. Xiao Han started retreat again. In the third month of retreat, the spirit vein dragon fell into a deep sleep and never woke up again. In addition to practicing, Xiao Han stimulated Li Rukin's consciousness several times, and this stimulation lasted for several years. This day, Li Yixuan came to Xiao Han's retreat place as usual and first gave Xiao Han many spiritual medicines that Xiao Han needed. Then he whispered, I remember that today is the day for my grandma to treat me. Xiao Han nodded and began to prepare subconsciously. This conditioned reflex has been formed in the past few years. Every time he does something, he doesn't need to think about it carefully, and he does it subconsciously. First, he gave the city lord the elixir, and then stimulated him. As this stimulation continued, Xiao Han also increased the intensity of the stimulation of the consciousness, and today it was going to be strengthened again. Xiao Han directly stimulated
Li Ruchan's consciousness.
Before he could stimulate again, Li Rukin suddenly sat up, as if she was resurrecting from the dead. Ah! Even Xiao Han was startled. The movement was really loud. Li Xuan looked a little excited, but she didn't dare to do anything. She just watched quietly, and Xiao Han did the same. After about 10 breaths, Li Rukin slowly said, Don't look at me, I am indeed awake. It's just that I can't fully control my body now. You don't have to worry about me. Let's talk about it later. When these words appeared, even Xiao Tanner, who was busy, rushed over. Immediately, after so much time and countless treatments, the city lord finally woke up. Today, after dozens of breaths, Li Rukin said, Xiao Han, I want to talk to my granddaughter alone. I am inconvenient to move. Xiao Han pursed his lips. What does this sentence mean? Can he not understand? Then he said decisively, then you guys chat first and let me know when you're done. I just have something to deal with. After that, he took Xiao.
Tanya Avi.
It wasn't until Xiao Han left that Li Rukin waved to Li Yixuan, motioning her to come forward. Li Yixuan was stunned for a moment and hurried forward. Li Rukin then said, you have grown up during the years when Grandma was asleep. Grandma knows everything you have done and experienced over the years. Just as Xiao Han said, Grandma can always see everything outside, but she can't speak or move and can't control her body. I don't know how long I can stay awake this time. Grandma. Li Rukin hadn't finished speaking when Li Yixuan interrupted her. After a pause, she continued, you can't say that. Grandma is obviously awake. As long as this treatment continues, I believe Grandma can recover completely. Li Rukin shook her head and said, it is indeed possible to recover, but it will take hundreds of years. It is uncertain every time I wake up. Hundreds of years is no problem. I can wait forever. Yes, you can wait, but can the dark world wait? And my problem continues. Okay, Grandma, don't say it. Li Yixuan didn't want to hear such words. After a moment of silence, she said, Grandma, just tell me what you want to say. Li Yixuan could hear that Grandma had something to say, otherwise she wouldn't say that. Li Rukin did not play dumb anymore, but said softly, Shenner, Grandma needs to tell you something. I hope you can do it as much as possible. Well, Grandma, you say it. Li Yixuan said firmly. Let Xiao Han fall in love with you and you also have to fall in love with him. Pfft. Grandma, what do you mean by that? Li Yixuan's face flushed with shame and then she quickly said, how is this possible, Grandma? Didn't you always tell me that men are not good? Hashtag C2271 alert. 1. Li Yixuan was confused. Li Rukin was depressed, and then quickly covered Li Yixuan's mouth. Li Rukin said awkwardly, yes, there is nothing wrong with this sentence, but the situation is different now. You are right to listen to Grandma. Now the world is strong and respected. In the past, Grandma was one of the strongest in Tianxian realm and could always protect you, but now it is different. Li Yixuan frowned and said, that doesn't have to be the case and I can also work hard to become one of the strongest. Now in the entire Tianxian realm, not to mention the demon clan just between the human and demon clans except for Xiao Han, the demon clan saint, I think no one can defeat me. Oh! Li Rukin said this, and hurriedly lowered her voice and said, in fact Xiao Han is a good man. Look at your sister Tanner who has never left you. But he is still entangled with the demon clan saint. There are only 2 of them who can be considered good men, not to mention how a strong man can. Okay, Grandma, what do you want to express? Li Yixuan's face became more and more embarrassed. Li Rukin understood Li Yixuan's state and chuckled. Okay, now you don't have to consider whether you love him or not, just make him fall in love with you. Listen to me. I vaguely heard it once in a previous treatment. Do you know why he has to give speeches frequently? It seems that he can collect some golden light balls. According to my experience, Xiao Han is likely to be the emperor of man. And the facts have proved all this. At present, the only one who can become the emperor of man is Xiao Han. And according to the information you told me before, I understand, Grandma. Li Rukin was interrupted by Li Yixuan before she finished speaking, and then she said firmly, I won't do this. I just want to break through my cultivation as soon as possible. Li Rukin looked at Li Yixuan's expression and felt that it was about right. Women should always be a little arrogant in such matters. After thinking for a while, Li Rukin said, Shenner, Grandma is not able to move now. You should take Grandma back to rest. It's embarrassing to stay here with Xiao Han. At least you should leave a good impression on Xiao Han. Li Yixuan quickly lifted Li Rukin up, and then said, I'm not doing this to leave a good impression. Okay, I got it. The news of Li Rukin's awakening made the mood of several people instantly become much better. It's not that she can improve her strength, but that Li Rukin means a lot to the entire Yuyun sect. And the relationship between the city lord and them is also good. The few people even celebrated in the evening, and only the 4 of them participated. The next morning, Chuanjing Pass. As the main pass between Tianshan continent and the demon race, Chuanjing has an extremely important position among the 8 most important passes. If this pass is opened, the entire human race will face great danger. Since the moment when the demon race frequently launched demon beast tides at the border, the human race has begun to make divisions for each terrain. The reason why this is the most important pass is that there are steep peaks on both sides. Once you break through this pass, you will face a large plain, which is very likely to become a breakthrough for monsters. There are 3 huge defense lines in front of the Sichuan Pass, all of which are high walls built with special materials. It is difficult for ordinary monsters to break through the defense, and they can only use a strong attack. After the 3 defense lines is the established pass. Various defense means are extremely complete, and there is also a large formation covering it, with powerful monks sitting in charge. On the first defense line, many mortals are defending the city. They look particularly embarrassed after just experiencing a fierce battle. Hey! Give me a green lang ball. A weak figure slowly appeared on the city wall. Soon a voice responded, "Have you finished your own?" Well, this is a really good thing. It relieves stress and makes people relax, and there are no side effects. It's just that it's easy to become addicted. You can see that the immortals are quite good at thinking about it every day. They know that fighting against monsters is stressful, so they specially made such a thing. Who said it's not? And you can see these recent big moves. It's obvious that they want to fight the monsters to the end. I think it's the final decisive battle. No, why do I feel like a protracted war? Anyway, I'm fighting on this wall today for the future of my descendants. Hope my child can get qualifications for cultivation. Cultivation is also the survival of the fittest. You see, I am very Buddhist. I came here to fight against the monster tide just for the money, and then I can spend it as much as I want. I am happy. Don't you think about the future? What to consider? Live one day at a time. Plans can't keep up with changes. Who knows when tomorrow and accidents will come? Then what about your descendants? What descendants? What descendants do you want if you have no money and no ability? Let him repeat my tragedy. Oh, okay. Anyway, I personally think that only those who live better have the right to speak. Just as everyone was discussing fiercely, countless monsters were quietly approaching the defense line from underground. And one who was sucking the green angel ball seemed to have seen something. He first muttered, "It seems that the green angel ball can no longer relieve my pressure. Why do I see a large number of monsters?" After a while, he reacted and looked at the many monsters and shouted, "Monster Tide! Get up quickly, Monster Tide!" Another person said faintly, "What's the big deal? It's just a monster tide. Just prepare as usual." No, this time is not like the previous ones. I think the number is 10 times as much. It was not until this moment that they were taken seriously. Everyone stood up and looked at the monster tide roaring in the distance. A soldier said with a trembling voice, "Sir, what level of realm is reported?" This time, the commander looked at the overwhelming monster tide in front of him and said, in a deep voice, "Destroying the world level. The highest level of alert." The soldier muttered and said immediately, "Yes, sir, this monster tide is defined as the world-destroying alert level. The most common monster tide among all the beast tides is the 3rd level. Alert, followed by the 2nd and 1st levels, and then the disaster level. And the world-destroying alert level. When the monster tide reaches the disaster level, it needs to dispatch the returning to the void cultivator to solve it, not to mention the world destroying level, which is the strongest beast tide so far. When the alarm sounded, countless people began to act, and many cultivators repeatedly confirmed the alert level. Finally, a message was sent. The Chuanjing Pass requests the highest assistance from the Yuyun sect. For a moment, the entire human race began to get agitated. Could it be that the demon race was going to launch a general attack? This message was also successfully transmitted to Xiao Qian's ears. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han decisively sent a message to the Yuyun Patriarch. In the secret room, Xiao Han was just about to start his retreat to refine the elixir when he received a message from Xiao Qian. A world-destroying monster tide? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, and then quickly headed towards the Chuanjing Pass. #C2272 Alert 2. Roar. Cry. Countless monsters screamed and rushed towards the first line of defense. Large number of fire objects, rolling stones, and other defensive equipment rushed towards the monsters, but in front of countless monsters, these were like a drop of water falling into the sea. While the cultivators were preparing, the first line of defense was completely broken by the monsters. The mortals died tragically on the spot. Even low-level cultivators could not survive for more than 100 breaths and were drowned by countless monsters. These monsters were not high-level monsters, but low-level monsters. However, even so, as long as they did not reach the golden core stage, they would soon be drowned in the beast tide. Unlike usual, this time the monster group was particularly tough. Every time they were repelled, they would quickly surround them. It happened to be Xiao Yun's turn to guard this pass. Because of the order of the Yuyun Patriarch, Xiao Qian had made preparations. Early in the morning, each of the 8 most important passes had a Yuyun inner sect disciple on duty. Let alone the strength, the accuracy of the information alone can be improved a lot. Xiao Yun gathered all the high-level cultivators as soon as he got the news. Because of its importance, there are often returning to the void cultivators sitting here. The returning to the void cultivators sitting here at this time are Zhou Yan and the holy son of the power clan. Xiao Yun took the lead in calling Zhao Linger over, as well as the very sweet-mouthed Xiao Qingji. After all these years, Xiao Qingji has reached the stage of transformation, and his speed is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After training him, Xiao Tanner directly threw him to the border for a long time to train, but also gave him a way to save his life. "Sister, what should we do?" Xiao Qingji spoke hurriedly the moment she saw Xiao Yun, and then she said loudly, "We can only resist this level of monster tide for a while. Let father come." Nowadays, all the inner disciples of Yuyun sect are in the stage of transformation of spirit. Except for Huafeng, who has a stronger formation, all the cultivators are at least in the middle stage of transformation of spirit. And Xiao Yun, Zhao Linger, and Zhao Taizhu have reached the early stage of returning to the void. Xiao Yun is about to reach the middle stage of returning to the void, and her strength is unfathomable. I have been informed. Xiao Yun's eyes were sharp, and she cast her sights directly to the outer periphery of the defense line and said, "We will resist, according to the plan later, and we will be responsible for support. The rest can't do anything." Zhao Linger also said with a worried face, "Why can't I cut the ancestors' shocking sword even though I have reached the early stage of returning to the void? If we all have that strength, one person can cut a sword and resolve this crisis." At this time, Zhou Yan had also arrived and took the lead to bow slightly to Xiao Yun. "Look, this little master has already reached the initial stage of returning to the void. It's simply too terrifying." Although Xiao Han also refined some aptitude pills in the later period, they are still far from the ones he repaired with the power of creation at the beginning. In addition, they have accumulated their luck, so it is natural that they will break through the realm quickly. Zhou Yan slowly said, "We can't chop out the master's sword. It's not just as simple as having enough strength. And do you really think that we can solve the current monster tide by chopping out that sword. After the master's sword before, the monsters have also made a lot of preparations, and now they are not so useful. Indeed, Xiao Yun continued after he finished speaking. We can only drag it out until the grandfather comes. After a few simple discussions, the few people headed towards the second line of defense. It's not that they can't kill these monsters, but the area is too large and the number is too large. Once the opening is opened, the monsters will rush in, and the entire defense line will collapse. Because of the collapse once before, a large number of brutal monsters entered the human race. After a period of lurking, several monster tides broke out, making the entire human race exhausted. Moreover, they could feel that there were several powerful auras staring at them in the distance. Xiao Yun's first reaction was to raise her hand and cast a group attack spell, and countless fireballs fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A huge crash came from outside the second barrier. The first defense had been razed to the ground under the strong attack of the monsters, and it was not even possible to see that there had been a barrier. Including the materials for building the city wall, they were all devoured by some monsters. After Xiao Yun took action, several more spells appeared. Xiao Qingji's fire attribute spells were more refined than Xiao Yun's, thanks to the true phoenix blood. Unlike Li Yixuan and Xiao Tanner, Xiao Qingji had the residual true phoenix blood in her body, while they had the blood of the phoenix. After a period of time, with the help of Xiao Han, the true phoenix blood in Xiao Qingji's body was directly refined and completely integrated into Xiao Qingji's body. Now she has a very strong talent. You must know that this is the blood of the fairy beast, the real fairy beast. The strongest 9 Li Demon Emperor on Blue Star is only about the nascent soul stage. The large-scale attack of the 4 returning to the virtual cultivators and many transformation cultivators slowed down the tide of many monsters. At this time they were blocked outside the second line of defense, and a large number of casualties continued to occur, but it was undoubtedly much better than before. Xiao Yun and others have been releasing group attack spells. At this time, single spells are not advantageous. As for Zhou Yan and the Holy Sun, they do not have such strong strength. They are indeed invincible in the same realm, but that is under the giant ape transformation, and they are much worse for group attack spells. Not every physical cultivator is Xiao Han. Then at this moment, a large number of violent one-horned rhinos appeared in the group of monsters, and they were attacking frantically. The monsters around began to avoid them, fearing that they would collide with them. Zhou Yan's eyes were a little solemn. The strength of this group of one-horned rhinos was above level 3. Once these rhinos rushed to the second line of defense, the second line of defense would be destroyed in an instant. The most important thing was that this group of one-horned rhinos was led by 4 or 5 levels or even 6-level transformed monsters. At the back was a 6-level transformed monster, but at this time it was still the body of a one-horned rhinoceros. The flashing light on the one-horned rhinoceros blocked most of the attacks. Zhou Yan hurriedly said, "Young master, leave that group of one-horned rhinos to us." Then he pulled the Holy Sun directly towards the group of one-horned rhinos. Xiao Yun's face was solemn. Without 2 returning to the void cultivators to support the battle, the situation was getting worse and worse. At this moment, 6 sixth-order transformed monsters appeared in the distance. At the same time, Xiao Yun's heart sank. Was the other party planning to launch a general attack? Soon, the 6 figures appeared several kilometers in front of Xiao Yun and others. One of the female monsters said, "I have always heard that Xiao Yun of Yun sect is gifted and has reached the early stage of returning to the void. I came here specially to try today. I wonder if you can fulfill my wish. This is a clear goal. There are only 2 returning to the void cultivators. Xiao Yun and Zhao Linger here, and the other side has 6 sixth-order transformed monsters. Zhou Yan has already fought, so it is impossible to leave at this time. The rest of the transformation stage can only help resist the monster tide and cannot play a role. She and Zhao Linger were going to fight 2 against 6. Xiao Yun thought for a moment and looked at Zhao Linger and said, "Can it work? If not, let's retreat first. If we retreat, they can't do anything to us." But Zhao Linger said, "Can you still say it's not possible? We can't let the entire defense line collapse because we value our lives." Xiao Yun didn't comment. The other party was coming for them. Hashtag C22739 Netherworld Fire Formation 1. Among the 6 transformed monsters, 2 of them are female and the other 4 are male. Because they have been in their transformed form since the beginning, the few people have not seen the original appearance of these transformed monsters, so they have no way to infer what means they have, and they cannot prepare in the first time. Although the transformed monsters are very difficult to deal with as long as you know what their true form is, there are roughly traces to follow. The biggest advantage of monsters over humans is their long lifespan and their racial talents. But the most fatal point is also here, they cannot have a variety of attack methods. Just like the one-horned giant rhinoceros that is fighting fiercely below. The attack method is extremely simple, as long as they know their true form. "Oh, why are you still not talking?" The female monster paused and then said, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent." Just before the monster was about to take action, another monster whispered, "Don't fight too hard. This time we are just testing and completing the Monster King's order." Xiao Yun's strength is unfathomable. After all, she is the great-great-granddaughter of the Yuyun Patriarch. Her methods are very cunning, and the Zhao Linger next to her is also very talented. At the beginning, the monster showed an expression of "I understand" and went directly towards Xiao Yun. At the moment when it was about to arrive, its 2 hands turned into 2 sickles. The cold light on it was permeable. It was hard to imagine that such a charming woman was actually a Songlong blood scythe monster. This kind of monster is extremely rare and has amazing talents. It has the appearance of a wolf, but it walks upright, and the most important thing is that its 2 front paws look like sickles. Xiao Yun frowned and directly sacrificed the flying sword to meet him. The remaining monsters also attacked one after another, heading towards the 2. Xiao Yun looked at the 6 transformed monsters and shouted to Zhao Linger, "We will split it equally. If we can kill them, we will kill them. We will never leave any chances." Zhao Linger and Xiao Yun both have fire attribute spiritual roots, and with the improvement of the ancestors' power of creation, the quality of their spiritual roots has reached the best or even higher, but it is slightly worse than Xiao Qingji. Xiao Qingji was tempered by a drop of fairy beast's blood since she was born, which led to that result. At this time, Xiao Yun was controlling a huge fire wheel to deal with several monsters, always looking for the opportunity to kill the opponent. Ding ding! Xiao Yun's flying sword has been fighting with the blood sickle monster, making a ding-ding sound from time to time, and countless cold rays came out, leaving huge traces around. The blood sickle monster gave up the transformation in just a moment. After all, the strength of the original body is stronger. He desperately chopped the 2 sickles on the spirit sword, trying to knock it down, but it didn't have a very good result. At the same time, Zhao Linger released a 9 nether holy flame to protect herself and then quickly rushed towards the group of monsters. After several attempts, Zhao Linger positioned her main attack direction early in the morning, which was a powerful means of concealment and killing. It seemed like a group attack technique, but she practiced a few powerful techniques with high potential. The 3 transformed monsters quickly chased after them. These 3 were all monsters in the early 6th stage, and their status among the monsters was extremely high. When the figure swooped down, many monsters began to take the initiative to avoid them. Zhao Linger was escaping while killing a large number of monsters around her. If you are careful, you will find that there is a tiny needle floating in front of Zhao Linger, and this needle has been absorbing the blood and qi around. However, unlike others, after the needle absorbs the blood and qi, it is like a boiling flame, burning and refining the countless blood and qi, and finally, the tiny needle becomes hotter and hotter. After a while, Zhao Linger suddenly turned around. Hua Li, go! The Hua Li went straight to the weakest transformed monster, pierced its forehead, and the next moment it stopped moving, turned into a huge white tiger and smashed to the ground. The monsters around the tiger fled completely. This was the pressure from the king. Even if it was a corpse, it was definitely not something that ordinary monsters could get close to. The process was very short, but it was very difficult to do. In this ongoing battle, Xiao Han arrived late. Although he had an ancient teleportation array, he still needed several teleportations before he finally arrived at the Sichuan Pass. No matter what the other party's purpose is, just show the right attitude. The current monster clan is not the former demon clan and ranger organization. Various hidden means are needed to expose it actively. Just kill it. The overwhelming monsters are so dense that they can no longer be described as a group of monsters. They are so close together that they are like ants next to each other. Xiao Han immediately slapped down with one palm, directly killing countless monsters. Xiao Yun and Zhao Linger had no problem. If the two of them couldn't even deal with 6 6th-level primary monsters, then it would be a waste of his training for so long. The most important thing now is to deal with this monster tide to prevent a large number of monsters from pouring into Tianxian continent and causing a strong hidden danger. Xiao Han locked his sights on the 16 points of the entire monster tide. He just slapped the first point. At the moment when countless monsters were killed, a spell was instantly completed. At the same time, many materials flew out and a small defense shield was set. The monster seemed to know what it was doing, and it desperately attacked the small defense shield, but it had no effect. The moment before the fiery red spell was completed, Xiao Han stopped directly, and the fiery red formation seemed to be completely fixed at that moment. No monster could stop Xiao Han's behavior, but they still tried their best to attack the defense line. During this period of time, Xiao Han slapped again. Boom! A huge sound resounded through the sky. Xiao Yun also took the opportunity to kill a 6th-level transformed monster. The remaining 4 transformed monsters had already begun to retreat when they saw Xiao Han, but they were helpless and were entangled. The strength of these 2 girls was too terrifying. The Demon King only issued a test order. There was no need to fight so hard. The originally low morale was thus lifted, and then a cultivator shouted loudly, "Ancestor Yuyun is here, we have hope. Hold the line of defense, and we must hold this second line of defense. Finally, there is hope. As long as Ancestor Yuyun takes action, there is no problem that cannot be solved. Now I only believe in Ancestor Yuyun and no one else's words will work." You are not talking nonsense. Just when everyone was excited, the commander of the 3rd line of defense immediately ordered all the defenders of the 3rd line of defense to rush to the 2nd line of defense. At the same time, a large number of defense equipment began to be transported to the 2nd line of defense. Then the entire Sichuan Pass was fully supported by the 2nd line of defense to fight desperately with this wave of monsters. It is not certain how long they can hold out with such a dispersion, not to mention that victory will be far away when the ancestor comes. #C2274 9 Netherworld Fire Formation 2. Boom! Xiao Han slapped down his palm again, and 10 consecutive palms made Xiao Han's face pale. It's not just the 10 palms, but he was also controlling 10 spells at the same time and setting up the 10 defense shields. Some careful cultivators discovered Xiao Han's pattern. Did you find that Ancestor Yun came here according to the points? Well, there seems to be some pattern just now, and why is there a fiery red spell in the small defense shield? I deeply suspect that Ancestor Yun is planning to do something big. I think your guess is true. The human cultivators discovered this, and the demons naturally discovered this, but when they noticed it, Ancestor Yun had already arranged these 10 points. Immediately, a 6th-level monster said, "Destroy those 10 points at all costs." Immediately, many 4th-level and 5th-level transformed monsters rushed over and headed towards those 10 points. The cultivators on the human side naturally could not let the monsters succeed. Now they just had to trust the old ancestor Yun. A large number of cultivators came together and stopped the countless monsters in a short time. A transformed monster cursed immediately. "Damn it! Why are these humans fighting so hard? Is it because of the arrival of Xiao Han?" The situation of the monsters is very awkward now. It is not easy to retreat. So many monsters have issued orders to retreat. The trampling damage alone is difficult to estimate. When the human race chases again, it is better to just attack like this, at least some can be replaced. But having said that, with the old ancestor Yun, it is really impossible to win. A transformed monster pondered for a while, looked at the entire monster tide, and suddenly found that these monsters seemed to be the kind that did not have a strong sense of autonomy, and they were also easy to reproduce and had a short lifespan. Perhaps the Demon King planned to sacrifice them completely from the beginning. After thinking of this result, they thought of a trace of sadness. Whether they were ruled by humans or the demons themselves, it was just the difference between being bullied by their own tribe and being bullied by other tribes. But creatures are so strange. They would rather be bullied by their own people than by other creatures. They could only give it a try. The transformed demon beasts understood, and the support had not arrived yet, which was enough to explain everything. They had been chosen by the Demon King to be sacrificed. Under the huge pressure, they burst out with strength far beyond the past. The sound of dong dong was endless, and the difficulty of control became more and more difficult. Xiao Han had completed the arrangement of several points. At this time, Xiao Han was about to reach his limit. If there was even a slightly stronger 6th-level demon beast attacking him now, what he had just done would completely collapse. But he couldn't remove the hidden threat first. Once that happened, the demon beast might break through this pass before the entire formation was arranged. When Xiao Han had arranged all 14 points, his spiritual power was completely exhausted, and he could not squeeze it out no matter what. Xiao Han's face was livid, but at this moment, Xiao Han suddenly found that there were suddenly some golden balls on the bodies of many human races. These balls were exactly the same as when he gave a speech before, but the difference was that the golden balls seemed to contain power. What happened? The countless golden balls floated towards Xiao Han, and at the moment of absorption they were sucked away by the Yuanshan. Xiao Han was shocked, and then he fought with the Yuanshan frantically. The golden balls turned into energy to support Xiao Han. At this moment, Xiao Han felt that he could arrange the points again. Xiao Han looked at the monks below and muttered in his heart, "Depend on you." This seems to be a kind of belief. The original golden balls may be some worship generated by his lectures. This can also be understood as a kind of belief. Xiao Han is now very popular with the monks. It was not until the moment when all the 16 points were arranged that Xiao Han slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The formation was finally arranged. The little dragon of the spirit vein is now sleeping, and it can only rely on its own strength. Xiao Han quickly formed seals with both hands, and the 16 points suddenly exploded. The spell was also completed in an instant, and a large amount of fire attribute energy burst out from the ground. But he felt a hint of chill again, and this chill was very familiar. It was the 9 Nether Holy Flame. 9 Nether Fire Formation. Boom! The ground collapsed, and a large number of monsters were covered by the spewing flames, and ghosts cried and wolves howled for a while. And the 16 points did not end, but were connected together in an extremely domineering way. The whole flame exploded more violently, and soon the ground began to shake, and a large amount of ground fire began to emerge. But it was soon swallowed up by the original flame. Sizzle. Countless monster bodies were burnt, giving off a strong meaty aroma.
Xiao Han.
Had no mercy on these monsters, but all those who could participate in the attack on the human defense line had to be killed. Some were more of a pity. There were many edible monsters here, if they were used to cultivate cultivators. Even if they were used to cultivate mortals, they could cultivate many powerful armies. At the very least, they could be used as fertilizer for spiritual medicines, but he couldn't do that. There was no time for him to consider killing them, one by one. At present, this is the only way to quickly resolve the monster tide. After experiencing the monster tide that Xiao Han had personally experienced. Before, Xiao Han had already begun to think about how to resolve the monster tide faster. This 9 nether fire formation was studied. This formation was based on another formation, but the spells in it were replaced by 9 nether holy
Flames by Xiao Han.
That's why it was named 9 nether fire formation. The reason why there are 16 points is because he can only control 17 9 nether holy flames now, and this formation must be 4, 9 and 16. The next time you want to upgrade the 9 nether fire formation, you can only use it when you can control 25 9 nether holy flames. In the burning of this blazing flame, Xiao Han sat directly above the flame, with a layer of 9 nether holy flames protecting him in the middle. He was like an immortal. In the eyes of others, the ancestor was aloof and looked at everything calmly. In fact, only Xiao Han himself knew that his spiritual power was empty and he needed to recover quickly instead of just watching. There were endless troubles and only strength was the most reliable. The fire burned for a whole day and night, and the surroundings were burned clean, and the original world-destroying level monster tide was completely suppressed. Kill! Charge! Accompanied by waves of excited roars, the human race that had been defending the place headed directly towards the disintegrating demon race. The remaining demon beasts also quickly disintegrated, and many of them were too anxious to dodge the 9 nether holy flame, and were eventually burned to death by the 9 nether holy flame. Xiao Han also slowly opened his eyes, and his strength was restored. But why did the reinforcements of the demon race not arrive yet? Could it be a test? Test their strength and bottom line. Hashtag C2275 Jueying City. Demon King Island. When Yao Chun, the Demon King, saw the video sent back, he was full of hesitation. This time he had planned the test and there was no other reason. He has now reached the peak level of the 7th level, which is the great perfection of the human race's spirit separation realm. But when he saw Xiao Han defeating the demon beast tide, the whole demon felt bad. Yao Chun looked at the female demon who was reporting and slowly said, "Hua, Jianwu, is this Xiao Han really that strong? For the measurement of strength, the simplest way is this." Hua Jianwu nodded heavily after thinking for a moment, and then whispered, "Although I haven't had close contact, judging from Xiao Han's current strength, he is indeed ridiculously strong. Of course, it is still a lot worse than you, the Demon King." Yao Chun sneered. "Now is not the time to say good things. I need a definite news. Or a decision." Hua Jianwu showed doubts. Since the Demon King broke through to the peak of the 7th level, he has not seen other demon beasts. All the news was transmitted by her. However, she did not pass on any false information because as long as there was one false information, her end would be death. Hua Jianwu did not believe that the Demon King would not confirm her news. "It seems that you still don't quite understand what I mean by decision," the Demon King muttered to himself and soon said, "In this situation, should the human race fight or not?" Hua Jianwu said decisively, "Everything is up to your arrangement. Come on. Just say it if you are asked to," Yao Chun said impatiently. Then Hua Jianwu spoke up. "There are only 2 things to worry about, whether to fight or not, whether it would be too radical if we fight, and whether it would be too conservative if we don't fight. The safest way is to continue to accumulate strength and wait until you, Lord Demon King, break through to the 8th level. This is a huge gap. By then, Even if Xiao Han breaks through to the middle or late stage of the distraction, it doesn't matter. But this is also a good thing. It takes a long time for us monsters to break through, and although the human race has a short lifespan, their talent is good. If Hua Jianwu was stunned for a moment, and the Demon King immediately said, if, what? That. If Lord Demon King has not broken through for a long time, of course. This phenomenon is unlikely. By then, Xiao Han's strength will rise steadily, and the consequences will be difficult to control. The Demon King's expression condensed. Hua Jianwu was right. Although he was the Demon King and had luck, Xiao Han was too evil. After thinking for a while, Yao Chun waved his hand and said, I know, you go down first. Hua Jianwu nodded and left, while Yao Chun fell into deep thought. He didn't know what the outcome would be if he continued like this. Now he even regretted it a little. He should have taken action at the first moment. A few days later, Juying City. It has been several days since the Sichuan Pass was breached by the monster tide. With the original preparation, the losses suffered were quickly made up. Fortunately, Xiao Han acted in time and did not cause any major losses. Otherwise, the consequences would be immeasurable. Xiao Han was in Juying City at this time. Juying City, as the largest and most core city around the border, was built on Juying Gate. This place is also like the Wanzhong City branch with an extremely important geographical location. In addition to the frequent friction with monsters, there is a good development prospect here. Many cultivators began to move to Juying City, and various teams were gradually established. Many cultivators even skipped the defense line and went directly to the monster continent. There are usually only two results for the team that goes in. One is annihilated, the other is full of information and can bring back a lot of information to help improve the map of the entire demon continent. At this time, Xiao Han was in a secret room with a frown. Xiao Tanner was cooking on the side. The secret room here is actually a room with a relatively complete interior. Basically, there is everything. Xiao Tanner made a lot of delicious food, which she learned from Hu Yong, and her cooking skills have greatly improved. Since the monster tide, Xiao Han has been in a low mood, and Xiao Tanner wanted to make something delicious to make Xiao Han happy. Until all the dishes were ready, Xiao Tanner came to Xiao Han and whispered, Xiao Han, it's time to eat. I remember that the last time I ate was several months ago.
Xiao Han nodded.
In this case, how could he have the leisure to cook and eat every day? But he still had this desire for food and would eat from time to time. Seeing Xiao Han frowning, Xiao Tanner asked in a low voice, What are you thinking about? You haven't laughed properly for many days. Xiao Han didn't want to say anything, but finally said, Actually, what can be bothering me? It's nothing more than the matter with the Demon Clan. If we choose to attack the Demon Clan at this time, can we be sure of victory? Xiao Tanner said, Whether we are sure of victory or not, we will all listen to you. As long as you speak, all of us will obey. This is not what I said. This is the common idea of all cultivators. What you said now, that is what all cultivators obey. Xiao Han was a little surprised. He had never had such cohesion before, and he had never thought that he could have such a strong cohesion, including doing things in accordance with his heart. I don't know when he has reached this point. Xiao Han spoke again. Perhaps it is because of these that I am so hesitant. You have to know that if all this fails, it is the human race that will fail, and everyone will die.
Xiao Tanner was silent.
See, it is so difficult to decide. Now I am no longer representing myself.
Xiao Han sighed slightly.
When he reached a certain point, this was the result.
No.
Xiao Tanner pondered for a moment and said again, You are still yourself. What you consider is nothing more than everyone's expectations of you. In fact, you don't need to consider so much. Just follow your heart now. In this case, you are not everyone's will, but everyone is your will. If you consider so much and are so indecisive. Even if you can stabilize, you can only survive at most. Boom! Xiao Han seemed to have figured something out. Yes, why should I consider so much? Just follow your heart. What does it matter what others do? After a moment of silence, Xiao Han immediately said, "You notify Xiao Qian and the others to come over now." Xiao Tanner seemed to have thought of something, and then asked softly, "For what?" Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "General attack. You notify Xiao Qian and the others, and I will contact the Demon Clan." This time the Demon Clan is obviously a test. From their lack of reaction, I think. My current strength should be feared by the Demon King. Now is the best time, and all preparations have been made. There is not much time left for us to fight a protracted war. At this moment, Xiao Tanner smiled happily. It seems that Xiao Han's knot has been resolved. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tanner slowly said, "There's no need to rush. Why don't we have a peaceful meal first? Perhaps this will be the most peaceful meal we'll have next time. I'll go inform Xiao Yun and his siblings, as well as Xiao Qingji. Oh, and call Xianer over as well." Xiao Han thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. Let's have a peaceful meal first. But why call Li Yishuan?" Xiao Tanner grinned and said, "Because we're all family." Hashtag C2276 Fighting the Demon King 1. A few months later, Sichuan Pass. Since the entire big plan to destroy the Demon Clan was finalized, all the strength of the entire human race has been leaning towards the border, especially these 8 major passes. After a heart-to-heart chat with Xiao Tanner, it was finally decided to move all forces to the border. In the process of communicating with the demons finally chose to live and die together and transferred a large amount of strength to the border close to the demons. On this day, Xiao Han gathered all the senior officials together. Looking at the many familiar figures, Xiao Han slowly said, "Everyone, after careful consideration, I finally decided to fight the Demon Clan to the death." Lu Yen was non-committal. She was the first to know about these things, but some people didn't know, so she took the initiative to say, "I don't know when we will do it. According to the current situation, if everything is ready, it will take about 3 years." "Yes, Ancestor, we are all acting according to your instructions. At this time, how long will it take? There are still many preparations that have not been completed." Xiao Han was silent for a moment and then said, 3 days later." 3 days. Countless monks were shocked. This was really too embarrassing. However, everyone has some idea, so it is not too difficult to accept. It was Xiao Tanner who was the first to speak. "Don't gather here, everyone. Go back and prepare." 3 days later, Xiao Han led many senior officials to the pass, while the rest were fully prepared. He could not really let the humans and demons fight to the death. After arriving at the pass, Xiao Han looked into the distance. Due to the continuous shrinkage of the dark world, the dark matter in the entire Tianxian world was greatly reduced. At this time, Xiao Han's hearing returned to its previous level. Hearing and spiritual consciousness are released at the same time, and the situation nearby can be clearly understood in an instant. Then Xiao Han locked onto one of the places without saying anything. He just took it with one palm, and the countless monsters died miserably. Xiao Han slapped him with several palms again, and countless monsters died miserably. It wasn't until the nearby monsters were almost cleared that Xiao Han said loudly, "If there are still people alive, please give your demon emperor a message, saying that human Xiao Han wants to see him. If it doesn't appear for a moment, then I will kill him for a moment until he appears." At this time, Xiao Han was the only one in the void. As for the other monks, they were waiting for news at the pass and were ready for anything at any time. Ha ha ha! The moment Xiao Han's words fell, a voice came from a distance. This voice did not sound old, and then said, "As expected, Xiao Han is a human being. He is good at doing things. Ruthless." Yao Chen's figure also appeared in the void. After some thinking, he felt that now was the best time. There would be risks in making any decision. If he was afraid, it would be better to just give in. After a moment of silence, Na Yaochen spoke again. I wonder if you called me here to negotiate with me? If that's the case again, the demon clan, will fight to the death with you. No, no, no. Xiao Han waved his hand gently and continued. My meaning remains the same, but I want to change it. I think you know very well what the entire Tianxian world will face. What do you think the consequences of this going on will be for the creatures in the Tianxian world? Yao Chun was slightly moved. Xiao Han was right. If they continue like this, even if the demon clan wins in the end, it will only be lingering on and will be defeated by the dark world in the end. In fact, he had not considered it this way before, but after witnessing Xiao Han's attack, he definitely no longer had an absolute certainty of victory in his heart. At that time, you can only eliminate yourself. After thinking for a moment, Yao Chen slowly said, I wonder what you mean? What I mean is very simple. We are one-on-one. If I win, I will retain all the power of your 5th level transformed monsters and below. If you win, then you will retain the power of us monks in the transformation stage. I think it's better for both parties. Life can continue to exist and it can end quickly. Of course, this has a premise, that is, the remaining creatures on both sides will not make any resistance. I can swear by my Taoist heart, and I hope you can do the same. Xiao Han spoke very quickly. Yao Chen's eyes were slightly cold, and he finally said slowly, Then according to your decision, we will decide the outcome individually. Then Xiao Han swore with his Taoist heart. In fact, no matter how good it was, for them it was really impossible to exterminate all the monsters. At least, they had to be preserved. Exterminating the remaining creatures would also be a harm to themselves. The truth is simple. After destroying the transformed monsters of level 5 or above and then stabbing some more, the rest will no longer be threatening, so that you can continue to deal with subsequent dark catastrophes. Hold head high. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky, and before Xiao Han could react, the Demon King completed his body transformation, and Xiao Han subconsciously completed the giant ape transformation. Unexpectedly, the body of this Demon King was a white dragon. To be precise, it was a type of demon dragon. Unexpectedly, he became the Demon King of this term. The inheritance of the Demon King is not continued by a certain race, but will be selected from many demon beasts, and the demon with the most luck will eventually be selected to become the Demon King. The 4 holy beasts have returned. After whispering, the 4 holy beasts turned into the 4 holy beasts. Now, each of the holy beasts has a 6th level strength, and the 4 holy beasts have reached the 7th level, which is currently the strongest. The white tiger sword slashed down with one strike. Under the transformation of the giant ape, the force of the sword split the mountain and cracked the ground, and struck the white dragon with one strike. Zhang! This attack did not leave even a trace of blood on the white dragon. Xiao Han immediately pulled away and slashed again, but this time the white dragon spit out a dragon breath from its mouth, which completely dispelled Xiao Han's attack. This Demon King was really a little difficult to deal with, but Xiao Han did not care. He had never thought that he could take down the Demon King in a short time. The attacks fell again and again, and the two sides fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Along with this intense battle, many cultivators and demons gradually surrounded the periphery of the battlefield and watched this battle quietly. They also stared at each other, as if as long as an order was given, the two sides would fall into a desperate fight. The white tiger sword also gradually lost its luster under the long-term attack. Xiao Han simply put it away and hit it with one punch after another. The white dragon's means are better than those of ordinary demon beasts, but overall it is still lacking. The only advantage lies in its powerful attack power. This shocking battle did not attract any strange phenomena in the world. Even the Demon King could not attract it. Xiao Han's heart became more and more worried. If so, the Tianxian realm might be able to withstand the strength of the 8th level or even higher, and the entire human race is currently worrying. The battle between the two sides was so fierce that it lasted until Xiao Han felt that the giant ape's transformation could no longer withstand it, and then he began to condense one spell after another. Every time the sun sets, the world will turn into colorful colors. The little dragon of the spirit vein has been sleeping all the time and has not woken up, otherwise this demon king is really not his opponent. Hashtag C2277, Fighting the Demon King. 2. The sky and earth changed color. The most important thing in the entire battlefield was that the two of them turned the surrounding area into ruins, and even a tiny life did not exist. If it were not for the restoration of the rules of the Tianxian Realm Avenue, and the increasing strength that could be endured, I am afraid that this person and this demon would have destroyed the entire Tianxian realm long ago. The aftermath of the battle alone killed too many creatures. No creatures on both sides intervened in the battle between this person and this demon. Ahem. Xiao Han coughed hard and spit out a lot of blood. Now there is almost no part of his body that is not injured. At the beginning, his body could still recover, but the later it was, the slower his body recovered. Xiao Han said with difficulty, "Demon King, you are the strongest opponent I have ever seen. If I lose today, I hope you will fulfill your promise." When the Demon King saw Xiao Han say this, his expression was slightly better. Did he finally not bear it? It seems that he will be the only one who will win this battle. If Xiao Han holds on for a while longer, I am afraid that even he will not be able to continue fighting. This Xiao Han is really a monster, suppressing him with the strength of the early stage of distraction. Xiao Han's appearance was not very good now, and his was not much worse. There was not a single intact scale on his body. Even though his defense was extremely strong, it was now full of holes. The shocking battle was no exaggeration. The Demon King said loudly, "You can't even protect yourself now, and you still consider the entire human race and the demon race. It's really ridiculous to think about it. Don't worry after you die, as long as the human and demon races don't resist, I will definitely not destroy them." Xiao Han grinned and condensed several spells again. Each one was Xiao Han's best, from the 9 nether holy flame of the fire system to the black steel rock of the earth system, almost to the extreme. Of course, there are some other ancient spells which also have miraculous effects. If facing a slightly weaker strength, one will die if not careful. But there is no way this white dragon has the strength of the 7th level peak, and it is not an ordinary demon beast, but a demon king, and it has great luck. Every time Xiao Han is about to reach his limit, the soul will feed back a little power to him. The morale of the entire human race was low because of Xiao Han's continuous defeat, but fortunately they could still hold on. Lu Yen frowned, feeling extremely anxious, but in this situation, they couldn't do anything. Xiao Tanner suddenly shouted, "Everyone, the human, demon, and monster races have no way back, and they will have to fight in the end no matter what. Are we going to be so decadent? You can trust Xiao Han and your Yuyun Patriarch. Over the years, Yuyun Patriarch has never let you down. Even when facing a desperate situation, there is always a glimmer of hope." When Xiao Tanner's words fell into the ears of the many cultivators, they immediately caused a great response. "Hey, I think that's the truth. When we were all in despair, Ancestor Yuyun always gave us surprises. I think it should be the same this time. Don't give up. Hehe, you are the one who has to give up. I have never given up." "That's right. What about the Demon King? He is a joke in front of Ancestor Yuyun." More and more cultivators gathered. Outside the Sichuan Pass, countless cultivators above the Jindan stage gathered, including the demons. At this time it was a dark mass. It was impossible to describe the number and count it. A large number of golden light balls gradually appeared. Xiao Han, who was fighting with the Demon King, was happy and quickly absorbed these golden balls. But when absorbing, the Yuanshan seemed to feel Xiao Han's state and did not compete with him. At this time, another strange phenomenon appeared. Some of the golden balls were absorbed by the Yuanshan, and the gold on the Yuanshan's body gradually turned black. The black covered the original gold at a very fast speed. The current soul is like a person split in the middle, half golden and the other half black. But the black is much less than the gold. However, in the case of incomplete absorption, the black gradually increased. Xiao Han was just confused for a moment, and then suddenly realized that the black was probably provided by the demons. The power of faith may not change, but if it is transformed into the energy of the soul, it will be different. The final result is that the soul must reach a balance. The reason why there was no black originally was that the power of faith of the demons was too little, and it was assimilated as soon as it was absorbed. But it is different now. Compared with the human race, the power of faith of the demons is not less. A large amount of energy was poured into Xiao Han, and at this time he was gathering a lot of human faith. He became better and better because of this, and this rising strength would definitely not be able to escape Yao Chun. In order to make himself more vivid, Xiao Han directly slapped his chest with a palm and countless blood gushed out. Xiao Han's eyes were sharp. When he looked at the Demon King, his expression suddenly became serious and he said, "Yao Chun, right? I will remember your name. Oh, are you ready to fight to the death?" The Demon King felt the rising strength in Xiao Han's body, and it was clear that he was going to give it a try. If he could survive this period of time, he would be the final winner. After thinking for a while, Yao Chun continued to speak. "Or, if you are willing to be killed by me now, I can spare your descendants' lives. As long as he swears with his heart of Taoism that he will never resist, I can spare his life, but only one." Even at this time, the Demon King did not relax his guard. If he could solve the problem in this way, he would never force it. Before Xiao Han spoke, Xiao Yun said loudly, "People of my Xiao family will only die in battle, and there is no such thing as living in humiliation." Xiao Qingji also said, "If you want to fight, then fight. People of my Xiao family will fight to the last moment." Xiao Qian said loudly, "Grandpa, we don't want to live in humiliation." Bai Long was slightly surprised. He had heard that Xiao Han and his descendants were all tough, but he didn't expect it to be true. It seemed that there was no room for negotiation. Just when Bai Long was thinking about how to resist Xiao Han's attack, Xiao Han suddenly released countless Taoist magics. The heaven and earth magic directly locked Bai Long, and then condensed a sword energy with one hand. Chopping down directly, the Demon King felt the sharp sword energy. The terrifying pressure released from it was definitely not what the so-called last gasp could have. It was clearly real strength. Oops. Finally, he let his guard down. Yao Chun hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, now is the time for you to make achievements. Anyone who kills Xiao Han will be the king for generations." The monster behind him became excited and quickly rushed towards Xiao Han and the countless humans. Yao Chun suddenly pulled away and tried to escape. If he died, what was the point of the monster race still existing? What made Yao Chun desperate was that he could no longer lock Xiao Han's figure. After the sword energy arrived, Xiao Han appeared behind Yao Chun and hit Yao Chun directly with a punch. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of the dragon's mouth. The Demon King was completely killed. Something that Xiao Han could not see was quietly entering Xiao Han's body, and at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Han could feel this energy, but he could not see it. This feeling was like a kind of luck. #C2278 Subduing the Demon Clan. The Demon King was killed by Xiao Han's attack, which exceeded everyone's expectations, and the same was true for those demon clans. Previously, it was clear that the Demon Emperor was taking advantage of the victory to pursue, and Xiao Han was just counterattacking on the verge of death. Why did such a reversal occur in this moment? Among the entire crowd, Only Li Yishuan, Xiao Tanner and Lu Yen smiled. They knew what was going on. What Xiao Tanner just said had a certain purpose. While many monsters were still stunned, Xiao Han raised his hand again, and dozens of heaven and earth spells were instantly suppressed, and the white tiger sword was once again held in his hand. After several days of recovery, the white tiger saber had already regained a certain vitality. Xiao Han slashed the sword several times and immediately killed dozens of transformed monsters. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "As long as the monsters below the 5th level do not resist or kill, all the monsters above the 5th level will be killed." This is what he swore with his Taoist heart, and must be carried out, but these transformed monsters of level 5 or above must not be let go. To be kind to them is to be cruel to yourself, even if it is a harmonious one. It's not written on his face whether he is the master or not. He can't cause any trouble for himself at this time. Yes, Ancestor Yuyun. I will obey the order of Ancestor Yuyun. Countless monks immediately burst into flames. If they still don't understand what's going on at this time, I'm afraid they just don't have enough brains. Because of Xiao Han's presence, the entire demon clan was retreating steadily. Lu Yen and others even killed the entire demon clan. However, for the demon clan below the 5th level, everyone understood it and did not take action. After all, the monks below the stage of transformation into gods have retreated to the pass, even the demon emperor can't break it. Are you still worried about the remaining ones? As the commander-in-chief of the elimination of the demon clan, Xiao Qin compiled all the information and finally began a carpet-like elimination. A few days later, Xiao Hanlin stood in the sky somewhere, quietly looking at the 5th level monster below that was begging for mercy, with a little fox in her arms. It appeared to be a mother who had just given birth. "I will keep the child for you," but Xiao Han said, pointing the white tiger sword directly at the demon clan and said, "You still have to die." The coquettish monster had a look of despair on his face, and finally touched the little fox in his arms lovingly, and the next moment he lost all breath. Xiao Han has dealt with too many such things, and he doesn't have much emotion in his heart. He would rather be such a person than see the human and demon races being treated like this. At this moment, Xiao Han was suddenly stunned, and then stayed where he was, and waited. Not long after, he saw Zhou Yen coming towards him quickly. Zhou Yen looked anxious and looked at Xiao Han, who was the first to speak. "The elder of the clan is about to pass away. Before he died, he said that he had something important to tell the master." Xiao Han frowned and said, "How could this happen? Didn't I remember that I helped him extend his life earlier? According to my calculations, it won't be a problem for hundreds of years. What's going on now?" Zhou Yen was a little panicked for a moment, and quickly said, "I don't know the specific reason. The situation is urgent," as if the clan elder's life was suddenly sucked out of his life, and then he notified me to call the master back quickly. In this case, let's go back now. Xiao Han quickly left the land of the demon clan and at the same time notified Xiao Qian to calm down the demon clan as quickly as possible. In this case, the sooner the matter ends, the better. Branch of the Force clan. Xiao Han came to the secret room where the clan elder was, looked at the dying clan elder, and quickly transported a pure spiritual power into the clan elder's body with a trace of the power of creation at the same time. Just at the moment of typing, Xiao Han's heart sank to freezing point. Now the clan elder's physical condition is like a rotten wood, and there is no possibility of treatment at all. The clan elder trembled and said, "Master, there is no need to exert any more effort. I know the condition of my body very well. It has completely lost its vitality. Master, you don't have to feel sorry. It might not be so uncomfortable for me to die early. After all, at least I died in relative peace without having to see a world like purgatory." Hearing this, Xiao Han fell silent and did not ask anything. The clan elder waved his hand directly, and a picture appeared in front of Xiao Han. This picture was extremely real, as if it was happening right now. The picture is a purgatory, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The whole world has become a purgatory. There are no living creatures here, only the miserable scene. The clan elder was silent for a moment before speaking. Not long ago my vitality seemed to be suddenly drained, and then I saw this picture. I may have seen it more comprehensively. These are just fragments. Master, you don't have to doubt that the scene you just saw is the Tianxian world in the near future. By then, the whole world will face tragic death. I saw in the future that the Dark Realm ruled the entire Tianxian realm, and everyone was killed. What they wanted was not the Tianxian realm with living beings, but just this world. The Dark Realm wants to devour the Tianxian realm. To be more precise, the will of the Dark Realm wants to devour the Tianxian realm. This means that when the evil spirits come again, it will be the end of the entire Tianxian realm. Ahem, the clan elder said and coughed violently again. Xiao Han's expression was extremely cold. Xiao Han really couldn't imagine it under such circumstances, but since the clan elder called him over, there might be some solution. So, is there any solution? The clan elder nodded and said, there is indeed a way to do it. I saw a glimmer of life. They were two swords, one golden sword, but the sword was made of dark gold and bright gold. The other sword is black, composed of gray-black and dark black. According to my speculation, it is the human emperor and the demon emperor, who joined forces to extract the bones and souls of the saint son and the saint daughter, and finally forged two swords. It is exactly as described in the ancient books. Xiao Han's heart clicked. In fact, he had thought about this ending, but he was just unwilling to face it. He always felt that he could solve this problem by himself. According to the information left by Mou, Chao Tanner and Li Yixuan may be fine, but the saint's son, Lu Yen, and the other one must die. Xiao Han, the saint's son of the demon clan, felt nothing, but Xiao Han, the saint's son of the human clan, couldn't bear it. If the demon emperor wanted to extract the bones of Lu Yen for a blade, would he choose to kill the demon emperor or support the demon emperor? Xiao Han already had the answer in his heart. Just when Xiao Han was thinking, the elder suddenly said, Master, there is only this way. This is the only way I have seen. Before the elder finished speaking, he was out of breath. Xiao Han knew that the unfinished words were the word vitality. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han informed Zhou Yan and briefly explained what had just happened. The entire Li clan withdrew directly from the front line and participated in the memorial ceremony of the clan elders. The entire Li clan held a funeral for him with the highest standards, and Xiao Han also participated in the funeral. Even though the mood was low, it did not last long. Life had to go on, especially the sea of blood and corpses that had to be faced. C2279 Great Unification of Humans and Demons. Decades later, the branch of the Power Clan. Xiao Han has been in seclusion for decades, and his strength has also reached the late stage of the spirit severing from the early stage of the spirit severing. In the few years since the killing of the Demon King, the entire human and demon races have been purging the demon race and finally killed all the living forces of the demon race. The continent where the demon race is located is jointly controlled by the human race and the demon race, and they began to plunder the resources on it frantically and control the demon race at the same time. The most surprising thing is that on the archipelago continent, Xiao Han found some new and strange spiritual medicines. It was these spiritual medicines that allowed Xiao Han to refine the difficulty of the human race and the demon race to reproduce offspring, and the problem that it was difficult for high-level cultivators to reproduce offspring. What made Xiao Han most depressed was that Chao Tanner asked for the first batch early and asked him to eat it every day. Xiao Han refused, but Chao Tanner said, if we don't set an example, how can we make everyone believe it? In the end, these two kinds of elixirs were promoted so that within a few decades, humans and demons intermarried, and the offspring born were even more talented, completely breaking the barriers between the two races. At the beginning, there were divisions of areas where the demons were and where the humans were, but in the past 10 years they were directly divided into the Tianxian realm, just one realm, and the original human and demon continents gradually introduced some harmless monsters or some low-level monsters to hone their strength, and the entire Tianxian realm was a thriving scene. Only Xiao Han still frowned. Xiao Tanner sat up from the bed, sorted out her clothes, and slowly came to Xiao Han and said, "What? Are you still thinking about those things? Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Whatever happens will happen. It's useless even if you think about it more comprehensively." Xiao Han looked gloomy, and then said helplessly, "Actually, I understand what you said, but I just can't be happy in my current state. So many years have passed, and I have done what I should do, but I am still very scared." Xiao Han has made many preparations, including accelerating the construction of many underground facilities. If the Qi Ling directly destroys the entire Tianxian realm's ecology, then everyone will temporarily move to live underground. Including this kind of preconception, there are many, and each one is being implemented accurately. Xiao Tanner raised her eyebrows and then whispered, "Then I will tell you something worth being happy about." Xiao Han frowned. What else can be happy at this time? Xiao Tanner smiled and said, "I'm pregnant." "What do you mean?" Xiao Han was full of confusion, and then he reacted and asked quickly, "Do you mean I'm going to have a child?" Xiao Tanner nodded gently. Seeing Xiao Tanner's state, Xiao Han didn't know what kind of emotion to express. He gave birth to a son in Tianxian realm and also had a child in Blue Star. "I don't know how it's going. I didn't expect to be able to have another child in Tianxian realm." Xiao Han directly focused his eyes on Xiao Tanner's belly, and his consciousness directly penetrated through the belly to feel the breath of life inside. As Xiao Tanner said, a tiny breath of life appeared in Xiao Tanner's lower abdomen. If Xiao Han's strength was not strong enough, it would be difficult to detect. Now it's really too tiny. Xiao Han, who was originally in a low mood, suddenly felt full of hope at this moment. This little life brought him new hope. The whole person seemed to have come out of that low mood. Just when Xiao Han was about to look away, he suddenly frowned. How could Xiao Tanner not notice Xiao Han's mood? She quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is the life breath unstable? After I felt it, I took the elixir. Is it because the effect of the medicine was too strong?" Xiao Tanner was worried. This was the continuation of life, especially the continuation between her and Xiao Han. Xiao Han quickly shook his head and looked at Xiao Tanner's belly again. Then he said in surprise, "It's not that there is any problem, but there is no problem at all. Fortunately, you have reached the great perfection of returning to the void, otherwise it would be difficult to conceive these two lives." "Huh! You really scared me to death." Xiao Tanner was relieved immediately, and then she reacted and asked, "What did you say just now? 2 lives?" "Yeah." Xiao Han nodded slightly excitedly, and then continued, "If I feel right, it should be twins. Of course, it could also be twins of a boy and a girl." Xiao Tanner was excited, and the whole person felt overflowing with happiness. This was the continuation between her and Xiao Han. Boom! Boom boom! When the two were excited, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han frowned what was going on, and then hurriedly checked his own condition. After just checking, Xiao Han's face was full of worry. Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han curiously, and then asked softly, "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Han said solemnly, "I'm going to break through to the late stage of distraction. Isn't this a good thing?" Xiao Han shook his head and said, "What good thing is it? What if I tell you that I just broke through from the early stage to the middle stage? And I can even feel that within a month of this retreat, I will be able to break through to the great perfection of distraction. At this point, Xiao Tanner understood that this was really not a good thing. This only shows one result, that is, the avenue rules of Tianxian realm are recovering at an astonishing speed, and what they are going to face can be imagined. Quick, inform Xiao Qian and the others to follow the original plan. You should prepare quickly. The entire Tianxian realm should maintain the highest alert and prepare for the worst. You must hold on until I come out of retreat and delay as much as possible. Xiao Tanner also looked heavy. This sudden incident had never occurred to them, and they were even more worried at this time. Then he hurriedly said, "Don't worry about the things here. We will handle it. You should go into retreat urgently." Xiao Han nodded, and after a brief explanation to Xiao Tanner, he began to retreat. This time Xiao Han felt that the problem might not be so simple. You must know that even if the rules of the Great Tao suddenly speed up the recovery, it is still maintained at the limit of the Mahayana, but in this case it is impossible for him to break through twice directly. It can only be said that what he faces this time may be more serious than the Mahayana, and it may reach the so-called tribulation. In other words, the dark world may descend to the 9th level instead of the 8th level. This kind of problem is clear and obvious. Thinking of this, Xiao Han became more anxious and quickly took several pills to start impacting the realm. Dark world. Thousands of Chileans gathered and quietly looked at the Chilean in the front, all waiting quietly. However, the Chilean in the front only focused his sight on the 3 figures in the front, one of which had reached the peak of the 8th level, which is the so-called peak of the true God. As for himself, his strength has reached the peak of the 9th level, and he is only one step away from the so-called integration into the will of the dark world. Then he slowly said, "It's time, everything is ready. This time all the creatures in Tianxian realm will be killed. Chiming, you will lead the team this time. I hope you won't let me down." Chiming said doubtfully, "Didn't you say that defeating the living forces is enough?" Then Chiyu said, "According to the latest instructions of the will of the dark world, all the creatures in Tianxian realm will be slaughtered." Chiming trembled all over, and then said, "Yes. #C2280 preparation. What's the situation in the north? Most of the abysses have begun to move. Has the defense line in the south been arranged?" "It has been arranged, and all the monks have gathered as much as possible near Yuyun City. The migration of mortals is also ongoing." In Yuyun City, Xiao Qian confirmed the current situation again and again. In fact, he has been nervous for decades and spent every day in agony. Not long ago, the grandmother finally spread the news. Although there will be some unknown things, it has finally been released. It will be faced sooner or later, and in the end, it is better to try your best. After listening to the report from the visitor, Xiao Qian waved his hand and said, "Well, act according to the plan. You go down first." The man bowed and left here directly, leaving Xiao Qian alone. At this moment, everyone must exert their own strength, and every person and every demon must fight on the front line. Time is life. Perhaps these preparations can allow the human race to hold on for a while longer, thus ushering in a turning point. After Xiao Qian pondered for a moment, he waved his hand and a map appeared in front of him. This map was the current Tianxian realm, and the most important place was Yuyun City. Multiple lines of defense were built around it, and many large formations were rebuilt. The current choice was to rely on Yuyun City. As for the original branches, a certain number of cultivators were left behind, and these cultivators were determined to die. When facing an attack, they would actively detonate the formation, thereby devouring a large number of Dark World spirits to death, which was also part of the plan. The defense line, originally built with Yuyun City as the main force, was originally thought to be built according to the original geographical advantages, but it was unexpectedly in the previous information that the original location of Yaqi Mountain. Suddenly a huge abyss appeared. The area of this abyss is larger than all the abysses known so far, and it is several times larger. As for the Demon Clan, in the final integration, the Yen Clan was still the core and finally joined the Yuyun sect directly. And Lu Yen and others served as the elders of the Yuyun sect. At this time, they also cooperated with the human race to make the final coordination. After the demon race was pacified, they carried out a big looting and mined all the natural materials, rare treasures, ores, etc. in the entire demon race area without restraint, and finally the headquarters coordinated them. Xiao Qian had just dealt with a case of huge corruption. Once it was found that someone embezzled money, he would directly kill the 9 clans. On weekdays, such things could be tolerated as long as they were not excessive. But now this special period would never be allowed. The major abysses are currently expanding at a weird speed, and a large amount of dark matter is filling the entire Tianxian realm again. Except for the area around Yuyun sect, there are basically no people in other places. Everyone is working hard to cultivate, such as the inner disciples of the entire Yuyun sect. All of them have reached the return to Void Realm, and many of the outer disciples have also reached the return to Void Realm. Except for Chao Tanner and others who are in the Divine Realm, the entire human race now has more than 600 return to Void cultivators, and there are countless divine transformation cultivators. In the past few decades, the number of cultivators and strong men of the human race and the demon race has grown like a blowout, and a large number of dark horses have emerged quickly. During this tense preparation, the entire abyss in the direction of Yaki Mountain not far away began to shake violently, followed by the collapse of countless mountains and land. The originally huge hole expanded again, and it expanded nearly 10 times in the blink of an eye, but even so, no light could shine into the abyss. Countless dark matter gushed out and enveloped the surroundings. If you have been to the dark world, you will find that the concentration of dark matter near the abyss at this time is basically the same as that of the dark world. A large number of Qi-Ling emerged from the abyss and came to Tianxian realm, and the weakest of these Qi-Ling had the strength of the 4th level. There are nearly 1,000 6th-level Qi-Lings, and nearly 27th level Qi-Lings. The most critical 3 figures in the front, each of them has the strength of the 8th level. Qi Ming slightly adjusted to the surrounding environment, and then said to the 2 people next to him, "You two, today our target is only Xiao Han. If you meet him, just kill him directly. No need to talk nonsense. There is no room for negotiation." One of the Qi-Lings said, "Don't worry, even if he has reached the peak of the distraction, it can only die in our hands." Qi Ming hurriedly said, "Don't delay it. Have you forgotten how we failed before? Xiao Han is not a person who can be judged by common sense. In addition, let the other Qi-Lings start to do a carpet-style cleanup of the entire Tianxian realm, and no living creatures can be spared." Yes, the 3 8th-level Qi-Lings headed towards Yuyun City at a very fast speed. All the information had been explored before the action was taken. 80% of the combat power of the entire Tianxian realm was basically near Yuyun City. It's not that 80% of the living creatures gathered nearby, but that all the powerful ones were basically gathered here. The Tianxian realm wanted to fight to the death with the Dark Realm. As for Xiao Han, he was also in Yuyun City. The great changes in the abyss were discovered by the cultivators who were investigating, and they quickly reported to Yuyun City, which eventually reached Xiao Qian's ears. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qian first passed the news to Xiao Han, and then he came to the sky above Yuyun City. There was a huge bell in the sky. This bell had never moved since it was set up for decades, because once it was rung, it would be the time for a decisive battle with the Dark Realm. Ding! A huge sound spread throughout Yuyun City and quickly spread outward, followed by several ding sounds, and the entire Tianxian realm received the news. Everyone looked at the void blankly. Although they had some guesses in their hearts, it was still a little unbelievable to reach this point. Is it about to start? Many cultivators murmured, but they were not sad, but quickly gathered in the predetermined direction. The entire defense line was set up in 9 layers, and each layer corresponded to a cultivator of a certain level. Li Rukin cast his sights towards the center of Yuyun City, sighed slightly, and said, I didn't expect that I had just fully recovered and had to face these things before going out to take a look. Forget it. There will be more opportunities in the future. After hearing the bell, the master of Shentian Palace took the lead to go to the defense line. These defense lines are huge formations one after another. Each cultivator defending the formation will detonate the formation when he dies. In the secret room, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes and cast his sights into the distance. The 3 terrifying pressures have appeared. He never thought that they would come so quickly, but what he didn't expect was that he would break through so quickly. It only took a few days to break through from the middle stage of distraction to the great perfection of distraction. #C2281 Massacre. Xiao Han arrived at the outer defense line of Yuyun City at the fastest speed, and waited for the enemy to attack. A total of 9 defense lines were set up. The first one was not the worst, but the most stable. It was to resist the strongest attack from the dark world. As for the subsequent 8 defense lines, they were all to block the dark world demons outside layer by layer, and in addition a large amount of materials were transported to the outer layer. In order to build these 9 defense lines based on Yuyun City, almost all the resources of Tianxian realm were used, including the many spiritual medicine veins. All were dug without care, resulting in the destruction of a large number of natural resources in the entire Tianxian realm. But now this situation can't take care of so much only by burning the boats. Can we fight for a glimmer of hope? Ancestor Yuyun. Welcome to Ancestor Yuyun. As Xiao Han arrived at the 9th defense line, countless figures appeared. Together, Xiao Han looked at the familiar figures around him, and basically all the people he knew had arrived. To be more precise, they are familiar people. Every figure has left a deep impression in Xiao Han's memory. Xiao Han paused and said in a deep voice, Everyone, no matter what happens next, don't worry too much or panic too much. Even if we lose in the end, you should understand that at least we have tried. Maybe many people will think that since we will be defeated by the dark world and die anyway, why should we work hard and do so many things? What's the point of doing these? Xiao Han's voice was clearly heard by every cultivator. When he came to the 9th line of defense just now, he noticed that except for the high-level cultivators, the other cultivators all had blurred eyes and looked very confused. If this goes on, they may not survive for long in the next Dark World attack. Xiao Han didn't want to see this result. After hearing what Xiao Han said, countless cultivators fell into confusion, and some always felt like they were about to collapse. Xiao Han did not speak, but just watched quietly until a cultivator could no longer hold back and said loudly, Yeah, we are all going to die anyway. Why bother trying? Why don't we just die like this? Hey, are you crazy? What are you afraid of with Ancestor Yuyun? Didn't Ancestor just say that? What does this mean? This means that in this crisis, Ancestor himself can't protect himself. Don't scare me. Is that what Ancestor meant just now? As the cultivator was puzzled, many cultivators looked at Xiao Han with bitter faces, their faces full of doubts but also with some hope. Xiao Han said in a deep voice, Yes, that's what I mean. This time the dark world is coming, and I really have no confidence to win this time. And I need to make it clear that I even know that I may lose this time. Wow. This time, not only the middle and low-level cultivators fell into pessimism, but even the high-level cultivators began to feel pessimistic. In this way, wouldn't they really lose? Xiao Han himself had no confidence, so what should they do? Just when everyone's mood was at its lowest, Xiao Han spoke again. But, do we really have to give up like this? Everyone looked at Xiao Han, not knowing what he meant. Xiao Han paused and continued, Even if we face failure in the future, we still can't give up. From the moment we were born, we have determined that we will die in the end. But why are there so many people pursuing immortality? There is no other reason, because as long as we have done it, it is eternal. No matter what the result is, it cannot change this fact. Today, my Tianxian realm used all its strength to resist the dark realm. Even if we lost, we existed, and the fact that we resisted is eternal. Boom! The voice appeared clearly in the eyes of every cultivator, and everyone's eyes lit up, and they began to strengthen their beliefs. Yes, no matter what happens in the future, what has happened is eternal. They have family and friends, and they have worked hard for their families. This is the meaning of their persistence. Kill. Fight to the death. Kill one to get enough. Kill two to make a profit. Boom! The entire 9th line of defense began to stir, and countless cultivators quickly forwarded the words of Patriarch Yun, and countless photo beads were passed around. These words completely inspired all the cultivators. Lu Yen looked at Xiao Han in the void, and then smiled knowingly. He was indeed her man, Lu Yen, and he was still so dazzling. At this moment, a howling sound appeared, and the next moment 3 figures appeared. Following closely were the countless demons, whose scale made people's scalps numb. The monster tide experienced decades ago was nothing in front of this scene. I seem to hear what you said just now? Qi Ming showed a playful smile, and then continued, You are right, you really have no chance to win this time. And I tell you clearly, you will all die. Xiao Han frowned and said, It is up to you to decide whether to live or not. Even if you die today, I will make you lose a layer of skin. As he said, he shouted loudly, Everyone in Tianxian realm except for those who are guarding the formation, all cultivators will take action. Instantly, many spells came out in an instant, and Xiao Han also summoned the 4 sacred beasts in an instant, holding the white tiger sword and slashing it down. The Qi Ling looked a little gloomy. He had not expected such decisiveness. He had thought that Xiao Han would deliberately delay time. In that case, let's get serious. Qi Ming easily blocked Xiao Han's knife, then looked at the other 2 Qi Lings beside him and said, According to the plan, everyone, it was the decision made by the will of the Dark World to annihilate many creatures in the Tianxian realm. We were born in the will of the Dark World and will always serve the will of the Dark World. With Qi Ming's order, the Qi Lings like a tide went directly towards the cultivator. Whether it was the Tianxian realm or the Dark World, they subconsciously left a battlefield which belonged only to Xiao Han and the 3 8th-level Qi Lings, including Lu Yen. She did not take action. She could barely catch up with Xiao Han before, but it became more and more difficult, especially after Xiao Han killed the Demon King with his own hands. He even threw her far away. If he went to help at this time, he would only be a hindrance and would not be of any use. Xiao Han was very calm. He slapped the green jade pendant several times, and countless streams of light flew out, one of which was the old thing from before. Looking at the old thing in his hand, Xiao Han threw it out directly. Bang! The old thing hit the head of Qi Ming accurately. Seeing some matter began to escape, Qi Ming also began to get angry. He said coldly, Xiao Han, today I will let you experience despair, real despair, and let you experience the difference between the true God and the God realm. The moment the voice fell, the 2 8th-level Qi spirits behind him screamed at the same time, and then their expressions began to show intense pain, and a large amount of dark matter went towards Qi Ming. Qi Ming was originally at the peak of the 8th level, and his power surged. At this time, Xiao Han was suppressed by this pressure and could not move at all. If it were a few 8th-level primary Qi-Ling, it would be fine, but they were at the peak of the 8th level, and there were 2 8th-level primary who were willing to sacrifice themselves and gather all their energy. This 8th-level Qi-Ling was infinitely close to the 9th level. Just as Xiao Han was struggling in pain, the 8th-level Qi-Ling's strength also reached its limit, and it directly condensed a huge palm and slapped it down. The huge pressure suppressed Xiao Han, and at the moment of the slap, Xiao Han completely lost the ability to resist. The whole scene went from fierce to quiet. The next moment, the many Qi-lings became excited and began to slaughter the creatures of Tianxian realm. #C2282 Emperor. Stand up! Get up! Countless people were shouting in their hearts. But there was still no movement from Xiao Han, just like a pool of stagnant water. After the slap, from the 8th level ghost spirit, Xiao Han no longer had any breath. Especially Li Yixuan and others, they couldn't detect the slightest breath of
Xiao Han.
This situation made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. It's over. It's really over this time. You are a bit ambitious when riding a horse. Have you forgotten what Ancestor Yuyun said before? Even if we fail in the end, at least we tried hard. Don't talk nonsense to me here. Ancestor Yuyun is already dead, and we will die next. Shut up. What? People are gonna die, why don't you just say a few words of dejection? Most of the monks in the entire 9th line of defense are mentally broken. There are not so many determined people, and in the face of this kind of thing, life cannot be truly focused. It is impossible to be brave and fearless of death. There were tears in Xiao Tanner's eyes. She didn't expect that Xiao Han would already lose his breath just by looking at him. But now is not the time to be sad. Xiao Tanner can only shout loudly. Everyone, no matter what, we are going to die eventually. Let these guys know. Before we die. Even if we are just ants, we must let them feel us.
Existence.
After that, Xiao Tanner took the lead and headed towards the 8th level. Ghost Spirit. With every step she took, her strength was rising, and the blood essence in her body was burning rapidly. Sonorous. A cry appeared, and a large amount of green light began to emerge from Xiao Tanner's body, which was gradually burned. The next moment, a huge phoenix appeared on Xiao Tanner. Li Yixuan's eyes were filled with sadness and anger. Her grandma had just recovered not long ago, so why couldn't she be allowed to live a good life for a few days? These damn guys. Thinking of this, Li Yixuan also stepped forward. A fiery red light suddenly appeared on her body, and another true phoenix appeared in everyone's sight. Look, there are actually 2 phoenixes. But isn't there only one saint? Where did these 2 phoenixes come from? Didn't you get the relevant news? Our Tianxian world was left with a glimmer of life by some great powers. There are 2 human saints in this year. I didn't expect that you didn't know about this. Does that mean we still have hope? While everyone was discussing, Lu Yen also took a step forward, his strength soared, and he reached the late stage in a very short period of time. A black phoenix appeared in the void, forming a sharp contrast with the other 2. Zhou Yen murmured, "It's the 3 phoenixes. The prophecy is a prophecy." Soon, many members of the Force clan reacted and continued to speak. The prophecy has come true. Does that mean the master is not dead? Yes, that's definitely the case. Otherwise, why would this situation happen? Now, the master has absolutely no problem. It's ridiculous. How can you believe the so-called prophecy? A monk immediately raised objections. Jing Ming frowned. The appearance of these 3 phoenixes cheered up the people a lot. Although they still couldn't stop the progress of the Jingling massacre, they at least put up some resistance. Ah! Ji Ming sneered, and then said loudly, "In the face of absolute strength, any struggle will be powerless. There is no need to persist any longer. You will eventually die. Including Xiao Han, who you are hoping for. I can tell you clearly that he has completely lost his life. Including the saint you think has hope. I will slap her to death." As he spoke, Shiming gathered a huge palm in the void. The entire palm almost occupied the entire 9th line of defense and even spread to the 8th line of defense. This huge palm can probably kill hundreds of thousands of monks with one strike, or even hundreds of millions of mortals. Huge pressure suddenly appeared, and many mortals were crushed to death on the spot. This place could no longer be described as purgatory because this was originally purgatory. However, at the moment when the palm was about to be taken, Xiao Han, who had fallen into deathly silence, moved. His whole body was like a puddle of mud, and he raised one hand tremblingly. It seemed like it would droop down at any moment. Xiao Han said with difficulty, "If you want to massacre, you must first pass me." This scene was so exciting that when everyone saw Xiao Han moving, they all screamed crazily in their hearts. Just when no one noticed, countless golden balls appeared quickly. The ninth line of defense could be seen by people or demons from other places. The golden balls gathered at this time are incomparable to the past.
Xiao Han
Is absorbing these golden balls at a speed that others cannot see. The soul in the body is also undergoing rapid transformation, with black and gold growing at almost the same rate. Ji Ming, who originally planned to attack the three saints, immediately changed his direction and shot at Xiao Han. Although he didn't know how Xiao Han woke up, he didn't have much time to think about it now. The moment the black palm slapped down, I thought that Xiao Han would be slapped to death again, but unexpectedly he was blocked by Xiao Han. A trembling hand held it like that, and countless monks began to go crazy. They understood what this meant better than anyone else. Jingming shouted with gloomy eyes, "How is this possible?" Only Xiao Han himself knew why this was impossible. His body's strength was still rising. He was originally destined to die because he had absorbed the strange power of the Demon King before and came back to life. After that, he began to gather the power of the entire human race and the demon race. Now he can be said to represent the entire Tianxian realm, and his strength is also rising. Finally, Xiao Han stood up completely and raised his head with difficulty. Was at this moment that his realm suddenly broke through. Achievement of the Mahayana realm. This is the realm achieved by gathering all the power of the human race. Xiao Han slowly floated up, and a large amount of spiritual power began to gather towards Xiao Han. Immediately, a cultivator shouted loudly, "Look, Xiao Han can mobilize the power of our human race's destiny." I also discovered this. Could it be that Xiao Han is the human emperor? Yes, we should have thought of it long ago. Who else has this kind of strength besides the human emperor? Human emperor, human emperor. Our human race will surely win the final victory. According to ancient records, only the human emperor can mobilize the power of the human race's destiny. Now there is no other explanation except this. Xiao Han stood in the air and slapped it with his backhand. The two 8th level Chileans behind chiming were immediately knocked back and turned into nothingness after a painful moment. They were originally drained by chiming as nutrients. If nothing unexpected happened, they would recover after a period of time after returning. But Xiao Han's counterattack directly caused the two Chileans to break through their own limits and turn into nothingness. The huge energy impacted the entire human defense line. Combined with the previous casualties, nearly half of the creatures on the 9th defense line of the human race died. In this encounter, the creatures of Tianxian realm were facing the danger of being completely destroyed. #C2283 Dual Swords. However, many creatures were not pessimistic because of this. Instead, they were excited because Xiao Han counterattacked and killed two 8th level ghost spirits on the opponent's side. The monks who had already given up resistance began to fight again. After a moment of silence, Jing Ming finally chose to burn his life quickly. Large number of shadow thorns appeared in the void, each with a large amount of dark matter. At the same time, they also have huge lethality. Whenever these shadow thorns touch the monks, they will die tragically. Regarding the human emperor, he has also heard that the so-called luck of the human race is just a belief among these mortals. As long as these ordinary people are killed, Xiao Han, even if he is the human emperor, will not be able to mobilize it at all. Xiao Han, actually I have thought about this moment before taking action. Today, even though Xiao Han's momentum has skyrocketed, it is also possible that the outcome will be reversed. In fact, Jing Ming had already expected this moment. After a pause, Jing Ming spoke again. I guessed from the beginning that I would probably end up here, today. If you were the one, I wouldn't even be able to solve it. Then it can only be said that you are not worthy of the prediction technique. As the last hope of the Tianxian world, you have passed the test today. But that's all. Today I will cut off your hope. Even if I die here today, don't think you will definitely win. A large number of shadow thorns were still gathering. Xiao Han watched all this quietly, and at this moment a pitch-black six-pointed star array slowly appeared. Darkness swallows. A large amount of black mist also emerged quickly swallowing a large amount of dark matter, and at the same time, shrouding the countless ghost spirits. The power of the demon's destiny is also quickly gathering towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han controls the human magic with one hand and the demon's magic with the other hand. The strength has soared again from just entering the Mahayana realm to Mahayana perfection. Xiao Han actually knows demon magic. I heard before that Xiao Han is a human-demon hybrid, but I didn't expect it to be true. Well, it can be seen just from the fact that he knows demon magic and human magic. Although the human race and the demon race are basically integrated into one, I didn't feel that they were truly unified until this moment. Xiao Han is not only the human emperor of the human race, but also the demon emperor of the demon race. Yumo, please explain to me, what was the rumor from earlier? It's like this. Xiao Han is actually a descendant of the Han family, the original Han. Soon the news about Xiao Han spread, and while everyone was killing a large number of demon spirits, they began to discuss loudly and unscrupulously. The cause and effect will soon become clear. This rumor was released by Lu Yen together with Han Si and Han Cheng, and it was for this moment that Xiao Han was now the demon king of the demon clan, and he suddenly united the creatures in the Tianxian world. A large number of golden balls appeared again, and every creature was praying for Xiao Han to defeat the 8th level ghost spirit. Seeing this scene, Jing Ming gave up his final fantasy. Xiao Han was able to mobilize the power of fate of the two clans at the same time. He didn't think he had the strength to fight against this. Then he burned his life again. Shadow thorns. The moment Jiao Ming burned his last bit of life, a large number of shadow thorns quickly moved towards the crowd. Xiao Han, who had anticipated this moment, blocked as many shadow thorns as possible. The dry blue ice flames were brought to the extreme, and countless ancient spells also spurted out. Each of the various group attack techniques that Xiao Han is proficient in has super attack power. But even so, there were still a large number of shadow thorns attacking the human and demon clans, killing creatures quickly. Xiao Han's eyes began to turn red, but there was nothing he could do. Then he gradually began to give up and watched many creatures die tragically. Even if he now has extremely powerful attacks, it is in vain because the area covered by the shadow thorn is too huge. Not to mention the great perfection of the Mahayana realm. Even if he were to step into the realm of transcending tribulations now, he would not be able to stop these many attacks. He could only kill those ghost spirits in the dark world, and a large number of ghost spirits died in his hands. Xiao Han showed no mercy. A few days later, Xiao Han was quietly suspended above the 9th line of defense, recovering his strength while listening to the current situation. This time, except for Yuyun City and the nearby 9 lines of defense, all places were destroyed during the attack by the demon spirit, including those monks who stayed behind in the branch. Although it caused huge casualties to the demon spirit, but the human and demon tribes were also extremely miserable. The damage reached almost half, including the core number. Even the inner disciples of Yuyun sect lost 10 of their members. Fortunately, the outer disciples replenished them in time, and finally the positions were not left vacant. The demon clan also suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the demon spirit did not focus its main energy on the demon clan, so it would not suffer the same losses as the human demons. This also means that in the entire Tianxin realm except for the demon clan, only Yuyun City still has living beings. The rest of the place was massacred, including many mortals, trillions of humans and hundreds of billions of demons all died tragically. Nowadays, all the creatures in Yuyun City combined are only billions of creatures. Fortunately, the elites of the entire Tianxin realm have gathered here, and their strength has remained at more than half. This is the only good news. Although Tianxin realm has survived the disaster this time, who knows whether it will be able to withstand it next time. During these few days, Xiao Han gave many lectures and established his status as the human emperor and the demon emperor, and also responded positively to his identity. He also brought out everything that had happened, and this experience moved many people, and Xiao Han's strength also successfully stepped into the level of half-step tribulation. That day, after reporting many things, Xiao Qian kept frowning, as if he was about to say something. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Qian's uncomfortable expression, and then said, lightly, "If you have anything to say, just say it directly, there is no need to hide it." Xiao Qian then said, "Grandpa, according to the news, there are abnormal movements in the dark world again. There are also various strange phenomena in the Tianxin realm, and a large number of natural phenomena occur frequently. We suspect that this is because the Tianxin realm has been restored to the level of the tribulation realm. Maybe even the dark realm didn't expect it to reach this level." So, Xiao Han showed doubts and said again, "Do you mean that we should be prepared to deal with the 9th level Qiling?" Xiao Qian's expression suddenly became more determined and said, "The 8th level Qiling is called the True God, and the 9th level Qiling is called the Ancient God. Grandfather's current strength is the great perfection of Mahayana, and he is only one step away from the tribulation realm. According to the information, as long as we can reach the tribulation realm, there is hope to completely seal all the abysses, and we can only do this. And I must say one thing, this is proposed by all the high-level people in the entire Yun sect, and I will say it in the end. Dealing with that ancient God, it may not be possible to rely solely on grandfather's current strength. According to the proposals of the saints of both sides, especially the proposal of the demon saint Lu Yen, we need to refine the Yinyang Holy Sword and the Yinyang Demon Sword as soon as possible. We have also prepared the specific refining methods." Xiao Qian finished, speaking in one breath, fearing that his grandfather would interrupt directly. Xiao Han's heart was slightly touched. Is it going to come to this point after all? #C2284 Fighting the Ancient God 1. I didn't expect that the news I got at the beginning would really come to this point today, especially after confirming his identity as the Demon King. Everyone agreed that this was God's will, and God's will allowed them to successfully survive this crisis, otherwise why would the human king and the demon king be alone? And it happened that when the son and the daughter of the saint appeared, no matter how powerful the dark realm was, if it successfully broke through to the tribulation stage and with the dual swords, how could it not win this time? However, the price was that Lu Yen had to leave him completely, and there was also a most critical problem, that is, when Lu Yen died, could he control the jade disk of creation so that he could not build a space channel? After thinking for a while, Xiao Han immediately said, "Before I get angry, you'd better leave here quickly. There is nothing to discuss about this matter. He will definitely reach the tribulation stage before the 9th level demon spirit arrives. Lu Yen can't die." Xiao Han firmly believed in this idea. Seeing his grandfather like this, Xiao Qian hesitated to speak, and then left a record jade slip and said, "Grandfather, this is what the grandmothers asked me to give you. It records how to refine the double swords. We can do the preparation work, but the last step must be done by grandfather. I really don't want to disobey grandfather. Get lost." Xiao Han roared, and Xiao Qian left quickly. After Xiao Qian left, Xiao Han thought again and picked up the record jade slip and looked at the contents carefully. Then he murmured, Lu Yen, if it really comes to that, I might do this. I have always told myself not to be a saint, but if it really comes to that, we will all die. If I do this, it will be worthy of the entire Tianxian realm. But the only one I feel sorry for is you. How should I choose? Maybe when it comes to that, after winning the final victory, I will arrange the rest and go find you. I can only do this. On the other side, Xiao Qian returned to the command post of the 9th line of defense, facing the hopeful eyes of everyone, and finally said, Grandpa's last word is to let me get out. Lu Yen frowned and said, Did he say anything? Did he still disagree in the end? And did you emphasize that I strongly support this decision? Xiao Qian nodded and said, I said so, but Grandpa still disagrees. Lu Yen felt warm in her heart. This is enough. The rest is not the time to pursue now. How could Xiao Tanner and Li Yishuan not understand Xiao Han's meaning? Lu Yen, a competitor, could not be solved and could only be integrated as much as possible. And the most important thing is that Xiao Han confessed his origin to Xiao Tanner and explained the cause and effect clearly. She also slowly accepted the existence of Lu Yen, and also accepted the fact that there was another one on Blue Star. Lu Yen hurriedly asked, What about the record of the encounter? Did you leave it? I left it. Xiao Qian was puzzled when he answered, but Lu Yen smiled and said, That's enough. Let's start discussing how to make the preparations faster. But Grandpa. Xiao Qian hadn't finished speaking when he saw Xiao Tanner and others preparing. They were the most familiar. If Xiao Han really disagreed so resolutely, he would throw away the record. Jade slip on the spot, not to say that he would leave it, which means that he already had the answer. The process of refining the double swords is actually not complicated. The most important thing is the son and daughter of the saint. The double swords are refined separately, and the son of the saint is based on bone extraction, and then matched with hundreds of materials. After high-temperature calcination, 2 swords without soul were finally refined. The sword only has super recovery ability. Even if it is broken into countless pieces, it can be restored to its original state at the fastest speed. However, at this level, it still cannot have real lethality, which requires the saint as the soul. According to ancient records, it is to extract the vitality of the saint's body and infuse it into the sword, and finally obtain super attack power. After that, the saint will no longer have vitality, which is equivalent to death. However, according to the information left by MOU, the 2 bloodlines in the human saint's body may be the key, and will not endanger the saint's life. But the demon saint may only fall. Next, the emperor will do this personally so that the connection can be established and the strongest strength can be exerted. Everyone discussed quickly, and the materials for refining the double swords were ready. Lu Yen looked directly at the demon saint, and then whispered, Starting from 3 days later, you should be ready. Before that, you can tell me your unfulfilled wish. The demon saint was surprised by Lu Yan's attitude. After a pause, he said, I just hope to take good care of my family. I am not only for the human race, but also for the demon race and my own family. Although I may be arrogant and unrestrained on weekdays, at this time I can still distinguish between right and wrong. Lu Yen nodded and looked at the human saint again. Zhou Zhenhua said decisively, My life belongs to the master. If it weren't for the master, I wouldn't be alive now. If I have to say what I wish for, it is to see my unborn child. Of course I know this is impossible, but I am very satisfied so far. I hope you can take better care of my child. Of course you don't need to say that. Before anyone else could say anything, Zhou Yen interrupted directly with a little sadness. After all, this was his descendant. That's fine. After another round of greetings, Lu Yen made the final decision. Then it's decided. We'll start in 3 days. I hope everyone can be ready. Yes. All parties responded. the entire 9th line of defense began to move, including the 8 lines of defense in the rear and Yuyun City. Since the arrival of the 8th level Qi-Ling, the human race that had been retained has all come to the 9th line of defense to meet up. As for the other 8 lines of defense, it is better to say that they are supply lines, rather than defense lines. All the top combat forces have been transferred to the 9th line of defense, and only some old, weak, sick and disabled people are left behind, as well as a large number of mortals. The first thing to do to refine the double swords is to refine and purify many materials, which is a huge project. Even if everyone moves, it will take a day or two to complete. 3 days later, everyone gathered at the 9th line of defense. The front and optimal location had been dug out where the ground fire had been prepared long ago. With the restoration of the rules of the avenue, the current ground fire was far from comparable to the previous one, with extremely high temperatures, but this was not enough, and a large amount of strange flames was needed. The preparations at this time were like 2 huge natural furnaces. Their goal today was to use the previously prepared materials to forge the main body of the double swords. #C2285, Fighting the Ancient God. 2. Are all parties ready? Above the void, Xiao Qian was coordinating and arranging many matters. He watched the piles of materials being piled up, and the preparations were becoming more and more complete. Now the top priority of the human and demon races in the entire Tianxian realm is to condense the double swords, and all living beings are doing this. However, unlike usual, it is no longer the kind of sneaky tricks, but everyone is trying their best without any slack and even working without sleep for several days and nights. People who have experienced a near-death experience have a deep fear of that kind of death. Now there is hope for life, and no one wants to die like this. Over there, the materials are not enough. Prepare 30% more. Xiao Qian checked again until all preparations were completed, and considering various accidents, all preparations were done to the extreme. Then he looked at the 2 saints and said, "You two, are you ready?" The matter of extracting bones does not need Xiao Han to do it himself, only the 2 saints can do it themselves and take out their own bones alive. However, they could not continue with the subsequent things. To put it bluntly, in the end, the 2 saints could not even successfully preserve their bodies. Well, the 2 looked ready to die, and soon a large number of monks threw the piles of materials into the 2 huge furnaces in order. In this high temperature, a large amount of materials were melted and turned into pools of water, while a large amount of impurities evaporated, and then gradually took shape. No one noticed that not far away, Xiao Han was silently observing all this. He wanted to stop it, but in the end he did not make a move. Recently, he felt more and more illusory. In such a short time, he completed the leap of strength. He knew that it was luck that pushed him forward. When a road reaches a certain extent, there is no turning back, and you must go on firmly. After staying for a while, Xiao Han felt a restlessness in his body. What is this? Xiao Han felt it a little and found that his realm was loose. Now he is in the great perfection of the Mahayana realm. As long as he wants, he can directly step into the realm of crossing the tribulation in the next step. It's just that he has been suppressing his realm, but now he can't suppress it anymore. Breaking through to the tribulation realm also has certain risks. The moment of breakthrough will attract the first thunder tribulation, and this thunder tribulation is not comparable to the previous small tribulation. However, it has come to this point, and there is no need to continue to hold the realm. Xiao Han took a step forward, and the earth-yellow 6-pointed star array appeared. When it appeared again, it was already hundreds of kilometers away from Yaqi Mountain, looking at the huge entrance to the abyss not far away, and the countless dark world spirits next to it. Xiao Han muttered, "It's good to break through here. Even if it fails, it can bring some trouble to these spirits." Thinking of this, he stopped suppressing his realm, and the next moment he successfully broke through. A large number of dark clouds appeared above the sky covering the entire sky layer by layer. Boom! A lightning bolt struck directly, hitting Xiao Han accurately, driving a huge arc of electricity. Xiao Han was struck so hard that there was no intact part. The hair on his body was scorched by the lightning and fell off quickly. Boom! Another lightning strike, countless ghosts screamed around, and dark matter was also affected. In just this short time, I don't know how many ghosts died. Tragically, since the previous 8th level ghost came except for the ghosts who went to other places in Tianxian realm to harvest the lives of living beings, the rest of the ghosts gathered near this Yaqi mountain. The concentration of dark matter here is comparable to the strongest in the dark world. The creatures inside have begun to mutate due to the change in the environment and quickly adapt to this environment. It hurts so much, Xiao Han muttered in his mouth. Every lightning strike could split his skin and flesh. This is only the first thunder tribulation. I can't imagine what kind of thunder tribulation I will experience later. If this intensity continues, I can only survive 3 times at most. Fortunately, this thunder tribulation is not all bad and painful. After each time, the golden light on my body will be more intense and gradually cover my whole body. It's still a long time before the flesh body becomes immortal, but it's not like before when there is no hope. At this speed and foundation, it is only a matter of time before the body becomes immortal. Especially at the moment of entering the tribulation realm, Xiao Han felt that his life began to sublimate. With this strength, he was enough to destroy the entire Tianxian realm. If he wanted, the entire Tianxian realm might be destroyed by him, but he would only face the chain of order, and Xiao Han would not do it. Destroying the Tianxian realm means destroying the place of survival, and he is not capable of doing this. Not to mention that it is really hard to say, the power of nature is not so easy to touch. Even Mou at the beginning, didn't he still live in this Tianxian realm, suppressing his strength and realm? Thunder gradually rose, covering the entire sky, and the many cultivators far away in the 9th line of defense naturally noticed all this. Look in that direction. It seems someone is going through a tribulation. Who is this? Breaking through the spiritualization stage actually makes such a noise. You are not stupid. Can a spiritualization stage person go through a tribulation to this extent? This seems to be a bit more powerful. I know this is Ancestor Yuyun, and only Ancestor Yuyun has this strength. Now, I can feel the violent thunder attribute aura in my body even here. This kind of pressure is really terrifying. Lu Yen also cast her gaze over, and then her eyes revealed decisiveness, which made it clear that Xiao Han was born to help the Tianxian realm successfully survive the disaster. The speed of refining the yin-yang swords increased again. Both sides were working at the same time, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. The human cultivators who were already accustomed to it were numbly preparing. On this day, the 2 saints had made full preparations and spent several months just to separate their flesh and bones. This process was extremely painful, but in the end, they succeeded in getting out. Zhou Yan looked at the people he was familiar with, and then jumped directly into one of the furnaces, and the main body of the yin-yang holy sword was formed. The demon saint also looked at the demons he was familiar with, and jumped in firmly, completely separating the flesh and bones, and quickly integrating the original solution inside. Finally, the prototype of a sword was formed, which was the yin-yang demon sword, a magic sword that only the demon king could use. For a while there was a cry. There were people they cared about in this world, and there were also people who cared about them somewhere in the dark world. Qi Yu looked at the many Qi spirits gathered in front of him, and explored the situation outside the abyss. Xiao Han was breaking through to the tribulation stage. It was indeed a creature born in response to the times, and it was also the hope of the Tianxian realm. The dark realm will want to devour the Tianxian realm, and the price it needs to pay is not small. However, it still has to proceed. Once the dark realm will devours the Tianxian realm, the entire life level will be raised a lot, and it will also have a place in the heavens and myriad worlds. And these ancient gods will also gain many benefits. Now the attention of the entire dark world is on the Tianxian realm. Dozens of ancient gods are watching this matter. If the Tianxian realm can withstand the arrival of dozens of ancient gods, they will not hesitate. It's just that the chain of order cannot be provoked yet. Once it is provoked, it will be difficult to deal with the follow-up. The only way to gradually erode it is to destroy all the creatures. Xiao Han, I'm here. Qiyu murmured, and this time he directly sent the strongest one. #C2286 Fighting the Ancient God. 3. The ninth line of defense. With the joint efforts of all the cultivators, the twin swords gradually took shape, and the two saints also died because of this, and there was no hope of survival. Even if the flesh body turned into burning raw materials, although the whole process was smooth, none of the cultivators present could laugh out loud. This depressing atmosphere continued. Until that night, Xiao Qian looked at the twin swords that were completely formed, carefully checked the status, and then he felt relieved. The foundation is there, and the next step is to wait for the grandfather to break through and then practice the twin swords in one fell swoop. The continuous roar made all the cultivators excited, which was also the belief that had always supported them. Ancestor Yuyun successfully broke through to the tribulation period. Judging from the demon-like talent of Ancestor Yuyun, unless a real immortal came, it must be impossible to solve Ancestor Yuyun. This is the real hope of survival. Combined with the twin swords, Ancestor Yuyun, the human emperor and the demon emperor, controls the destiny of the two clans. Look, the thunderstorm over there is still going on. Can't you see it with your eyes wide open? Do you need to remind me how long it has been raining because of this? Many places have started to flood. I think if it continues like this, the surrounding area will become an ocean. It's okay. Fortunately, we have made preparations. It won't be a big deal. Yes, not to mention so many preparations, there are also cultivators to help drain the water. This is a great opportunity to break through the realm of tribulation. When Ancestor Yuyun broke through to the realm of transformation, there was also a wave of movement. That's nothing. Compared with now, it's nothing. I hope the dark world will move slower, so that we can buy more time. Just as everyone was chatting, the thunderclouds in the sky gradually disappeared, and a large amount of dark matter suddenly emerged from the direction of Mount Yaki. The monk looked into the distance and shouted, "Fuck you, you crow mouth. I don't want to. How come so much dark matter suddenly emerges? Can't you see it? The last time it was this level, it was the 8th level. Qi Ling who descended. This time, it's probably at least the 9th level Qi Ling." On the other side, Xiao Han looked at the faint golden light on his body. He still had a long way to go before his body became immortal, but at least from now on, his body had almost reached the level of immortality. Basically, no harm could damage his body. The biggest advantage of this breakthrough was the spiritual power blessing and the strength of the body. The only shortcoming was that the various spells had not yet been deduced. The most important thing was that a large number of spells were only maintained at the level of the 7th or 8th level, which was already the limit. Xiao Han thought about this problem carefully, and the final answer was also very clear, that is, after reaching the realm of crossing the tribulation, simply relying on spells and so on was no longer of practical significance. There was no problem dealing with those who were lower than his level. Basically, those of the same level could become super powerful with a wave of the hand. Just as he was checking the state of his body, he suddenly felt a strong pressure behind him. When he turned his head, the dark matter had already gushed out. What is this? At this time, how could he not understand what was happening now? Xiao Han hurriedly went to the 9th line of defense. He had specially found this place to take advantage of the thunder tribulation. Just as Xiao Han rushed to the 9th line of defense, a cold voice slowly appeared. Xiao Han, it is really beyond my expectation that you can grow to this point today. But that's all. Xiao Han did not look back. Every minute and every second was time. Going back. As soon as possible, getting the double swords and being able to mobilize the power of luck at the same time was the key this time. Maybe because the human race and the demon race gathered together, the power of luck of the human and demon races in the entire Tianxian realm was basically gathered near Yuyun City. As for the many creatures in other places, they had already been killed and injured in the previous battle. There may be some remaining creatures, but definitely not many, and they are still lingering. Xiao Han was very fast, and he pulled away in the first place. Countless precious talismans prepared in advance were shot out, and thousands of streams of light appeared. Xiao Han desperately threw out the talismans in the green
Jade pendant.
forming one line of defense after another. He then said loudly, I can achieve this achievement today not because I work so hard and I can't reach this level even if I work hard, but today I am standing here. Anyone else can also achieve this because this is the common expectation of many creatures in my Tianxian realm, not just the expectation of one person. You may be disappointed today. The Qi Yu was very uncomfortable with these many defensive means, and a large number of Qi Ling were killed because of these defensive or offensive means. What a difficult guy! Qi Yu shouted angrily, and then accelerated towards Xiao Han. Now the Tianxian realm is disgusting enough, and if there are two more ancient gods, how could this result happen? Swish! Just as the two were competing, hundreds of flying swords suddenly flew out from the horizon. Looking at that place again, a large number of transformation stage and even return to void cultivators appeared. Now in the entire Tianxian realm, except for Xiao Han who was in the tribulation stage, no one's strength reached the Mahayana stage. The strongest were a few saints whose strength reached the peak of return to void. The 4 sacred beasts are back. After Xiao Han's speed was shortened, he immediately summoned the 4 sacred beasts and flapped his wings violently. This speed was like a gust of wind. Among the many cultivators in the spiritualization stage, a very familiar face shouted, Ancestor, we will help you return. After saying that, he took the initiative to go towards the flying Qiyu. A bunch of scum. Are you worthy of stopping me? 2 black lights appeared in Qiyu's pupils, and they swept across the many cultivators directly and blasted the cultivators in the spiritualization stage who came to support into dust in one encounter. Before he died, he turned into a handful of soil in the Tianxian realm. But this moment of effort has bought Xiao Han some time. When Qiyu was about to approach Xiao Han, a large formation suddenly appeared in front of Qiyu, but he did not maintain a defensive posture, but chose to explode directly. This was the previous preparation for this step. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and now no gorgeous magic can achieve miraculous effects. Only the Qianlan ice flame, the magic that has never stopped deducing. After the explosion of the formation, the ancient god was covered in dust. Even though it did not cause any damage, the blocking effect was there. Xiao Han! An angry roar appeared. He had wasted too much time and did not have that much time to continue. Xiao Han must have a necessary reason to rush back so anxiously. Boom! Just when Xiao Han was about to set up the water attribute formation, a black shadow covered the sky. From this point of view, the whole sky was black. This black was pure black, without any other colors. #C2287, Fighting the Ancient God. 4. A large amount of black made the surrounding atmosphere extremely tense and depressing. A large number of ghost faces appeared in the air, and each of these ghost faces was hideous and terrifying. This scene was particularly familiar. Xiao Han quickly remembered that the former Yuan Meng seemed to be the same. The ghost faces' suppression of the entire strength was very clear. However, the difference this time was that there were countless ghost faces, and the suppression of each one was dozens of times stronger than that of the original Yuan Meng. Xiao Han felt like he was falling into an ice cave, and directly gave up the plan to set up a water attribute formation. Although his current strength, in theory, can indeed be compared with that of the ancient god, he felt that the ancient god's strength has reached the strongest. That is, the peak of the 9th level, only one step away from the so-called immortal. This is definitely not something he can resist now that he has just entered the tribulation period. A strong desire to survive appeared, and Xiao Han flapped his wings desperately. But there were still countless ghost faces rushing towards him, and these ghost faces turned into familiar faces from time to time. Among them were the Son of God, Kong Kai, and countless people who died tragically recently. "I hate it so much," a ghost face said sadly. "Why did I die instead of you, Xiao Han? I will never forgive you in my life. This world is too unfair. Human race, what are living beings? They are just a group of guys who are struggling to survive. No matter what, everyone will die. To achieve one, you have to lose more people. If the people above want to be comfortable, the people below will suffer." Countless voices appeared in Xiao Han's ears. He began to regret in his heart, and soon some fear appeared. But at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared. "Xiao Han, you must believe that what you do is right. Even if you do something wrong, I believe it is not your fault, but the world is wrong." This is Lu Yan's voice. There is some light in Xiao Han's eyes. The whole soul suddenly shook, and the golden light mixed with black light appeared on Xiao Han. The familiar faces around him completely disappeared, and the large number of ghost faces reappeared. This kind of repression made Xiao Han fall into unwarranted fear, thus exposing the fear in his heart. Each of these people who died had high hopes for him, and they just wanted the Tianxian realm to continue to thrive and stop the erosion of the dark realm. Xiao Han looked around and did not see Lu Yan. Was that Lu Yan's voice transmission just now? While Xiao Han was thinking, dozens of figures appeared in the distance. Each of them had the realm of returning to the void. 3 of them were the 3 saints. "Xiao Han, take the sword." 2 flying swords flew towards Xiao Han quickly. Chi Yu felt a little exhausted from controlling the ghost faces in the sky. He wanted to stop the 2 swords, but he was powerless. He could only watch Xiao Han holding the 2 swords. At this time, Xiao Han was already in a state of extreme. Although he did not release many spells, in fact, those actions just now had already drained his spiritual power. Fortunately, Xiao Han had noticed that the spirit dragon in his body had awakened. The moment he received the double swords, he directly let the spirit dragon spit out a large amount of spiritual power. Now his body is a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual power he has, it is not enough. The water attribute formation was completed in an instant, and it exploded at the fastest speed. A large amount of water vapor condensed. This was a water attribute formation that Xiao Han had figured out himself. The original feminine defense was changed by Xiao Han to focus on gathering water vapor. The next moment, dozens of water blue hexagram formations appeared, and countless blue flames were drilled out directly. "Dry blue ice flame," Xiao Han whispered, and the dark matter around him began to burn wildly. Soon the surroundings were cleared. Even at such a strong concentration, it could not resist the burning speed of the dry blue ice flame. Holding the double swords tightly, Xiao Han looked at the 3 saints, and his heart was entangled. Now, with the efforts of the spirit dragon, a large number of defensive means have been used to barely trap Chi Yu. Now is the best time. But Xiao Han fell into deep thought. "Xiao Han, what are you thinking about? Quickly extract our consciousness," Lu Yan shouted loudly. "But if you do this, you will fall into a state of unconsciousness, which is no different from being dead." Xiao Han was unwilling and soon thought of something, and hurriedly said loudly, "Maybe a sword is enough." As he said that, he raised the Yin Yang Holy Sword, and according to the method he remembered, A stream of energy directly penetrated into Xiao Tanner's body. At the same time, the feeling in the dark quickly connected to that blood. Needless to say, he had feelings for Xiao Tanner, and a stream of energy rushed up to the sky and poured directly into the Yin-Yang Holy Sword. The whole process did not last long. Xiao Tanner fainted weakly. Xiao Han's consciousness slightly explored and found that Xiao Tanner was just unconscious, and the person was still alive. The strength might be reduced to a certain extent, but it could always recover. Slowly, the Yin-Yang Holy Sword seemed to be infused with souls. It made a sound of ong and immediately began to absorb the blood power in Li Yixuan's body. Xiao Han was full of doubts and just controlled it according to his own consciousness. Didn't you say that you wanted to fall in love with the saint? Xiao Han began to recall the first time he saw Li Yixuan, and then all the experiences. Perhaps without realizing it, he had already... It's really a scumbag. Now Xiao Han is no longer thinking about these things. The Yin-Yang Holy Sword has completed its condensation immediately. This is a real Yin-Yang Holy Sword. Xiao Han slashed down with a sword, and Qiyu just broke through the blockade and came directly towards Xiao Han, facing the sword. Swish! A sword light flashed, and Xiao Han had already replaced the white tiger saber, and slashed at Qiyu, but it didn't have any effect. Qiyu paused for a moment, then shattered the sword light and punched Xiao Han in the face. Even the countless ghost faces in the void had given up. The ghost faces screamed and wandered around, and began to attack indiscriminately without distinguishing between enemies and friends. In this situation, a large number of human cultivators and demon cultivators rushed here, gathering a lot of luck. They knew that this was a critical moment, and perhaps just because of this little bit of luck, it could determine success or failure. Batches of creatures fell under the ghost faces, but they still couldn't stop their pace. Boom! Xiao Han used the Yin-Yang Holy Sword to forcibly take Qiyu's attack and directly smashed the Yin-Yang Holy Sword. The next moment, the Yin-Yang Holy Sword was strangely put together again, no different from before. It was really strong. Xiao Han quickly pulled away. He knew that it was not enough in this situation, far from enough. It seems that it is difficult to really win with only a Yin-Yang Holy Sword. But in this entanglement, Xiao Han fought with Qiyu for dozens of rounds, desperately mobilizing the power of luck, and at the same time draining the spiritual power in his body, including the power of creation. At this time, there was no trace of the power of creation in the container of the power of creation. At this last step, Xiao Han looked at Lu Yan and he didn't know how to express his emotions. Just as Xiao Han was thinking, a figure pounced directly on Xiao Han. It was Lu Yan's figure. Lu Yan kissed Xiao Han gently and separated again. After touching, directly took the Yin-Yang magic sword from Xiao Han's hand and then stabbed it into her body. The life force is lost quickly, which is also a way, but the difference is that this time even the body cannot be preserved, and it dies completely. Lu Yan! Xiao Han screamed in pain. Lu Yan's eyes were full of tears, and she said with difficulty, "You must live." #C2288 The end. Lu Yan's sudden action made Xiao Han fall into a brief daze. Before he could come to his senses, Lu Yan had already inserted the Yin-Yang magic sword into his body. This is a faster way to merge than the previous one. Can not only drain the consciousness but also merge the entire magic sword with the consciousness more completely at the cost of the body. But the consequence is that Lu Yan has lost her only living body. Lu Yan! Xiao Han yelled in pain and quickly pulled the entire Yin-Yang magic sword out of Lu Yan's body. But it was too late. Looking at Lu Yan's rapidly disappearing breath of life, Xiao Han's eyes shed sad tears, thinking of the things they had experienced together. Yin-Yang magic sword is complete. Xiao Han shouted loudly, "I'm not ready yet. Can I wait a little longer?" "It's all you." Xiao Han held Lu Yan in his arms, and then shouted loudly, "It's all you, you all deserve to die." He looked down at Lu Yan in his arms, and whispered softly, "Wait for me. I'll find you when I arrange everything here. I don't owe anyone anything, but you. Now there is no chance to make up for. I can only give myself back to you." The Qiyu secretly said bad, and then rushed to Xiao Han. Even though a large number of Qi Ling were dying tragically, he didn't care at all at this moment. The scene just now and the pressure from the two swords told him that all this was very dangerous, and Xiao Han must be killed as quickly as possible. Xiao Han, no matter what you have experienced, you must die today. Qiyu slapped him directly. Xiao Han slashed with a sword with a cold expression, and then slashed again, and the palm that was slapped was easily shattered. Looking at the familiar figure in his arms, Xiao Han slowly landed on the ground, placed it on a hilltop, and set up a barrier to protect it. Now, apart from anger, he no longer had any other extra emotions, and he was determined to die. Life was burning rapidly, and the countless golden balls also rushed towards him, especially on the two swords, which revealed a faint energy. Just as Xiao Han was accumulating power, he did not notice that the container of the power of creation in his body could slowly dissipate bit by bit, and the Hongmeng creation pearl was absorbing the energy from the two swords. At this moment, the Hongmeng creation pearl was surprised and then directly burst into a dazzling light, and a whisper came to Xiao Han's ears. Trigger 100 times attack, trigger 100 times agility, trigger 100 times defense. A series of prompts made Xiao Han unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. This voice was very familiar, and it sounded like the original prompt sound, and the voice of the Hongmeng creation pearl. It was mixed together and I didn't know where it came from. Xiao Han only felt that his body was filled with a very strong destructive power. Holding the two swords tightly, he slashed directly. There was no sword shadow. In the void, Xiao Han slashed quickly. Just when Qiyu frowned, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. The next moment, his whole body split into 4 pieces, including the 2 huge eyes, and the dense dark matter in his body flowed out quickly. Xiao Han knew why this was the case. With so much dense luck power and the transformation of the Hongmeng creation pearl, something must have happened. Originally, his strength was already very strong, and he only had some disadvantages against the ancient god. With 100 times the combat power, this can no longer be compared. 2 swords slashed the god. Xiao Han lightly snapped his fingers, and a water-blue spell appeared. Once it was triggered 100 times, it was equivalent to having the power of 100 dry blue ice flames. Boom! The flames burned violently, and in an instant the body of the ancient god was burned clean. Xiao Han did not stop. His current anger could not be stopped by killing an ancient god. Get out of my way! Xiao Han's eyes were cold, and all the nearby cultivators retreated. They should have been very happy to kill the ancient god, but now they were not happy at all. They just felt that Xiao Han was very scary, so scary that they dared not have any intention of disobeying him. Retreat! Everyone retreat! Ancestor Yun just killed the ancient god, and Tianxian realm was saved. But looking at Ancestor Yun, it seems that he can't accept the current situation. Hey! Do you have a problem with your brain? Ancestor Yun saved so many people, but he couldn't save the people he wanted to save. What would you do if it were you? In short, Ancestor Yun must vent his anger. A large number of cultivators were talking frantically, until Xiao Qian said, loudly with a gloomy face, "Everyone quickly prepare and focus on clearing all the ghosts in the 9 lines of defense first." With an order, a large number of cultivators quickly dispersed and took the initiative to do many things. After Xiao Han killed the ancient god, he began to slaughter many Chileang, including the 7th and 8th level Chileang. No Chileang could withstand his sword. The Chileang was leaderless. At this time, 2 9th level Chileang descended. Xiao Han killed them one by one with a sword. This one-sided massacre lasted for several years. Xiao Han took Lu Yen to look for Chileang every day. As long as he saw them, he would slaughter them. During this period, he experienced the arrival of the 9th level Qiliang several times, but they were all killed by Xiao Han. The Dark World is no longer Xiao Han's opponent. Xiao Han even tried to enter the abyss to completely destroy the Dark World. But before he arrived at the Dark World, he felt the rejection of the Dark World. In the Dark Realm, he has an active will, and he is far from being an opponent. It is not like the Tianxian realm. No matter who dominates this world, as long as he does not violate his rules, there will be no problem. For several years, in addition to killing the Qiliang, Xiao Han had to check Lu Yan's status every day, but there was no reaction and Lu Yan was still the same. Even the Jade Disc of Fortune did not react at all. Xiao Han was suspicious that the Jade Disc of Fortune was gone with Lu Yan. That day, Xiao Han took Lu Yan with him as usual to search for Qiliang that might still exist in the Tianxian realm, including every corner. In fact, over the past few years, Xiao Han had already let go of the hatred in his heart. It's not that he has no hatred for the Dark Realm, but that he seems to have let it go. It's just that he is powerless even if he is pushed away. His strength is improving day by day, but it can't bring him any happiness. At the entrance of the Yakashan Abyss, Xiao Han was thinking about the previous sealing method in his heart. Now that he is in this state, there should be no big problem. Xiao Han thought so and immediately started to try. After killing the ancient god, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to seal the abyss. The reason was very simple. Not to mention that there was a large amount of dark matter which would make it more difficult to seal. Just because he needed to relieve his anger and the Jade Disc of Creation didn't know what was going on. He didn't need to be too anxious. Now that too many Qiliangs have been killed by him and the entire human race, and the demon race have been cleaned up, there is no living space for Qilings in the entire Tianxian realm, and the dark matter is getting less and less. Including all the sects have been established and restored to the original structure. The difference is that now humans and demons are inseparable. After so many years of development, the geniuses of the younger generation are basically the descendants of humans and demons. As for Yuyun sect, in addition to retaining the basic structure, all people are no longer recruited, and they are assigned to become the masters of various sects, etc. In other words, the source of the world sects is Yuyun sect. Yuyun sect has become the strongest sect. Xiao Han felt the dark matter of the largest abyss. After so many slaughters, the dark world had no demons that could resist. Xiao Han immediately formed a seal and quickly completed the entire seal. Unlike before, there was no obstacle this time, and he easily sealed the entire abyss entrance. Then Xiao Han found several abyss entrances again. After sealing more than 10 in a row, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After this incident, Xiao Han quickly sent a message to Xiao Qian, asking him to explore the abyss of the entire Tianxian realm as much as possible, including the smallest ones. This time he wanted to completely cut off the connection between Tianxian realm and the dark world. Soon Xiao Qian received the message and released countless cultivators just to find all the abyss passages. A few months later, after Xiao Han sealed an abyss, he sat in meditation and rested on the spot. It was indeed tiring to run and seal all the time. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly noticed Lu Yan in his arms, and his brows began to frown, because he felt that Lu Yan had always had residual heat on her body. He thought that this residual heat was due to good cultivation, but until now the residual heat has not subsided, which is a problem. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han suddenly realized that Lu Yan was not dead. Xiao Han quickly injected a pure spiritual power, and at the same time probed his consciousness into Lu Yan's body. Finally, he found the Jade Disc of Good Fortune in Lu Yan's dantian. The disc spirit was wandering back and forth. After seeing Xiao Han, the disc spirit seemed very happy. It seemed that you finally came, so he brought Xiao Han's consciousness to the depths of the Jade Disc of Good Fortune, and found Lu Yan's Yuanshan in it. Lu Yan's Yuanshan was extremely weak, But this did not affect Xiao Han's joy. After repeated attempts, Xiao Han finally mastered the way to wake Lu Yan up. Decades later, Xiao Han looked at Lu Yan's familiar face. It took him decades to finally wake Lu Yan up and successfully treat her. However, it would take thousands of years to fully recover. However, this kind of thing is nothing for the long lifespan of two people. Only after all the things in Tianxian realm were arranged, Xiao Han brought Lu Yan, Qiao Tanner and Li Yixuan to the center of Tianxian realm. Today they will try to build 3,000 avenues to connect Blue Star with Tianxian realm. Soon the passage was completely connected. Xiao Han looked at the passage and exchanged glances with Lu Yan and the other two. The three of them directly entered the blue-veined jade pendant because only Xiao Han could pass through this passage smoothly. Then Xiao Han grabbed the blue-veined jade pendant with one hand and the jade disc of good fortune in the other hand and directly passed through the space channel and landed on the blue star. After a few simple words with the three people who suppressed the 9 Li Demon Emperor on the blue star, Xiao Han just pinched it lightly with his hand. Ah! With a scream, the 9 Li Demon Emperor was completely killed. This kind of strength was not difficult for Xiao Han. Xiao Han once asked the Hongmeng creation pearl. At the moment when it was completely restored, all memories had returned. He was the one with good fortune, so he could appear on Blue Star with absolute strength, but the others could not. Moreover, on Blue Star, Jili Demon Emperor was the one with real good fortune. It was only because of some reasons that the human race slowly developed. But now the situation is different. Xiao Han did not do anything extra. He directly contacted Jiang Xiaoyun and asked them to pack up quickly and be ready to go to Tianxian realm at any time. After all, the life level of Blue Star is a little low, and the limit is only the early stage of the spiritual transformation realm. It is difficult to move forward unless it devours other realms. But Blue Star is too weak now. There is a ready-made Tianxian realm, so there is no need to spend so much effort. Besides, there is an abyss channel, which is only equivalent to shuttling back and forth between realms. Everyone was persuaded and eager to go to Tianxian realm. After several years, after going back and forth, Xiao Han finally dealt with the matter completely. On this day, Xiao Han gathered with all the familiar people. Looking at these familiar faces, he felt very touched. After going through so much, he already had a deep relationship. Zhou Yan, the inner disciple of Yuyun sect, Xiao Qian, Xiao Yun, Zhao Linger, and others, as well as Xiao Qingji, the adopted daughter, and Xiao Han looked at Qiao Tanner and the Fenglong fetus next to her, Zhang Xiaoyun's big belly, a teenager next to him, Lu Yan and the little girl next to Lu Yan, and finally Li Yixuan's big belly. He can be regarded as having a large family. Amidst the laughter and joy, Xiao Han enjoyed the joy of family. This day, Xiao Han felt the avenue and met a figure who looked strange but familiar in his dream. Xiao Han, now you are in the realm of transcending tribulation, and it is only a matter of time before you become an immortal. Let's spar with each other. Xiao Han was puzzled and asked, "Why should I spar with you? You guy, my daughter and granddaughter are pregnant with your children, and you actually told me this." Xiao Han widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Are you MOU? That's senior." "Oh no, my father-in-law." A few days later, Xiao Han was beaten black and blue in his sleep. Looking at the old man MOU, he felt very depressed. "One day I will beat you," Xiao Han thought to himself. Thousands of years later, Xiao Han felt the avenue. After experiencing several thunder tribulations, Xiao Han's body became an immortal, and his realm finally became an immortal, and he ascended on the spot. He met MOU again when he was traveling in the heavens and the worlds. "This time, I must beat you. Good son-in-law, you are still far from it." End.